What's going on? How are you guys doing? To all the day walkers out there. This is the daytime episode of Insomnia, which daytime insomnia are for people that work overnights, I would say, right? Would you say that? If they have,
yeah,
if you usually work overnight and you're still up, that means you have insomnia.
yeah, it's like a 12-hour insomnia.
Yeah,
Because really, it's 12 hours from the original start of the insomnia, right?
yeah,
12 hours.
It's a special edition. El Capitan. We could have dual stream, but I said, you know what? Let's do it today. I didn't want to lose the insomnia episode, so I figured, fuck it. Let's why not do it now, right? We're gonna do it live.
Yeah.
What's going on, Tom? How you doing, my brother? Good to see you.
Have a little daysomnia.
Daysomnia.
Oh yeah, daysomnia. So when we
Sipping
come
on
back,
some iced tea in the backyard, I'm probably gonna jump in the hammock and chill out.
Oh yeah. Don't remember to beat the heat. Remember, this is just a trick to beat the heat. Boil some hot dogs, pour the water in the ice tray, and then you'll have a hot dog beverage, delicious and with lots of protein. But when we come back, we'll get into the show, and we'll drop the link obviously for you guys that want to come up and let's BS today.
Yes, you guys been here.
What you say?
No, I'm just saying you guys are hearing birds chirping in the background. They're out. Those are blue jays, by the way. Actually, those are blue jays in my yard.
3 little birds.
You got Canadians? You got Canadians in your yard?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got some Canadians. They flew all the way south.
Is one of them Snorty Jordy? No. All right, man.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics. Officially licensed everything.
By the way, shout out to El Capitan who hijacked the show last night, and that's why we're doing it at 12. So now it's fucking with you. But listen,
Don't let him off
man.
the hook.
Shout out to El Cap, man. Listen, man.
Give me time to do some afternoon bushcraft. Go ahead.
Yeah. Listen, a lot. Look, man. No, you good, El Cap. No, listen, man. I want to. After seeing last night and how you handled it, man, I want to give El Cap his cigars. This dude, all the chaos that he's going through in his personal life, all the chaos that he's going through on the network. Man, this guy has. I tell you what, man, he has some strong shoulders, man. And they say God won't give you more than what you can handle. And
right.
Like, yeah, man, people. I think more people should try to aspire to be like El Capitan. He's selfless, and through the face of adversity, man, he keeps his cool, man. And my hat goes off to you, bro. I want shout out to El Cap, and I just want you to know while you're hearing that I have nothing but love and respect for you, and I'm proud to be on this network, and thank you for everything you've done for me. That's pretty much it, man.
Yeah.
At least I hope he heard that. I don't know, but hey, Grumpy, what's going on?
Grumpy. Shout out to Grumpy, man.
And
Grumpy,
Grumpy,
I got your message.
Yeah, that
Grumpy.
goes into what I'm sorry. That goes into Memorial Day. Memorial Day, we're honoring the dead, but it's funny. It's like when I heard something yesterday. Is if you look at Nipsey Hussle, you look at Michael Jackson, you look at DMX, their music went up after they died. It's like
Yes.
we got to wait for somebody to die to show them how much we appreciate them, and we don't do it too much when we're living. A lot of these soldiers
That's correct.
that died didn't get their just due when they were alive. They got it after they passed. So I think it's time that we need to start appreciating people while they're still alive. But go ahead, Crypto. You saying?
Yeah. No, go ahead. You're good. Just like artists, like the painters and those type of artists, they get full recognition after they pass away. It's just the territory of artistry. You know what I mean? Or all kind of artists. Leonardo da Vinci, was he famous when he was alive? Well, I guess he was. He did a lot of inventions and stuff. Or Raphael. I guess I could name all the new Mutant Ninja Turtles. So they was named after famous
they
artists.
were all Renaissance. Raphael,
right. Donatello, right. They was all famous artists. So there you go.
But you know what's funny is when Shredder had 4 frogs and he named them Genghis, Napoleon.
Napoleon.
Yeah, he went. I'm surprised he didn't name one Hitler, but whatever.
Right, he named them all the freaking evil guys and of empires. Every bad empire, it was named after a bad guy of that empire.
Yeah. Rasputin, I think, was the other one. I forgot the fourth one. One was Rasputin.
Yeah, he was the Russian
one.
Yeah,
and the other one,
Yeah, an Italian one, a German one, a Polish, a Russian one, and Gothic one, right?
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up now.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Attila the Hunt, Attila the Frog, Genghis Frog, Napoleon Bonafrog, and Rasputin, the Mad Frog. So he kind of went he went the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Over the hunt.
So what's on the agenda?
Oh, none. All right. I have a topic. What was the Super Bowl score?
It was
It
40
wasn't that-
to 20 or something like that, or 40 to 22, I think. Because Chiefs scored like a meaningless touchdown at the end. So I think it was like 40-22 because they had got a 2-point conversion, I remember.
Mm.
And everybody was like, "Oh, they might come back." And I'm like, "Come on, game's over."
So, no. One of the things I want to talk to is that the tush push was up for vote, right? It was, and it got it needed 26 to pass, and it 22 to 10. So they needed 22 to 10 was the
What's the final count? 10 said we should stay, in 22 powered out. So who is the 22 team so we can perpetuate that soft narrative on them?
I don't know. They haven't
Please
released
don't
that
tell
yet.
me Miami was a part of that 22. They need to disclose the vote. Who went which way? Those were the soft teams. I mean, you got to do something to stop it. Everybody didn't come together to say, "Oh, we need to ban the Wildcat," when that was working effectively for us. They just figured out a way to stop it.
Or why don't you do it?
Yeah. So are you saying, or why are you mentioning the tush push? Are you saying that it's undefeatable?
No, I just
No.
I want to get.
The
I just
22
want to
people
get.
think it was, Tonk. The 22 people that voted to get it banned thought it was undefeatable.
Oh, I didn't know it was, but it's just a QB sneak. I mean, it's not.
That's all it is. The modified
They
QB
just-
sneak.
Hertz even said, "Y'all the ones that call it tush push. I just call it the QB sneak."
Exactly. That's all it is. The QB is keeping the ball and he's getting pushed from the rear. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think
put
that
it like
should be
this.
illegal. That shouldn't be illegal.
Right. Think about this. All it is a inverse tug of war. That's all it is.
All right, here we go. Hey.
That's all it is. It's an inverse tug of war without the rope.
Here's according to Yahoo Sports. This is Chris CWIK. Chris, how would you pronounce that? CWIK. Chris Quick, Chris, whatever the fuck his name is. Anyway, here are the 10 teams that saved the tush push. Obviously, it's Philadelphia.
Right.
Let's see if you could guess. Let's do the guessing game. I'll tell you if you got it right.
All right. I'm going to say Buffalo want to keep it.
Buffalo is not
Baltimore.
On this list. Buffalo is not on this list.
Oh, wow. That would be surprising. You talking about the 10 of the 10 who want to save it?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll go the Ravens.
That's okay. So now we have 2 teams. Come on. Everybody in the chat section, name the teams that you thought save it. So we're down to 2 teams.
Voted to save it.
Yeah. So
we got
Philadelphia and Baltimore are 2 teams that voted to save it.
Philadelphia, Baltimore, Pittsburgh
is not on this list.
Oh God, I'm gonna roast them.
Cosa, Bill, what's going on, mi hermano? Cosa, Bills are not on this list, so you know that. Bills and Bills is not on the list. They voted to kill the tush push.
Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay is not on this list.
That It's getting interesting. What's going on in the division? Was Atlanta?
Michael K got it right. Dolphins is another team that wanted to keep it. So that's 3. So it's right now Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Miami. Those are the 3 teams. There's 7 more teams.
Okay.
Can you name those 3 teams?
The 7 teams.
There's 7 teams. My bad. Seven other teams.
All right. Cincinnati. Did they vote to keep it?
Cincinnati is not on this list.
Cleveland, because they did a lot of quarterback sneaks before.
They're on that list.
They used a lot of quarterback sneaks as well.
Yeah, so we got 4 teams now.
Who does a lot of QB sneaks? A lot. The Chiefs.
The Chiefs. Kansas City. Oh, not on the list.
The Chargers.
Not on the list.
What about the Seahawks? Because they had a running quarterback.
Not on the list.
I'm trying to think of all the running style quarterbacks that may be on the list to keep it. Damn.
All right, I'll just tell y'all now. Philadelphia, Baltimore, Cleveland, Detroit Lions, Jacksonville Jaguars,
they don't even use it.
New England Patriots, New Orleans Saints, New York Jets, and the Tennessee Titans.
So the Jets and Dolphins out of all the teams, and we don't even use the QB sneak.
So 3 out of 4 AFC East teams agreed to keep the tush push. And what's funny is, look, here's the funny part: none of the NFC East teams voted to keep it in.
Yeah, exactly. All the teams that voted to keep it don't really play the Eagles.
No. Yeah,
right.
I think there's only
exactly. They don't even play them.
Yeah, there's only like 2 NFC teams here, which was the Saints,
and
the Lions. The rest are AFC teams,
and they not in their division. They play them like once every other year or whatever. You know,
or if they fall in the same place in the division. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And the Saints like, okay, it's no biggie to us. Matter of fact, I think the Saints actually beat them last year in the regular season, so they don't care. They said let's find other ways to beat them. If I recall, I think the Saints beat the Eagles last year. I think that was one of their losses, if I remember. So they don't care. There's other ways to defeat that team. It's not like they're doing the tush push on first, second, and third down. Or first or second down, at least. They do it on third and fourth when it's shorter yardage. But they're not doing it on first and second. Stop, force a turnover, put them in long yardage situation. Get a sack on first down. Get a deflection and a batted ball on second down. Stop them in the backfield on the first 2 downs.
Mm-hmm.
They'll never be in a situation where they're doing it anyways. So, yeah, those 22 teams are a bunch of pussies.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's not like they went undefeated last year, neither. Just doing the tush push every play. Like every play, we literally ran the freaking the one where Ricky Williams and Ronnie Brown in the backfield was basically our quarterback, the Wildcat. For like
actually, Sean, the Lions are part of the teams that saved it. The Lions are the ones that would want to get one. No, actually, they saved it. Actually,
yeah, they saved it. Yeah. So shout out to Miami for not caring or giving the care. I bet you if we was in the Eagles division, we probably would have voted a different way.
Because I love how we do it so much, but voted to get rid of it.
I know exactly, Sean. It's ridiculous. That was the first team came to mind because they got a big quarterback, and it should be easy for them to execute it more so than the Eagles. Because Jalen Hurts is smaller than actually Josh Allen in height. I don't know if he's stronger because Jalen Hurts like squats damn near 600 pounds. So it
And,
may look like he's getting a lot of help pushed in the back, but he's got strong legs. He probably can do that stuff solo.
yeah.
But yeah, that's crazy. The vote 22-10. So you said they needed 6 more votes. They need a super majority, basically, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, they need 26 votes. They needed 4. They needed 4 more. 4 more votes.
Yeah, to get it officially changed.
Needed 26 to pass.
To pass.
So they needed 4 more votes.
Yeah. There you go. Now I had to get rid of a scam call that came in trying to chime in on our conversation.
Yeah. They did he want to get in touch with you about your extended car warranty?
Yes. Right. Extended car warranty or the insurance plan, reverse mortgage, all the other BS.
Hey man, listen. Hey, I put the link, and Grumpy doesn't want to get on the link. You know what? I think he's soft.
Yes, he's probably one of the ones that voted against it to try to get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
Grumpy influenced those 22 teams.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's what it was.
He's soft.
Yep. You're right. You're right, Shake. You got an interesting point. No, Shake. He was spooked out from the movie I told him to go see. So he's still spooked out. He's still a little nervous. He's walking around with all the lights on in his house. He can't go to sleep at night.
Man, Grumpy says he's cooking some glizzies.
Okay, all right. Glizzies on the barbecue grill. Matter of fact, what is your favorite Memorial Day grill or thing to cook or to make? Any special Memorial Day moments? Anybody in the chat got anything on Memorial Day that they cook all the time as a go-to?
My favorite day on Memorial Day is the sleep-in.
It always rains here. No matter where I'm at, it rains. At some part of that day, it's either drizzling or it's raining. It just seemed to work out there. No matter where I'm at, when I was living in the Midwest, where I'm at now, it didn't even matter. Hell, even when I was overseas a couple of times on Memorial Day, it rained. I'm like, damn, it's one of the rainiest holidays out there. Yeah, it's like one of the rainiest holidays, and they don't even celebrate Memorial Day on overseas. It's not a global holiday like Christmas. But yeah,
man, I tell you what, one of the best feelings in the world is waking up in the morning and having the option to stay in and go sleep a little bit more or wake up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Just sleep in and just hang out.
Are you more of a? I know you eat red meat, but are you more of the beef side or the pork side of red meat?
What do you mean?
Like cow or pig? What's your preferred red meat?
Was white meat.
No,
it's not
white meat. It's more like poultry and chicken and turkey.
Okay.
But red meat.
Yeah, no, I'm not really a big fan of pork. But yeah,
you don't like Porky the Pig?
I could do beef all day, every day.
Okay.
Yeah, and my favorite part of the beef, favorite part of steak is the fat, the little gristle parts.
That gives it more flavor.
Yes.
If you cook it, you don't cut it off.
It drives me crazy when somebody I see cut out that piece. I'm like, yeah, yo, give me that shit. If you're not eating it, give it to me. Don't throw that
Right.
shit
Well,
away.
you could cook it in there and it absorb the seasoning, like when you put the seasoning on it, and because fat deposits the oil, it start melting and it gets into the meat and add even more flavor to it. So they cut it out without cooking it first.
Yeah.
It makes it more lean. It's less lean when you keep the fat on there and cook it.
Hey, Sean, that's what Sean said. He likes more flavor in his meat.
Oh my God. Damn, Sean. I didn't know that was your preference, Sean.
Hey,
oh damn.
Raphael, what's going on, man? How you guys doing? Nightmare.
Hey, what's up,
Nightmare
Raphael?
74.
Raphael, what's your favorite Memorial Day moment? Let's see who else jumped in the chat. No Costa Nothing.
Hey, that's my dog
What?
CB83. What's going on,
Raphael said he
CB83?
likes bacon.
Jamaican from Zion. Hey, look, the two FSU fans, Jamaican from Zion and CB83. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all boys, man. How y'all doing, man? Appreciate you for coming through. Always fins up. Please make sure you're hitting the like button on your way
What's
in.
up, CB? Jamaican from Zion. Got one of the coolest names.
Mm-hmm.
Zion. Like Mr. Zion Williamson.
By the way, I have CBA3 coming in the blender. He agreed next month.
Okay.
Oh yeah, either
Next month.
sometime next month.
What's up?
And I made a special
What's up?
announcement yesterday. Speaking of in the blender, I got
What's
just agreed to come into the blender. I got
Yep.
CBA3. This week I got Russell. Russell is a Dolphin historian. If you love old school Miami Dolphins, you're going to love this episode with Russell. He's from Massachusetts. He's a veteran too. He's a veteran, Navy. So
Okay.
you're gonna love him. I spoke to him backstage, and man, he is a wealth of knowledge. He has a lot of cool stories. This episode is going to be one. I already tell you, it's going to be a classic. Yes, just the Boogie Woman. And for the first time in 3 seasons, right? I got Sean. I got a Buffalo Bills fan coming into the blender. I got Sean from Red, White, and Bills coming into the blender. So behind enemy lines. Hey, listen, I'm doing it to show people that, yes, we hate, even though we hate each other, it's still just football. This isn't I don't think this should be some kind of Romeo and Juliet where we can't associate with one another because we root for different teams.
Right.
Just like Grumpy, he roots for the Lions and we still accept him.
Exactly. We got Grumpy with the Lions and Pete with the
What the hell? Ain't nobody going for the Lions, bro.
What's going on, Grumpy? I'm just fucking with you, man. What's going on, my brother?
What's up, Grumpy?
You
still spooked out, Grumpy?
Hey, hold on, Crypto. What up, Shake, man? What's going on, man? Crypto Tonk, what's up, man? But yeah, hey, I went to go see that movie yesterday, but that scene with the garbage truck, that is fucking crazy, Crypto.
That's what I'm telling you. I was like, oh, that's the first thing came to mind when you two. I was like, oh shit, they was listening to Grumpy and they decided to give you a big tribute to you.
Yeah, that was a crazy
They had
movie,
to be
man.
listening to our spaces, man.
That shit was wild, man. That shit was
It was
wild.
wild.
But how you guys doing, man? Happy Memorial Day today, man. I know some of you guys were off, and I had to work, but as soon as I got off of work, man, my wife had the hot dogs ready and put them on the grill, baby. So
Yeah.
I'm outside right now doing them glizzies, baby.
Do you boil them first, or do you
All
just
right.
cook them like that?
Yeah. We boil them first, Shake. We boil them first, and then after that, we cut we like split the ends. We split split the ends on both sides, and it gets a little bit more flavor that way. And my oldest son, he likes that bratwurst with beer and stuff. But we tried it with the hot dogs too, but it's not that good. But bratwurst is better with the beer, man. But then my wife, she wraps some with bacon and stuff. So yeah, well, I'm out here, bro. We're out here cooking and gonna get those ready, and then we're gonna go jump in the pool real quick, man, because the rain stopped. So we're gonna go jump in the pool real quick.
Yeah, one of my favorite jokes is, what do you think of German sausage? They're the worst.
Yeah. Yeah, man. But yeah, no, it's just chilling, man. Just chilling.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Anything planned for today? Just nothing planned for today, Shake?
No, just spent some time with the wife. She's off today.
Okay.
Which I'm surprised because, being that she works at retail, retail, they don't close for nothing.
Right.
Except for Christmas and maybe speaking of which, happy Thanksgiving. I mean, happy Christmas and Thanksgiving.
Merry Christmas, bro.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
But yeah, no, I mean, it just everything was pretty much the streets were dead out here, man, in Texas, bro. I like it like that when there's no traffic, man. It's just you're just zooming through the route and everything. You get to pick up the trash easier and stuff like that. You don't have to worry about drunk drivers or anything like that downtown. But man, it ran real smooth, man. But it went great today, man. I was done like in 8 hours, bro. And on Mondays I'm never done in 8 hours, man. So, but pretty much everybody was getting done early today, man, because a lot of shit was closed. So, but yeah,
for sure.
Hey, by the way, I want to show you my new recipe for fish tacos.
What the?
None like good old fashioned fish tacos.
Hey, Shake, man,
that was one of the best snacks as a kid.
Yeah, hey, Shake, I ain't gonna lie. We used to do that in jail, bro. We used to do those, bro. Them fish tacos like that, dog. I ain't gonna lie.
Did you?
He brought back memories. He brought back memories, man. God damn.
Damn. There you go, Grumpy.
But yeah, man. So what's up with you, Crypto? What you doing, bro? Just chilling today too?
Just chilling, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So any news on the Dolphins or anything like that?
Good weekend.
So let me ask you a question.
Quiet weekend for the Dolphins too.
By the way, what's your thoughts on
Ramsey's going to be done? Ramsey going to probably be out of here on Monday.
Yeah.
Next week.
Oh, next week. Oh yeah, June 1st, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So they're saying Ramsey for Diggs. You believe that, Crypto, Shake, and Tonk? You guys believe that?
What's that now?
I don't know if I believe that.
Ramsey for Diggs from the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, they were saying that.
Y'all believe that?
No,
I don't believe it right now per se, but hey, it'll be a nice, interesting swap. But then would Diggs come here and give us the same issue when it comes to wanting to really be here or not?
So you think Dolphins are going to trade for him and not just release him for Ramsey?
I would rather just get the picks so we can use the picks and get somebody younger. I really don't want Diggs. I'd rather just.
I don't either.
Just give me the picks.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, Grumpy? I'll just get the
Yeah.
picks.
I agree. I'd rather get the picks than I don't want Diggs neither. So, but I mean, knowing the Dolphins, man. But
Okay. Hey, by the way, shout out. I just got a text message from my homeboy, CBA3, and he's bringing up a good question, and it says Tyreek on Twitter. He saw a post that says Tyreek is coming back, circling around his 2,000-yard narrative. What do you guys think of that? What do you think of him talking about 2,000 yards?
man,
Is he putting the
There you
apple?
go.
Look, I think that's more for the name. Everybody says it's all about the name on the front, not the name in the back. Those 2,000 yards isn't about the name in the front; it's about for the name in the back.
right.
Obviously, that's if he gets 2,000 receiving yards, that's building a case for him to get into the Hall of Fame. So, I mean,
Yeah.
listen, if he gets 2,000 yards and we win, I have no issue. But if he gets 2,000 yards
Yeah, we do it.
and
While
we're
we're winning, yeah.
picking top 10 in the draft, then yeah, that's where the issue lies.
Right. I agree.
Yeah.
So I have no issue with see, I remember this is one of the reasons I like Jalen Waddle. I remember Jalen Waddle's Andres Negron, dímelo mi hermano. Look, I remember Jalen Waddle. One of my favorite interviews. This is why I like him so much. As far as his mentality, he needs to work on his not jumping in the air to fucking catch a ball. But that's neither here nor there. One of my favorite interviews with him is when he broke the reception. By the way, he did it in 17 games, not 18. I mean 16, not 17 games because remember he had COVID, so he missed the game. Anyway, let me get back to what I was saying. So he broke the reception record for the rookie. And the reporters asked him, "Hey, you broke the reception record. What do you think?" He goes, "I don't. We lost today." So
I thought he said he was going to go to. I thought he said he was going to go to Disney World.
No, he said he lost today. So he said that record meant nothing to him.
Yeah.
And you can tell he was genuinely depressed. You know what I'm saying? Like, right. It would have meant something to me if we would have won that game, but we didn't win that game. So yeah, that most reception, he goes, that's not, that means nothing to him because we lost.
Yep.
And listen, I want to bring up a fun fact. Dan Marino had 48 touchdowns, lost in the Super Bowl against San Francisco. Fast forward to 2007, Tom Brady broke that record with 50 touchdowns and lost to the Giants. And then fast forward, Peyton Manning goes to Denver, gets 55 touchdowns and loses to the Legion of Boom in the Super Bowl. So I guarantee you all three quarterbacks would rather have that Super Bowl record than the touchdown record.
Oh, that's a fact. That's a fact. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
what's up, Mr. Polk?
If it don't come with the ring, it don't mean a thing. Just like the look at the fucking Mr. Polk. I'm gonna give it to you the floor in a second, but look at the Golden State Warriors. They had the best regular NBA season, but they didn't win the championship. So, you know what I mean? It's all about, that chip at the end of the day. That's what we play for. Not for the stats. But go ahead. What's up, Mr. Polk? Mr. Al Bundy? 4 touchdowns in one game. See, that's the thing about Al Bundy. Not only did he get 4 touchdowns in one game, but he won the national championship too. The high school, he won the state championship. So
And he's tied for greatest shoe salesman.
yeah. So see, those accomplishments come with wins.
Well, hey, let's bring him on the team. But good afternoon, Shake. It's always good to see my brother Crypto,
Good same here.
Yep.
Talk 7, Grumpy, Grumpy up in here. What's up, Grumpy?
Hey, what up, my boy? What's going on?
Hey, you tell me, man. You tell me. Uh, now, Talk. You know what I'm about to ask you.
Oh, what?
You know what I'm getting ready to ask you.
Oh.
Right.
What
High
solid
bar,
conditioner?
there you go.
It's the best conditioner that I've ever used, and it's plastic free.
Okay.
Plastic
It's
free.
solid.
Plastic.
It's solid conditioner.
Hey,
Like I
by the
said,
way, so you know
Just
all
add
my
water
conditioners.
or break it up into a powder.
No,
My
it comes.
conditioners,
It's like a bar. It comes. It's like a bar, and it has a certain shape to it, so it's easy to rub on your scalp. But
Okay.
it lasts long. Like it lasts longer for me. I don't have long hair, but it's the best shit. Like I started using it because I was trying to go plastic free, but I kept using it because of how good it is.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Tom,
Right.
does it work for bald people, Tom?
Hey,
Because
by
I'm
the
bald.
way, my conditioner,
Well, you probably
my
have hair in
conditioner
other
is free
areas of your
plastic.
body. Try that.
You hear me? Count 7?
Well, y'all starting up early.
My conditioner is free plastic. It comes with a free plastic bottle that you could use for other things. You could use it for if you want as a water bottle.
Mm.
You could use it to hide your liquor. It has
Yeah.
multiple uses.
Oh, okay.
Actually, that's a good way to use it. You know, if you want to hide your liquor, just put it in your shampoo bottle, and no one will be the wiser.
Yeah, it tastes really good when you do that too.
Hell yeah!
Yeah.
It cleans your insides too.
Now y'all see what y'all doing to Talk, man. Y'all corrupting Talk. Leave that young man alone. Let him do his thing. Nah, but I'm I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm glad Tunk is up on green product because, like I said, I'm old school and I'm very interested in green products, and I'm doing my little research and what have you. But what y'all talking about as far as Dolphins go? Besides Al Bundy trying to be our new quarterback.
Ronnie N, what's going on?
Talking about the Ramsey trade, Mr. Paul, but potential trade
Oh,
with Dallas.
that
Do you
should be coming
think?
up next month, right?
Yeah, Monday.
Yeah,
Okay.
basically another week. Yeah,
So you
one more
think
week.
that's what's going to happen? That's the most likely event is that he gets traded to Dallas?
Because I think if we keep him, I don't think he's going to be what's that, a happy camper.
Oh, actually,
So
listen. If we're all here throwing out wish trades and whatever, my wish trade, and I don't mind doing this. We'll give them Ramsey and a 3rd round pick for Kyle Pitts, or 4th round. I'll say 4th round for Kyle Pitts and Ramsey. And
man,
in return we get we'll get a Kyle Pitts and maybe a 6th or 7th.
man, you talking about a solid tight end room? If that happens,
Well,
oh my goodness.
right now Kyle Pitts his numbers is down, so you know what I'm saying.
Okay, my bad.
So he's not really, you know what I'm saying. He hasn't really proved anything, but he's somebody worth taking a flyer on.
Well, Shake, you think maybe because we've seen this many times before with different players. You think maybe he's on the team he's not fitted for? Maybe he needs to, like come to Miami or maybe another team that he could fit in and blow up.
Yeah, I like Kyle Pitts, man. Kyle Pitts,
Me too.
he's
Somebody
one
who they
of those
thought we
guys
should
who
have
could line up
drafted.
on the boundary. He could line up in the middle. He could line up in the slot.
Remember that was where everybody wanted to draft. You know,
Raphael
everybody's like,
Courtwright,
"Oh, let's
that's
get him."
my listen. I understand you'll pass on. Listen, Raphael Courtwright passes on Kyle Pitts, but this is. Can I dream for a little bit, please? Damn, I can't even dream anymore.
Oh my goodness.
Can't do it, Shake. It's
What's
not
up,
dreaming
Raph?
is not allowed.
Damn it, man.
Dreaming is not allowed, Shake. You know this. You know that,
Shakes
Shake.
out like, man,
Dreaming
can
is
I
not
hey,
allowed.
hey, Crypto Shakes out like, man, can I get a
love you.
break here, bro?
I love you, Raph.
Right.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
Raphael, he's cool, man. Me and him throughout from morning to
Damn.
night, we be traveling YouTube
Only wet dreams.
podcasts. So, so what's up, Raphael? What's going on, my brother?
Raphael Courtwright's a legend.
Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, man. One thing about Raphael Courtwright, he doesn't appear on panels much, but when I ask him to do a show, he always gives me. You know, he did a show of In the Blender, which I recommend you watch that. He talked about his times in the Marines. It was one of my favorite shows to make, and he also did an episode of Insomnia with me and Crypto. So another great show. This year I want to do a show with we're still gonna do our veterans, our salute to veterans. We're gonna do Bryson. I got his number, so he's gonna come up, Bryson, and we're gonna get Big Nick as well to represent the Army.
oh shit, that would be cool, man. That would be cool.
Yeah.
You mean Bryson was gonna do the Air Force, or like Ali, him or Ali? I think they were Air Force. Navy was gonna be by Big Nick, and the Army was gonna be Nene.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
Oh,
Big Nick is my bad. Yeah, Big Nick is the Navy. My bad.
oh man, that's gonna be a show. That'll be awesome right there.
Yep.
But I'm glad y'all got Nene involved. Yeah, that's very good.
Yeah.
Yep. For sure. Yeah.
We already got we already got the Navy, Army, and the Air Force in building, but I wanted to do. I didn't want to have them include. I want to do outside. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, because Crypto could have easily done that. He could speak for the Army and the Navy, but
right. Get all in one.
Hey, I got a stat. I got an interesting stat for y'all. So I didn't go into the military. I wasn't in the military.
Coming hard, the chair force. Goddamn.
Yeah. He just upgraded to Sergeant Recliner.
Hey, by the way, check out the Paris Love interview I did in the Blender last Saturday. I tell you, it's one of my favorite episodes. It was an awesome episode to record. Mr. Polk was actually made a cameo on that interview. I appreciate you, Mr. Polk.
Hey, I appreciate you inviting me, Strake. Like I said again, we appreciate everything that you do for this community.
For sure, appreciate that,
man.
Hell yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Yes, sir.
Can we please do something about the quarterback situation, Shake?
Yeah.
Well, you're not a Tuanier?
What's that? No, I couldn't hear you, Tom.
What'd you say about the quarterback? I thought y'all talking about the Dolphins?
No, I said the quarterback situation.
Yeah.
We don't know who's who with our quarterbacks.
Oh, you don't think Tua's our starter?
Oh no, Tua's going to be our starting quarterback, but I'm saying we don't know if he's going to be able to hold out injury wise.
Oh yeah, me and Shake and I got a bet on that. And it sounds like dude, we don't even talk about that bet, but people bring up like the topic of the bet all the time.
Listen, I speak,
about him. What about him playing the whole season?
Yeah, or if he gets benched.
Here's my thing.
Oh, if he gets benched. Oh, okay, got you.
He's our starting quarterback.
Listen, Crazy Dolphin. And there's no secret that me and Crypto, we have private conversations on the phone. And I remember one time we were having a private conversation. We were talking about the Dolphins, and the one thing he said made sense. He said, "Listen, we need to send a 5th round big pick to the Eagles and get the rights to Devontae Parker back, so when he unretires, he could just come right and just come plug and play."
Well, that's
I'm
cap.
for that. I'm
That
for
must
that.
have been somebody
Like I
That
that
didn't
we
happen.
can.
and throwing
Are you
Al
saying
Bundy
like
somebody.
back to that conversation?
a dynamic duel. Al Bundy and Devontae
I must
Parker.
have been drugged up or something. No, go ahead, Mr. Pope. Go ahead, Mr. Pope.
No. I was just joking around myself. I said what I was saying. I'm for that. And throw in Al Bundy and Devontae Parker. What a dynamic duel since Batman and Robin.
He said Al Bundy.
Yeah, see, y'all got me talking crazy up here too.
Yeah,
Catch me.
Mr. Puck, you bring up a good point. What's up, Nene? You bring up a good point. We have we'll have Devontae Parker for the 50-50 balls, right? The deep shots, and then we'll have Al Bundy for the tush push.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Al Bundy
Now,
for the tip.
no, but what I was saying is that Tua right now is our QB1, regardless of what's going on with Tua. I support him, and I support our other 2 quarterbacks. What I want is one of these quarterbacks to stand up and do if possible, stand up, do your thing, and help us get to the that big reward. And we know what that is. That's all I want. I support whoever wear the Dolphin uniform. Period.
Yeah. Even if it's
Yeah, Al Bundy.
Bundy. There you go.
Yeah.
Remember Scott CQ's, Mr. Pope?
Scott CQ.
He's Marino's 3rd string backup after Scott Mitchell.
Nah, I mean,
Yeah. I even had faith in that guy.
what?
Yeah. I had big time faith in Scott. All the
Yeah.
Scotts.
Well, like I say, we all want to make it. Like I said, we got like old schools like myself. We want to make it to the Super Bowl, soon. And then you got the younger generation that want to see us go to the Super Bowl as well. So, thing is, we just gotta be patient. That's what we gotta do. Just gotta be patient.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, I think the Shake, remember that episode we did with did we get a chance to do the other conference with the records and stuff? You there, Shake?
Yeah, usually if I'm off camera, that means I had to do something. What's up? What are you saying?
No, I say, you remember when we did the records for the teams, the predictions? Did we get a chance to go through the other side, the other conference?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, that reminds me. The next episode of Insomnia, we're gonna revisit that.
Okay.
And then to keep better track of it, I'm gonna keep. So you know how we do like where is it? Like banners. So you're gonna see Crypt. I'm gonna put your initials, right? and CD, which is Crypto Dolphin, and then we'll put the 4 teams in order. That way, so it's gonna stay there. That way, I don't have to backtrack and look it up stuff. But I am gonna look it up, and I gotta write it down, which is easy. It's easy to do because what I do is I listen to it while I play video games, and when the segment comes on, I'll just what I'm saying.
What video games you play, Shake?
Mostly Grand Theft, either Grand Theft Auto. I play 3: Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead Redemption, or Mafia.
What system?
PS5. See?
Is Grand Theft Auto cross-platform?
Yeah, it's on the 4 and it's on the 3, 4, and 5.
No, I meant Xbox.
It's on the Xbox. At least the 5 is.
Yeah, but I'm saying if I play.
No. Just I know Madden is cross-platform, but not. I don't think Grand Theft Auto is.
Halo might go to PS.
Yeah, Red Dead 2 is one of the best games ever made. You could spend hours on that shit, man, and it's like that's another game. I listen to video game. I listen to podcasts while I do that.
The only long games I can play are Resident Evil.
I can't play Resident Evil. I don't like zombie games for some reason.
I hate zombie movies. Some of them's all right, but man, it's all the same, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They just have different twists.
Brains.
Zombie games I don't mind, but the movies I'm just Living
like
Dead
movies.
is like crazy.
The only zombie movie I'm looking forward to is 28 Years Later.
The only vampire movie I like, kind of like vampire movies. The only vampire movie I like is Blade.
Yeah.
You I got a trivia question. Shake, I got a trivia question.
Okay.
How do you kill a zombie?
Oh yeah, make them bring them back to life, right?
Yeah. Bring them back to life. That's how you kill a zombie.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought it was make his head explode.
No, you just got to bring him back to life, and he no longer be a zombie.
Damn.
Hey, Crypto, remember, Crypto, what they said. You fuck around with this, it gets messy.
So what do you do? What do you do? Stab him with what do you do? Stab him with a life straw?
Yeah, exactly. You get a life straw, get one of them life straws. Get some alkaline water. Get some alkaline water to speed up the process.
Hey, I'll tell you right now, those things have saved my life. So.
Yep. Them life straws. Boy, I tell you, I got 2 of them in the crib and a Grail filter too. Yep.
I wrote on it. Zombie Nightmare.
Yeah. Hey, Grumpy. Hey.
Yo.
Hey, tonight, before you go to bed, make sure you turn off the lights.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Crypto. I slept with all the lights were on in the house, bro, and I was watching every move. I couldn't even close my eyes, bro.
Think about it like this. I was in middle school playing Resident Evil 1 by myself at night at my dad's house with all the lights off, and that was a scary ass game to play because of how just when you would open doors or go through hallways and stuff. It was super scary and but I don't know. I used to be super scared of scary movies and stuff, but then I just kind of snapped. I don't know. All of a sudden, I was just okay with them. I think Resident Evil is what made me a fan of scary movies because that game was scary, but I liked the game itself, the strategy of it, and all that.
Hey, by the way, you know you guys heard of the movie The Twilight series?
What?
Twilight. With
Twilight.
The vampires.
Yeah, vampires versus werewolves.
Is that Is that your second favorite vampire movie?
No, listen.
My favorite movie is a vampire movie. Tom, Envy with the Vampire.
It could have been my second favorite movie if they would have listen. If they would have put they missed the boat. If they would have made it, if this would have been the ending, it would have been.
Huh, huh.
See, now
Mm.
they missed the mark. I think this
he's,
should have been
he's,
the
he's
this
just
how
standing
Fanatics
there,
should have ended.
ready to smoke that fool. He's like, I dare you to turn her. He's like, I dare you to try and turn her and watch what happens to you.
That's crazy, man.
I
No.
think this. I think. I wish this would have been the ending to Twilight, but you know,
Right.
maybe then it would have been my
Fuck you,
second.
Wesley Snipes is ready to fuck it.
No, that was the vampire. That was the vampire who bit his mom.
Oh, that shit is crazy.
I don't know. I don't care too much for Underworld as much, but I'm an originalist. Bram Stoker's Dracula, freaking interviewed the vampire.
What about Underworld? Underworld was pretty good.
Underworld's the first two were good. The rest
No.
of them were kind of just cheesy.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Underworld was pretty good. They had
So-
what kind of weapon they was using? They were using a different kind of weapon to kill them or to shoot them. Well, I guess it was silver inside of
well,
those.
they had silver, and then they
things.
had UV bullets.
The UV bullets. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. UV.
Yeah,
I was like,
it had-
damn, they're using a
yeah.
different type of bullet. That's
Actually, but
crazy.
even though it was a little boring at times, Rise of the Lycans wasn't too bad because it was a prequel.
Yeah, but
It was
most
one of the
them,
first
I
movies
could
where
still go to
like the
sleep after a
character
vampire movie.
was in the prequel and the sequel. The werewolf dude, he was in that one. It was one of the few movies I've seen a character do that.
I know y'all ever watched a Netflix series called The Originals, where it was a werewolf, witches, and vampires all
I think
going
I
at each
started
other.
to watch it.
It's called. It's nice. Yeah, it's like a couple of seasons long, like 3 seasons. It's called The Originals. It's real nice. Once you get going on that first series, you can't stop watching. You have to binge watch it. You literally have to watch like 10 episodes in a row because it's that good. It's that good. Yeah. You can't just stop watching it after you get going. And it always starts out in that same part of the country. It's like New Orleans, the South, the bayous. Well, I guess because there's a lot of superstition down, and a lot of people who practice that stuff down there.
Oh, you
So
talking about
the bayous, yeah.
yeah,
Well, they got werewolves and vampire stories and stuff, especially vampire stories.
In fact, they use another word for werewolf. What is it? Good grief.
You said he used another word for werewolves?
Yeah, down in Louisiana.
Lycan.
No, not that one. I think of it a little bit.
You know that the King of
Are they
England is
called-
related to the real Count Dooku? Or no, Count Dracula?
The
King
the
of
new
England,
king.
King George, is related to the
Yeah.
person that they said was Dracula.
Mm. Related to him, huh?
Yeah. Well,
Well, that would be his great grandfather or
right,
something
right.
like that.
Yeah, right. It's like
Mhm.
it's not like a direct descendant. I don't know how much of a direct descendant he is, like if it's exactly his great grandfather or something like that, but I know he's related to him.
I wouldn't doubt it. Transylvania, you know.
You know what show is good on Netflix? Terminator Zero.
I never seen that.
Oh man, it's fucking
Ooh.
badass. It's
Terminator
the
Zero.
only anime I do not like anime at all, but that show is fucking badass.
Actually, I'm the same way with you. I don't like anime, but my one of my favorite animes I watch all day, every day is it's called Trigun.
It's just not like so much of like the super explosion kind of anime with a lot of flashing lights all the time and stuff. That I don't like that. This is more like it seems like someone in the United States made anime.
Have you ever seen the show Trigun?
No.
You don't watch both?
Funny.
You don't watch the
Terminator
anime
Zero
both
is
one?
fucking sick. I've watched it 3 times.
I don't like vampire cartoons.
No, it's a.
I rather just like a movie or a TV series. I don't know. I guess I can't get into that type of a cartoon. I mean, I like Transformers and all that other stuff, like the original stuff, the original anime, like Voltron.
I've been going back and watching the old Spider-Man show from the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
That shit's dope.
You talking about the TV show, the Spider-Man show?
Yeah, just the one just says Spider-Man. From like
Mhm.
92 to like 96 or something like that.
Oh, that's the name of it. Luke Guru. That's the name. Another name for werewolf. Luke Guru. Something like Luke Guru.
Huh.
Yeah, but they were werewolves, vampires, and witches. And the vampires had to fight the witches off. It was kind of like rock, paper, scissors. No one could defeat the other two.
By the way, shout out to Marino's goat.
It was
in the
rock,
building,
paper,
man.
scissors.
Marino's goat, man. Hey, shout out to Marino's goat. Hey, he's finna get back off the respirator. I am happy that he has made a full recovery. He almost died. Marino's goat, and
Marino's goat almost passed away.
yeah, he vomited and his lungs collapsed. So
Ooh.
he had to go to the hospital. He's on a respirator and he's almost made a full recovery. So shout out
That's
to you,
good.
Marino's goat, man.
Yeah, man. Shout out to you, man. Speedy recovery, because
Marino's
we
go
just
like
lost
about-
one 2 weeks ago with Tyler Brutal.
Mm-hmm.
In
Shout out
fact,
to
that's
man.
what happened to Fred too. Fred had his lungs collapse, but I guess he's doing better too.
You said Fred?
Yeah, Fred had he was in the hospital with because one of his lungs collapsed. So I hope he's doing better. Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to Fred.
Yeah.
Good speedy recovery.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Crypto, talking, Mr. Polk. Hey, Shake, I'm gonna have to take out, bro. We're gonna jump in the pool. Everybody's here, man. They're waiting for me, man. But
All right,
it was
man.
nice. It was. Hey, thank you for having me up here. It was nice
Hey, for
talking to
sure.
all you guys, man. And have a safe Memorial Day.
Love, man. Much love to you,
Yeah,
man.
Grumpy.
And nothing but love for all you guys, man. Appreciate you guys.
Have a good one,
Hey,
Grumpy.
don't worry, Grumpy. Be good, man. I got some spare lights, man, in case you burn out your lights.
Hey, nothing but love, Crypto. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, Grumpy.
Oh man, shout out to Grumpy.
Yeah.
By the way,
Yep.
those Reese's peanut butter and jelly cups are pretty good. I just had them.
Oh, you tried one already?
Yeah, and now I'm eating the Reese's peanut butter pie.
Peanut butter pie?
Yeah, little Reese's cups like this.
Oh, okay.
Okay. What is that drink that you said that tastes like peanut butter and jelly? What's the name of that shake?
Huh? Oh, that's Screwball. It's a peanut butter whiskey. Screwball. You could eat either Screwball. I like Old Smoky the best. Old Smoky and cranberry juice.
And it gives you that peanut butter jelly flavor taste.
Yeah, peanut butter and jelly. Yeah.
So it's called Screwball and with peanut butter whiskey and just add.
It has a sheep. Has a big sheep on it.
How many parts of cranberry should I be adding to it?
One and one. In a shot glass. Don't do it in it's made for a shot glass. Let me emphasize that.
So I mix one shot of cranberry and one shot of
Yeah,
Good whiskey.
half a shot of cranberry, half a shot of Put it so you get a shot glass, big or small, doesn't matter. Shot glass, 1 part peanut butter, 1 part cranberry, or if you if you really want to spice things up, you do 1 part. Get a shot glass, whatever size. 1 part screwball and 1 part Chambord, which is a raspberry liqueur.
Okay.
And then that's called a peanut butter and jelly shot.
Raspberry liqueur.
It's called Chambord. It comes in a nice little round bottle. You'll know it when you see it.
Chambord.
Yeah, and it looks like a crown.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Chambord.
Oh.
Or just ask for raspberry liqueur, but that's the those are the 2 more popular brands, Screwball and Chambord. So more stores, more liquor stores are bound to carry those 2.
Yeah, my liquor store up here probably definitely. That's a pretty good size.
Hey, Mr. Polk.
Yes, sir.
Was that you that asked me about brushing your teeth with baking soda?
No, what I was
Or was
asking
that
is,
Big Nick?
no, I was asking about toothpaste that have baking soda in it, because when I was coming,
Okay.
yeah, years ago,
Yeah,
I
it
was,
did, Mr. Pope.
what happened, Crypto?
You're right. You did. I remember buying toothpaste like that. It's Arm & Hammer.
They still
Right,
do. They still make that. They still make
Oh,
that, I
Yeah.
believe.
okay. I stopped.
Arm & Hammer. Yep.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
thought, never mind it, because I thought you just said just using, because I see my grandpa before just use straight up baking soda. I'm like, man, that's got to be harsh as fuck.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I had family members, a couple generations back. They used to do the same thing. Then
I
just like
guess maybe if you like water it down or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I know some people that didn't. I mean, they just what I've seen some family members do when I was a little kid coming up. They had the box of baking soda. They wet the toothbrush, and then they dip it in the box, put some with the baking soda on, and they just start brushing their teeth.
Yeah,
That's it.
because I looked at because I keep baking soda in my fridge and my freezer because for
Yeah,
freshness
keep
and
the
stuff.
odor down, right?
And I looked at the bottom of it and it says it's made with 100% renewable energy. So I was like, oh shit, Mr. Polk, you're using green toothpaste just like me.
Hey,
Yeah,
by the way, I
Yeah.
want to answer this. I want to answer
What's
this
up,
question. I
Joe?
think one of the reasons why they don't do grape juice
I thought
is
I said.
because when you go to a liquor store, they only you only see like 3 type. They only carry a small amount of juices in liquor stores, which is orange juice for and cranberry
Yeah,
and
which is
grapefruit. So
crazy.
they don't carry pineapple juice too is another one they carry. But yeah, they don't carry a lot of juices in liquor stores. I'm sure, and of course everybody knows in other states you don't they keep the liquor stores. I here in Florida too. They keep the liquor stores separate from the grocery stores. So
Yes.
yeah, yeah. Because if you come down here to like when Dixie's down here in Manhattan,
You could go to a Publix liquor store and get both, but it's very rare that you will see a grocery store and a liquor store together. But go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Paul.
here in Washington they do. You can buy liquor. You could buy liquor in the grocery store.
Oh damn. Yeah, what's funny is they try to do that in
Yeah.
Florida. They try to do that in Florida, but it got voted down.
It's in its own section. They'll put it in its own section in the side of the store.
Yeah, right. It's not
well,
like
that's
right
what
next to the baby powder or something like that.
right. That's what Publix did. Publix had
Yeah, they have
if
their own room. Yeah.
right, exactly. Like they had like Publix had their own section where they had where they kept the liquor. Now when Dixie or what's well they used to call it Piggly Wiggly also. When Dixie's down here have it
Mhm.
separate. you have Winn-Dixie, then right next door is the Winn-Dixie liquor store.
Mhm.
What's going on, Joe Wrist? I like the other avatar better, but that's pretty cool.
What's up,
Yeah.
But
Joe?
I don't understand. What was
What's
his
up,
question? What do you mean not carry? Like what? Like you mean just as a mixer?
No, we're talking about why not just use grape juice instead of cranberry juice for the peanut butter and jelly.
Right, to give it that true peanut butter jelly, because mostly it was grape jam or grape jelly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As a kid, that was
I
either
buy
the main flavor.
strawberry preservatives.
I
This is the
like
best.
strawberry preservative
Talk
and
stepping
apple.
on my toes,
Apple is my
man.
favorite.
Same here. I eat preserves now. Instead of jelly, I eat preserves. My favorite
Yeah,
is
that's
apricot preserve.
right. Apricot preserve. Ooh, that's so good.
Yeah.
With the Jiffy peanut butter crunch.
Oh man.
I see the thing
Yes.
I hate about Jif peanut butter. Don't get me wrong. I love crunchy peanut butter. The only thing I hate about it is it rips the shit out of your bread.
It does.
Yeah.
I just gotta
Yeah.
heat it up a little bit.
Right
Shake
about
that.
that
I know
part.
the little trick. Stick it in the microwave for like 10 seconds,
Uh-huh.
and I mean, you get more smoothie texture out of it
Yeah.
because it's more like it's almost melted, and then it goes over the bread a lot easier if you melt it a little bit. Just stick it in the microwave for 10 seconds.
Damn dog. Well, hey, man. Listen, man. I have a question. What did you do to this guy, man? Why is he saying this?
I don't know who that is.
Oh,
What's up, Lou?
he's just clowning.
Damn.
Hey, Shake, do you see the
I don't know.
I put in the chat earlier? It's got like a chocolate cake shot. You ever had that?
No, what is that?
So it's half hazelnut liquor and half absolute citron. And,
nice.
And then so you mix that, you take that, and then you bite into a sugar-coated lemon. So the hazelnut and the lemon trick your tongue into thinking, and the sugar trick your tongue into thinking it's tastes like chocolate, like a chocolate cake.
Oh shit.
And you bite into with a lemon.
Yeah, sugar-coated lemon.
Okay, you coat the sugar with the lemon with sugar, and then
Yeah.
what's the hazelnut? Hazelnut what?
Hazelnut. It's frangelico. It's like a hazelnut liqueur.
Yeah, that's the most popular
Oh.
one. But there's
Hey.
there's a few.
That's an
just like
interesting trick. I gotta try that one.
Chambord is
I got
the
a
most
really good
popular,
mix
party
today.
trick.
Huh?
Y'all gonna like my mix today. I got 1 part apple juice and
Mhm.
3 parts water.
Damn, dude, you're watering down your apple juice.
Hey,
Yeah,
basically,
mine's is listen.
there you go.
I'm doing an
Yeah, it's just got a
international.
lot of
Listen,
sugar in
I'm
it.
doing an international. It's 1 part H2O, 1 part agua, and the other part water. Third part water.
Oh my
I
God.
got one. I got Dasani, 2 parts Dasani, 1 part Aquafina, and 3 parts freaking Fuji.
I got 1 part Antarctica and 3 parts Arctic Ocean.
Yeah.
Doc, I'm
There you
surprised.
go. That must be a cold drink. It sounds like a cold drink.
Dude, I'm the only person in
powdered
all of
apple juice.
Washington that actually uses ice.
What do you mean it uses ice?
Like puts ice in their drink.
Oh, okay. With your drink. With your drink. Okay.
Like at
in
home.
alcohol.
Like at home.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I love ice.
Okay. Yeah, if you super cool it, it won't spoil your drink. It won't melt as fast.
Yeah, but I meant like out here, it's just so I'm growing up in Florida, ice is king down there.
Oh hell yeah.
So, it makes Florida easier to deal with having ice around. But here, you don't really need it the same. So the habits, like people don't have the same habits as Floridians because they don't have to deal with the heat as much. So like, because it's crazy because I'm like, yeah, it's just you don't need it here because it just never gets hot, really.
Well,
right.
I'm gonna tell y'all what. Last night when I got up around midnight, it was 81 degrees outside.
Damn.
At night. Yep.
It's be a hot summer.
Yeah, that's for real. Whoever said it's gonna be a hot summer, you're exactly right.
Oh man. Here's another. Hey, listen. Here's another drink. Creamsicle, equal parts Stoli, Absolute, and Absolute Vanilla. Hell yeah.
That would taste.
That sounds good.
That sound like it tastes good.
I love that creamsicle.
As a kid, I love the creamsicle ice creams.
Yeah, I gotta try
Those
that.
freeze
I
pops.
keep hearing people talk about
Hey,
creamsicle ice cream. I haven't tried it yet.
Raphael Courtright being
Yeah.
hey, listen, Raphael Courtright being a Mexican is offended by all this ice talk.
Oh,
Damn, Raphael.
You all right, Raphael? You all right?
You know those ice makers you put in the fridge that's shaped like a ball, like golf balls? You fill it up and throw it in there, and it's like
The
you
ice,
put the ice ball
like
in the
balls,
glass.
right?
Yeah, it shapes like a small golf ball, and you just throw the ball, one ice ball in there, and then it lasts a long time.
The reusable ice cubes.
they don't even put ice in their
Well,
bongs out here.
Yeah, the reusable ice cubes. Yeah, people use them too.
Now
You
I'm about
just
to ask you
just
a
refreeze
silly
it.
question. What shape of ice you think lasts longer in any drink?
Spherical.
Yes, yes,
I like
fear.
those pellets from.
I would say it's
You
spherical.
get those sometimes that it's like you get the good ice.
Pure. No, actually, or maybe purified water.
By the way, Michael K wants to know
Yeah,
when.
because
Hey,
the
listen,
impurities. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Michael K wants to know when the bridal shower is. He likes going to bridal showers because he knows there's gonna be a male stripper there. So
What are you
I don't
talking
know what it is.
What are you talking about? What is a bridal shower? What the fuck are you talking
Yeah,
about?
listen, all he could do, all he could think about is the male stripper that's gonna be there.
Boy, y'all need
Right.
No, he's trying to crash a wedding.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Oh,
gonna
that.
show up.
Yeah.
He's gonna
Hey,
show
listen,
up with a
if
bow
you're lucky,
tie
hey, listen, if you're lucky, Michael K,
and a
Yeah.
there's
speedo.
hey, listen, if you're lucky, Michael K, there'll be a midget male stripper because I know you like midgets.
Micro K.
Yeah.
What up? What up?
Oh my goodness, boy, y'all killing me
Hey,
up
real
here.
What's up,
quick, just wanted to
Bryson?
say
What's up,
what's
Bryson?
up, man. Just want to say Happy Memorial
Right.
Day to everyone. I just want to shout
Free
out,
meal drinks.
all the families that have been affected by losing a loved one.
Yeah, for sure.
When I say this, like I legitimately mean it. We really do stand on the shoulders of giants. I haven't known anyone personally that I served with that passed away in the active service. I do know people that did die in the service for other reasons. And I want to recognize those guys too. Actually, I had a really good friend that just passed away last week on his motorcycle. He was actively serving. He's been to combat, and I know he didn't die in service, like actively serving, but that still was a bad motherfucker. And
Right.
I just want to recognize that guy, Killian. He was there for me in a really tough point in my life, and I wouldn't be where I am if it wasn't for guys like that really, stood by me in my hard points. But sorry, I didn't mean to,
No, you good.
No,
man.
stop the
no, it's a
combo.
holiday.
I
It's
wanted
for
to say that because those guys, and girls too, really
Exactly.
did something that I can't even fathom. So I appreciate
Past,
right.
past and present. The women and the men in the past, and the ones that's in
Yeah,
the service now and want to get in the service. Hey, salute to them all.
yeah.
All right. Hey, by the way, Michael K, how about contributing to the segment? What manly drinks do you recommend? I don't care if you just name a bourbon or I don't care if it's a mixed drink or a bourbon. Just let me know
Michael K drinks his own urine.
what drinks do you recommend?
Miller Lite,
Thank you.
baby. That's what I recommend, baby.
Which one?
All
I
right.
like Miller Lite, baby.
Miller Lite.
That's
Yeah.
my go-to. No, I like all kinds of stuff. We've talked before, Shake. I'm a big wine drinker. I like a lot of red wine. Like my favorite
Okay.
go-to is the
Bullet or
Cabernet.
Buffalo Trace. Actually, Bullet Bourbon is I like Bullet Bourbon. I like the orange. I like the orange.
He drinks toilet wine.
I'm a
Bullet
Buffalo
Bourbon.
Trace guy. I
Buffalo
like
Trace.
Buffalo Trace.
Buffalo
But
Trace.
my go-to
I'm,
daily
I'm
drinker,
not so fond of that one, but yeah, go ahead.
I like the Woodford Reserve double oaked. I love the double oaked. It's
Apple
good,
Hennessy.
affordable bourbon. I like Hennessy too, actually.
Actually, I like Apple Christian Brothers. I don't listen. I don't.
Crown apple.
I don't condone mixing anything with your Hennessy.
Hey, I served with some brothers, bro, and they put me on that cognac, bro. That shit is good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right here. This is my go-to right here. Christian Brothers.
Hell yeah.
Right.
And it's what? It's this. This,
yeah.
what, this bottle is $11, man. $11 for this. Oh, it's good as hell too.
Yep.
I think Michael K drinks toilet wine.
I'm over here with a bong. I'm over here with a bong taller than motherfucking Tower of
What up,
Pisa.
Tonk? Yo,
What's up?
Tonk.
Oh, goodness.
You know what's
What's up?
funny? I was watching this show last night, and at one point, you know how people say they confuse us, right? So I was
Yeah.
listening. I wasn't watching because I was driving, right? And I said something on the panel, and for a split second, I
Maybe
actually
hating
thought
me,
it
too.
was you, and then Cap addressed me as Bryson, obviously. And I was like, whoa, that's wild, dude. Like, I didn't even recognize my own voice. I thought it was you.
Nah, but
Right.
y'all do sound similar to each other. Cause
Kind of like
I have
Steve and
your voices. Yeah.
Robert.
Tonk, you
Whose
probably
fault is
don't,
that?
and you shouldn't, but I take it as a compliment.
Whose fault is it? The one who was born first or one who was born second? I was born in '86, so
Yeah. You're older than me. It's probably I had to follow suit.
so it's your fault.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's how
It's all
Shaking
good. It's
Alex
all
was.
good. We forgive you, Bryson.
I remember Shaking Alex had the same thing with them two at one point. Nobody could tell Shaking Alex apart.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Dude,
Like, damn, Louis.
They do listen.
It's like looking at a picture of Cap and Tony Romo. You can't tell them apart.
Yeah.
Dude, that what I'll never forget. I used to listen to the replays of the Finn's tailgate back in the day, and it was a Thursday night show. Color used to when Color used to do Thursday night shows. It was a Thursday night show that Color did. And I'll never forget. I was watching the replay. TD made a special appearance, and Alex was ripping him. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, why don't this and that? And right, TD goes, wait a minute, is that Shake Money? Because he was like surprised that he was making those kind of takes. I'm like, is that Shake Money? He's like, no, that's Alex. I was like, damn, dog, you just broke my heart, dog. You just killed me. I don't know what I didn't want to do nothing for the rest of the day. That's when I realized I needed to own it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
But that shit was funny. He goes, he was like surprised. He goes, is that Shake Money? He's like, no, that's Alex. That's not Shake. I'm like, oh, you like? I'm like, God damn it, man.
Hey,
You know, this bong I got has, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It has 10 pieces.
Damn.
Well, 12 pieces actually.
Damn, look at this. There's a titty bar outside of Buffalo that you could buy a Pappy Van Winkle from anywhere from $15 to $250. Damn.
What's that? Were they spank you in the ass after someone takes a shot?
What's Michael K doing at the titty bar?
Listen, for $250 a shot, yeah, they gotta do something.
It better come with a massage.
But damn, that's crazy, Pappy. Listen, if I'm doing shots for $250, I'm doing Louis the 13 shots. That's my if I'm gonna spend money on any kind of liquor, it's gonna be Louis the 13.
I would be down. So
a bottle of Louis the 13th costs you $2,500.
I think the bottle of what bottle was it? It is. It was. Damn it! It doesn't say it on there.
Louis the 13th.
It was
bottle is like
super
$1,000.
expensive tequila. Was it? It was the tequila. It came in like a tall orange bottle.
Uh-huh.
It was like $250 or something like that. It was tequila. I forgot what brand it was, but I bought it for Riff Raff. When we were running a show that he was a headliner, and he's like, "Oh, I'm not. I was the one that bought the bottle, so I had it with me." And he's like, "I'm not getting out of my tour bus until I have that bottle." So I showed up with it. But that shit was expensive. I forgot what brand it was, and I don't even like tequila, so I didn't even hit it. That shit
Shake,
makes
I think
me
you're
sick.
muted. Can you guys hear Shake?
He's
No,
not talking.
I can't hear.
I see his mouth moving.
He's chewing.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Disregard.
Shake, we can't hear you.
Oh, there he goes. Yeah, I was saying.
Oh,
that,
you were talking? Oh shit, my bad, Bryson.
My bad. No, my bad. I gotta remember to turn the mic on. Louis the 13th is 3,500. The bottle alone is like $1,000 because it's made with crystal.
Oh, okay.
And by the way, the 1492 is the
That
Don Julio.
that was it. Yeah,
It's by Don Julio.
1492.
Don Julio.
I think I made a Christopher Columbus joke when I bought it. I was like, man, I just paid this shit, and I'm not even gonna fucking drink on it.
Back in the day, it's different now, but back in the day, Louis the 13th was aged for 50 years.
You can invest in liquor now. There's a company that you can invest in liquor, like going into barrels. Like I think you can invest in like the barrels or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
There's all sorts of like. I just invested in I invested in this alternative energy. It's a store. It's like a battery. It's like these cylinder kind of batteries that you can store in the ground. And I invested in this like
the makers of it, or you talking about just the product?
Yeah.
El Cap. Hold on real quick. El Cap, if you're still listening, can you please be as kind enough to pin the link to the top of the chat, please, and thank you. If you're still listening,
I'll show it on my next episode. Actually, that's a good segment to have, because I'm still waiting for the money to actually get cleared. Because it's like going through all these, like I've been looking at it online, and it says it's going through all the completion
red tape.
not too long.
But yeah,
right now, yeah. Ciroc is now made from grapes. Grey Goose Ciroc is made with grapes now.
It is.
If you don't give a fuck, put your middle finger up.
Thank you, El Capitan. Appreciate you.
Shake, if you had to choose one, would it be SoCo and 7-Up or Jaeger bombs?
SoCo and 7-Up.
I think I already asked you that.
Jaeger bomb.
Yes.
Wait a minute. What is the Jaeger bomb?
It's, well, the original way to do it is you have Jägermeister in a shot glass and you take an energy drink, pour it into a cup, and then drop the shot in there and drink them at the same time. That's the only time I actually really enjoy drinking, because it's like it makes it more of a upper for me than I think like the energy drink help. I don't know. It makes me feel not as drunk.
By the way, fun fact, tequila is the only spirit that's an upper. Everything else is downers.
Oh, that's crazy. Tequila and Parrot Bay are like the only two I can't drink out. Well, some bourbon I can't really drink. Like if it's like heavy, thick, like dark bourbon, I can't drink that either. Even though I
Bro,
like.
you know what's crazy? I can't drink vodka. Like if I have one, and like I'm a heavy drinker, right? Like I can drink pretty much anything, but if I drink vodka, it makes me want to puke.
Yeah.
That's probably why vodka is heavily mixed with a lot of stuff.
Well, I
It's
think
one
it's
of the
just
most
when I
heavily
was
mixed
young, I
drinks.
drank
I
like
don't see a lot of
a
people
whole
taking
bottle of
shots of
Tito's
vodka.
and
Yeah.
puked for like 8 hours straight.
Right.
Yeah.
They
It's
mix,
gotta
they
be
mix,
mixed.
they mix vodka with pretty much everything. I would say it's the most mixed to drink of all.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so angry. It's got to be calmed down.
Yeah.
It's like,
El Cap says vodka makes him dance.
witness.
There you go.
My tongue swells up when I drink tequila. I start sweating. That could be like my first drink of the night. If it's a shot of tequila, it makes me start sweating profusely.
You ever heard that joke where the guy goes
all
to
those
lady?
potatoes.
This guy goes up to a lady, all right, and says, "Hey, ma'am, can I buy you? Hey, lady, hey, girl, can I buy you a drink?" She goes, "No, vodka is bad for my legs." She goes, "No, do they make your legs swell?" She goes, "No, it makes them open."
My goodness.
That's good.
No vodka.
Michael K's favorite drink is a roofie.
Jeez.
Is a Cosby?
Cosmopolitan.
Yeah.
He probably drinks a lot of Badulas.
Yo, you know what's crazy? Actually, I have a close family friend that he is a big lawyer, personal injury lawyer back in South Florida, right? And he actually sued Bill Cosby one time for one of those cases that he had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's actually one of the things I'm gonna try to. I don't know if I should. Yeah, it's okay to tell this story because I don't want someone to take my idea. But oh well. As soon as like probably maybe in the next couple of years when my band gets a little bigger and we have like headliners, there's this venue I want to play at that I'm gonna try to do a straw initiative. We talked about this before because we were talking because Color kept asking about cardboard straws, and I think that was the stupidest thing in history. But he brought up another point that in some bars and stuff they use straws so that way you know if that drink is alcoholic or not, or something like that. So I was thinking about initiating something where like if you want to use the straw, you could buy one for $0.25, a reusable one, and you can give it back at the end of the night and get your quarter, or you can keep it. And then that way, because he brought it like because he was like that, that's how people can tell if drink like there's I don't know. I never worked really like that in bars and stuff, so I never really knew about stuff like that. But because I mean, dude, I'm almost to the point where I'm gonna wear a t-shirt that says "No straw, please." Because every time I go to a bar, if I get something to drink, they don't ask me first. They put a straw in it, and I fucking hate that. I don't like drinking out of a straw. Like not out and about, anyways.
Yeah.
What's up, JC? How you doing? Damn, what the hell? Oh well. Hey, by the way, I got footage of I got footage of El Capitan when he's drinking vodka. I got footage. Hold on. Let me see. I got the footage right here. Hold on. Let me see. Where is it?
They put on fucking the song everybody do that conga. Who was that? Paula Abdul? No.
Gloria Estefan.
Gloria Estefan. That's who it was.
What's up, JC?
Yo, I hit the wrong button. My bad.
God damn it.
What's up?
What's going on?
Yo, JC
Yo,
guy.
how you guys doing today?
Last night, man. Doing all right.
What?
All right.
You're a little fucked up last night. It's all good. We all been
Dude,
there.
I get fucked up every day. Dude, when you have the whiskey collection I have, you're always lit.
Just take care of that liver, buddy.
Yep.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yep, the liver will go. Gotta be careful.
Oh, dude, I've already done
Hey,
detoxes.
look,
and
that's footage of El Capitan drinking vodka.
shit.
Wow.
But I didn't say nothing crazy. I knew what I said online, but I didn't say like nothing too great. It's not like I didn't offend anybody.
You offended Ali.
Yeah, but he's a client. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna keep my words to myself on that one.
Keep that to yourself
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
You did offend Ali, but that's neither here nor there. Listen.
yeah. Yeah.
So
That has nothing to do with like who's in chat now.
yeah. So, but anyway, we're beyond that right now. So
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I'm enjoying the day. I worked this morning to get those time and a half hours. So now I'm just chilling, having a couple.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, but I think it was Tonk asking about like bars or drinks or something. What was your question about that kind of stuff? Because that's what I'm into.
Hold that thought for 1 second.
Yeah. But these people, they keep banning me out of the chat though, Shake. They don't want me to. I said hi to Michael K, and then I was like
When today?
timed out or something. Yeah.
When today? Really?
Yeah. No, when you first started the stream.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Listen,
no, it's all good. I don't care. Like if people want to be upset or weird, that's on them. That
yeah,
has
look,
nothing to do
hey,
with the
listen, from
people in
now
the
on-
chat. That has nothing to do with everybody here now, though.
Yeah, from now
And
on.
you know, remember that day? Like
Real
you
quick,
remember? I remember you
JC.
telling me, right? Like what I said in the chat, drunk the one day. Like you said you weren't offended, like that. But even then, like I didn't say nothing like crazy. It's not like I said a slur or called some. You know, like I'm not a racist, dude. Where I live in actual Buffalo. Do you know how
Yeah.
many white people are here? Zero.
Hey, listen, no, but at the end of the day, look, this is what I'm saying. Look, because I didn't realize how pissed he was. I mean, what it meant.
But
to
you
him.
know what's crazy about
Hold
that?
on,
You know
let me
what's
finish. Dude, Jason,
yeah.
let me
I got you.
let me
got
talk,
you.
right? All right.
Yeah.
I didn't know how serious that meant to him until last night. So I don't care who it is. Just look, some people. I don't care what you say about me. If some people are sensitive about certain topics, I can't tell people
Yeah.
how to feel about certain things.
Yeah.
So do me a favor, just leave Ali alone. You make fun of me, make fun of Tonk, make fun of El Capitan.
Yeah, no, I
You're
got you.
fine.
There's
But
certain
leave
people that
Ali
you could do
alone.
that with, and there's certain people you can't. No, I get
Exactly. So just leave Ali alone,
Yeah.
and we'll be. Because look, Ali is a good dude, man. He would do. He's
it.
the type
I
of
have
person
nothing
that-
against
he's
him.
the type
My
of person
thing,
that-
what
hold on,
triggered me.
Casey, let me
You're good.
finish.
You're good.
Ali's the type of guy that will give you the shirt off his back. He's a good dude. But go ahead, GC.
Yeah, he is.
But you know what triggered me
Mm-hmm.
is he was like calling out Michael K to fight, and it's like, dude, you're not that guy.
Listen,
Even
everybody's done that.
Michael K is a 50-year-old man. I'm not calling that dude out to fight, like, because I already know where that even sit. I don't care even if he thinks that dude is an old man.
So what? So what? He's an old man. I'm sure. Listen,
Yeah,
Michael K's
but
a
you
tough
don't try to
dude,
act
man.
gangster when you're not
know.
that
But the
person
thing
either.
is, too, though, like Michael K, I know he's trolling most of the time, and he's just trying
Of
to fun.
course.
Like,
Yeah.
if he's gonna piss people off, like you can't just say, "Oh, well, he's old," so
But you can't
like,
be sensitive.
I know, but at the
well,
same
people
It's
time,
the
are. You
internet.
just know how people feel
but
about
if somebody says exactly, you could Michael K could still take care of himself, but no, if somebody says, "Hey, stop doing that," just stop doing that. That's it's simple as that.
But it was
Yeah,
the
get in the conversation.
but like I said, what
Like, be
triggered
very
me
clear.
to say
Yeah, I
something
understand. I understand. Yeah, I understand.
is
I
like this
understand
dude's old, like you want to really come up here and meet somebody, we can do it, and I have no filter or nothing like that or nothing. Like I said, like I was on what's it called, had me on their stream. After the stream, I don't want to say what I was doing on like in a back room, but like it's like I'm sitting there hitting rails and shit. Like these people don't.
Yeah.
Damn, Jason, you gotta
That's
leave
me,
that
man.
to the backstage, bro. You
Listen,
gotta leave
bro,
that shit to
all
the
I know
backstage,
is
bro.
No, I don't
Yeah,
care.
you do
No,
drugs.
I have
It's
no
cool. It's
filter.
cool.
let's just move. Let's not talk about that one.
Yeah, no, I don't want to
Let's
get. I
just
don't want to
move
say
on.
anything that gets anybody in trouble.
Okay, yeah. Let's just keep it moving.
Yeah, let's just leave that
And do me a
backstage.
favor,
Yeah.
guys. I don't care. Please just leave Ali alone. That's all I ask.
Yeah,
Yeah, and hit that
I
like
get it.
button too while you're at it.
That's all I ask, man. Leave him alone. He didn't care. Listen, he didn't care nothing about the when you talked about his mustache or his haircut. He didn't say anything. He didn't care about the right counter. But when you talked about that topic, I'm not gonna say you already know what topic that he doesn't like. Just respect his wishes. Other than that, he really never really give a shit about anything else. But that one topic,
Yeah.
hey, you know what?
But
That's a sensitive subject for him. Just leave it alone.
but you know what? You know what,
moving
Shake, and
forward,
I'll just say
that's
this, and we'll
what I'm
under
gonna do.
Shake. I'll say this, and we'll end that topic here. Michael K never brought up his race. He just said he had a fake tan or something. That's
Yeah, I
not
understand,
racist.
but I know that.
That's
But
fine, but it's
just
like
leave
still,
it be.
he's got some shit that's he's seen in the past, or he has family members that's seen, and he just don't even want to get in that wheelhouse. Even if Michael K didn't say what he thought he said and it was a misunderstanding, that's fine. He's still entitled to feel that way, and so I think it's just respectful just to leave it alone.
Exactly.
Even what I said that one day when I was fucked up or whatever, and I said in the stream, I said that like to somebody that their parents weren't there to be fans. So I'm like, how do you become a fan or whatever like that?
Listen, all right,
But like that's not like that wasn't me trying to be racist, but if like when people bring up like it's kind of like the joke when you guys make the joke about Super Bowls and stuff, right? It's like you weren't even alive to be it wasn't meant in like a bad way. It was like you bring up Super Bowls, but if you weren't alive to actually see that's what I was meaning. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wasn't alive in the conception of electricity, but I still enjoy it. So,
but yeah, of course, and you know what though? But we do have something at Buffalo. Do you know what just happened this past weekend?
Yeah, I know the lacrosse team.
3-peat, and they're probably about the 4-peat.
Like I said,
and they've only lost. They only lost one game in the regular season. It was in overtime, which is insane.
Me saying Buffalo has 0 Super Bowls, I'm not. It says nothing.
But
about
I don't get
you.
upset at it. Shake.
No, but JC, let me talk.
Yeah,
me saying 0 Buffalo has nothing, nothing personal against you or any other.
Oh, dude, it's all fun. It's all fun.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you know what, Shake, and I'll say this: do you know what? In my lifetime, that the 4 Super Bowls don't even hurt, and I was alive during the time.
Yeah.
You know what hurts even more? The '99 Stanley Cup.
Oh shit!
We got cheated out of the Stanley Cup. And 99 versus Dallas. That was way worse than a wide right or a wide
we got
left.
swept in Colorado in '96. We got swept in '96. The Panthers by Colorado. But no, I just want to say that at the end of the day, look, I said this before, and it pains me to say this, but I've said this on multiple streams. It's on recording. I said the Bills. As much as it hates me to say this, I'm giving you 100% honesty. Bills have more chance to win a Super Bowl than we have to win a playoff game right now.
But you know
I'm
what's
being
crazy,
honest.
Shake? We like a lot of people
And
forget early
that
2000s.
sickens me, but whatever. It is what it is.
A lot of people
I
forget
still got to move
like
on with my
late
life.
90s to
Sorry,
the
Raphael.
2000s. Like people don't even know the reason why. See, do you know why the Bills became decent? And it took our owner to die, which is kind of harsh to say that, but there was like a 20-year period we were fucking trash.
Yeah.
We were horrible, unwatchable. But you know the difference is fans stopped supporting the team. We didn't support.
Mm-hmm.
With that being said, Shake, are you going to present the trophy?
Not
That
yet.
trophy
I gotta
that
wait
you
for
sent?
Capitan to come up.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we got a trophy that we're going to present to the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
It's a gracious trophy that we have to.
I'll grab it. I'll grab it.
Yeah,
Gotta wait
we're
for
going
El
to present
Capitan
the
to get up
trophy.
on the stream.
Yep.
When El Cap comes on, we're going to present you the trophy. It's a nice trophy, man. I have to give it. It's real nice, man. I'm gonna have to tip my hat.
But you
to
know
it, man.
that you know what though, because through my lifetime I dealt with a lot of like horrible like Bills. It's good to be relevant. If you don't feel bad about your team,
No.
I would rather even people say it's like, oh, you don't win, but it's a good feeling knowing that your team will win,
Well, that's not a
Yep.
given. You got to beat the Chiefs.
even if it's not a super. Not there's 32 teams, only one wins at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's fine. I know, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, I mean, you guys are good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you guys aren't.
Damn.
Much better than the Dolphins, but the Chiefs are a bitch, bro. Chiefs are a bitch.
It's not even the Chiefs. I'm not worried about the Chiefs.
It is the
You know what's
Chiefs.
good? The
Well,
Eagles.
you fucking should be. You
The
should be worried about
Eagles.
the Chiefs. You ain't
Even
gonna
if you
play the
make it
Eagles
there,
till
you
beat the
you
Chiefs.
still got to play the NFC teams. You still got to play the
I
Eagles.
get it, but you ain't gonna play. You ain't gonna play the Eagles in the
Yeah,
game that
you know
matters.
what?
It's
I
the
would
Eagles
rather
versus
I would
it's the
rather
Eagles
lose,
versus
but
the field in
I would
Super
rather
Bowl.
lose in the playoffs than get blown up by 40 in a Super Bowl.
That's fine. They got plenty of rings that, it was an embarrassing loss, but they're still a fucking
And
ring.
you know what's crazy? No matter how many Super Bowls that Mahomes wins, he'll never be considered a GOAT.
He already
I
is
mean,
considered.
nobody's
He
gonna.
will.
He
wins. He
nobody
wins one or
will
two more. He
ever
will.
reach Tom Brady. It doesn't matter what he does in his career. He'll never reach that.
That's fine, but nobody is.
You don't
Like, it's
have to
like
reach
Tiger
it.
Woods. Nobody's gonna beat Tiger Woods. Nobody.
Hold on, Bryce. I'm gonna kill that narrative right here. He thinking that accomplishments meaning goes automatically considered a GOAT. Well, Michael Jordan doesn't have the most NBA rings, but he's considered the GOAT.
Yeah, no, and I actually had this conversation, crypto, with somebody else. Imagine if it wasn't about like with Kobe and Shaq, right? Imagine if they would have stuck together. How many rings would they have won?
I say two more.
It could have been two, maybe two more, or one
And
or two
then
more.
either Kobe or Shaq would have been considered the greatest.
Kobe.
No, Kobe before Shaq. Right?
But Shaq was better than Kobe when they won early on in their career. He was the guy. It wasn't Kobe.
Yeah, but then
Yeah, but
Shaq
Kobe, but
before
not
his
by very
ways.
far. Not by very much, but Kobe.
But even Jordan came out and
Because
said,
Kobe was the one to drop back and make the shot. Shaq had to be really close to the rim. They had their, like you couldn't have Shaq do what is it called? A fadeaway. Like that wasn't happening.
No.
You don't need to be the GOAT to leave a legacy. There's so many players in this league.
But that's not an argument on who's.
But no, it's
I
like
think
he's
they're. I
hating
think
on
they're a lot
Patrick saying he's
closer.
never going to be a GOAT. Like, that's something that he
Yeah,
should
Patrick
went and won a championship with a whole
skill-wise is
other
better
team.
than Brady,
But
even though Brady has
like,
no
bro, that's your
accomplishment.
daddy, bro. You got to be respectful to your daddy, bro.
But like
You
Shaq
got to be
even went.
respectful to your
But
daddy.
Shaq went and won somewhere
But you
else
know what?
too.
You know what? Bringing up that thing, People forget about Joe Montana and his greatness. They completely write him off. Why isn't Joe
No,
Montana
not,
considered?
he was at one point. He was once
What
at
At
about
one
one
what
point
about Terry
point,
considered
Bradshaw?
the
yeah,
What
GOAT.
yeah,
about
crypto
Terry
at one
Bradshaw?
point, but
What
now
about Terry Bradshaw? The guy who won the first Super Bowls was Terry Bradshaw. He doesn't get any
and even
accolades.
Terry Bradshaw, because why? Because his defense was so great. That's not his
Right. That's
fault.
why. That's why the GOAT is a misnomer, greatest of all time. That means all time will have to have been passed.
Yeah,
You don't know what's in the
but I
future.
mean, honestly, it's Brady, and then it's Montana and Bradshaw.
You could say the
No,
greatest
it's
of his
not Bradshaw.
era.
But
No,
it's
it's
still
You,
hard
probably
you
to
could say the
Elway.
greatest of his era, but not of all time, because all of time has never existed. We don't know
Yeah,
who's going to be in the future.
and I get even today. The athletes are better like than back
But
then.
it's hard to say because the rules
They
back
are.
in
They are.
freaking.
Come on,
I
come
mean,
on.
if
If
Dan
you put,
Marino played in this era, he'd be the GOAT, in my opinion.
come on,
He was
we a
one of the
lot of
most
people, and I
talented
saw
quarterbacks
something.
to
I saw
ever
something
play.
yesterday. We talk about like even like a Barry Sanders, a Walter Payton, stuff like that, right? Put AP, Adrian Peterson prime, back in the 1970s, 80s. What do we see? And he was insane. He could do everything. He could pass catch, he could block, he could run. Like imagine putting somebody like that, like a new generation athlete, put them back in the 1960s with the technology and the things that we have now.
Well, that's like going to the Civil War with an M16.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Mhm.
yeah.
Right.
You
That's what I'm
can't
saying. You
say
can't do it. Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
You could say the greatest of his era or the greatest in history because history is already passed, but time
Yeah.
is still ongoing. You can't say
Yep.
greatest of
And
all time. That's
and
the
then
biggest
even
misnomer.
imagine in 20 years from now, the athletes are going to be better than the athletes now.
There they are now. Right. That's why it's
Yeah.
always a misquote when people say of all time.
Yeah.
By definition, it can't happen. You can't have it all time because we're not
Now,
playing
don't
out
get
the
me
future.
wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They have way more toughness in the previous eras because they would play but they had to play to get their money back then. Like it wasn't like, oh hey, I have a sore thumb, I can't play this game. Back then they'd cut off their pinky finger to play a game just to get that money. It wasn't guaranteed money.
Mm.
By the
Even
way,
Deion, has anybody ever looked at Deion Sanders' contracts in
I
his
think
playing
everybody
days?
needs to go to the Emmitt Smith contracts. Everything is incentivized from the very first yard to the last yard. Everything
Yep.
should be incentive based.
Yep.
bro. I
That's
don't
the
know
way I'll
how
do
to
it.
post. I don't know how to like highlight a comment, but I gotta say this.
which one?
I
Which comment?
disagree.
Who?
Shankula, I disagree. People didn't hit how they do
I don't like
now.
I don't like him. I'm not a fan.
I don't know if he saw the
Oh, man,
NFL in the
what's wrong with
90s and
Sean?
2000s, bro. They were laying
Shout out to
hate
Sean,
in
wherever I'm
those
doing.
days, bro.
And you want to know the thing about Buffalo? And I'll say
Mhm.
this too. Why I act the way I do too. We, as real Buffalo fans, and I'll say this too, and I'm not a part of that. I went to when I went to high school, and I grew up in Buffalo. We did not like people from South Buffalo. If you did
Mhm.
not live in the city, we did not fuck with you. Like we are probably the most segregated city. Like everybody in my neighborhood is Italian. I'm
Yeah,
Italian.
you
If
Canadians
you
gotta
want
chill
if
up
you want to
now.
live on
You
my
gotta
street,
chill
you
out
have
up
to
in
be that.
Buffalo, bro.
Yeah. No,
Mhm.
we don't fuck with outsider. Yeah. We even Dan Mitchell, like a lot of people know Dan Mitchell. Dan Mitchell's never lived in Buffalo.
That's Michael K's
Yeah,
favorite
Canadians,
content
bro. They're
creator.
crazy with that
Yeah.
shit.
That's
Those
my
Canadians.
AJC.
Yeah,
That's
no,
Michael.
we're actually serious about that. So that
That's
I know you
Michael
might be
guys
a
K's
difference
favorite
Canadians. You
too.
content
guys
creator.
Canadians. This joke is going right over his head, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that's
But I'll
Michael
tell
K's
Sean right
favorite
now, he's
content creator.
not considered a Buffalonian or a Buffalo fan in the inner city. Like he can't come here and eat wings. He can eat wings at Bar Bill. He can go get wings at Anchor Bar, but he's not going to come and sit in a bar and tell somebody he's from West Seneca and eat wings here. No, they'll beat the shit out of him, and then he'll be, and then we're going to eat our wings.
Michael K is not going to appreciate the
JC,
slander.
You can go downtown. You can go downtown. You can go outside the city lines. You go to East
I got a
Aurora.
question. What's the deal with Buffalo fans and not wanting to be in their own YouTube pages? Like Buffalo fans love Miami Dolphins fans. I don't know what it is.
No. The thing is, you guys think it's just like I'll explain this to you.
In my life would go to a Buffalo.
Tom. I'll explain this to you.
It ain't
There's multiple YouTube channels of other teams outside the Dolphins. I'm a part of like a lot of them. I talk in a lot of them. When your team has drama and your team is not good, that's where that stuff comes in. But
yeah, I just think that's stupid.
There's no live shows for Buffalo because there's not much. What are we going to talk about? Oh, our team's going to make the playoffs?
You guys have a ton to talk about. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the guys that make YouTube channels don't even live here. They're not even accepted in the actual community.
It's because
we have you guys. Who's the guy? The one that talks like a robot, Z-Bot, and the other dude from Canada. They're not in the actual community. They have theirs, but then there's Buffalo.
Bills Fanatic.
I don't see those guys actually in Buffalo. Even the AFC East Roundtable, right? They're going to have an event. It's not in Buffalo.
I don't know. I just think it's
because I'm sure Dan Mitchell pissed off a lot of Buffalo fans.
No, we don't like him because you know what? He's from Frontier. Frontier is in Hamburg. It's not in Buffalo.
Okay.
He's not saying he claims South, but like he claims to be from.
This is why y'all got problems up there because of what you just said. He's from there. We don't rep him, or he's from there. We don't do.
Yeah,
that.
it's segregated.
Miami, we take in everybody.
We got
Florida
Dolphins fans all over the world. We don't hate. We don't hate. You guys are a bunch of haters.
But Florida is a melting pot. We take in everybody.
Yep.
We take in everybody in Florida. So Florida's a hot spot. Florida's a hot spot. It's and in other countries, people know New York, LA, Hollywood, and Miami.
And I'm not, but I'll say this: have you ever looked up the most racist places in? Like,
all right,
it's not even. Hold on. I'll say this without being like racist.
No. We're not touching that. We're not touching.
Yeah,
that
I know. Come on, man.
What's it with the race car, bro? Why do these fucking Buffalo fans love
we're
the
not.
race
Hey,
car?
we're not touching that. We're not touching that.
God damn.
Touching that.
Let's leave that alone. Let's leave it alone.
Yeah, I just don't understand why they want to talk about it all the fucking time.
Yeah, because all that does is stir up a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's literally there's no reason for it. Absolute no reason for it.
All right. Anyway, let's
change that subject. Sorry about that, Shake. I had to say that.
That's all good.
No, you on point, Pope. You on point.
What's up, Michael?
Well, I know Dan Mitchell's not going to appreciate being talked about like this in this matter. That's Michael K's favorite porn star. I mean, my bad, content creator. Dan Mitchell.
Y'all leave Michael K alone. He gave me my new name. That's gonna go beyond Crazy Dolphin.
Psycho
What's
Dolphin?
up, Michael K?
Michael K is fresh out of the watering hole.
Oh, Shake.
What's going on, Mikey?
Shake. Let me make this point real quick.
Shout out to Dan Mitchell.
Shake. Let me make this point real quick. It's not. It's not racial.
Just get his ass out of here, bro.
Dude,
like I don't even
again, we're not talking about that. So
we're not talking about it. I don't understand how dumb motherfuckers have to fucking not get the point.
Let's change the subject.
God damn, man.
God
dude,
damn.
I'm glad you
dumb motherfuckers, dude.
Dude, shut up with this shit, man.
No one wants to fucking hear your stupid ass point anyways.
But go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Michael K.
You there?
Oh, Mike. What's up, Mike?
Did he make it out the watering hole? What's wrong, little birdie? Did Michael K fall in a well?
No, he's out there glazing up Dan Mitchell.
He's out there glazing like Krispy Kreme.
Oh well.
Oh man.
Maybe he's have technical
No,
difficulties.
let's go. Somebody go get Dan Mitchell. Shake, you got his number.
Working.
Let's get Dan Mitchell.
Finally.
Shake, you got his number?
No, unfortunately, no.
We got to get him on the line, man. All these Bills fans are scorning his name, ruining his reputation.
Hopefully, let's give it a shot. Yeah, his mic was working when he was peeing, but I don't know about now.
Yeah, boy didn't wash his hands neither.
What's good, Mikey?
Did you wear your water wings today at the watering hole?
Damn, his mic ain't working.
God, people just won't even just listen for a sec.
No, we don't want to listen for a sec. We don't. It's not
Let's
your
change
fucking
the
channel.
subject.
It's not about that.
Again,
It's
let's
not
change
about
it.
that, but I keep saying great in every
listen,
show.
what part of let's change the subject do you not understand? Let's change. Do not bring the subject.
Look
up.
look at my chat in the chat.
Listen,
Nobody
I'm not
wants
doing
to.
nothing.
Nobody wants
No,
to.
How
I'm
about let's change the
blindfolded.
subject.
Shake, just look at my chat for a second.
Let's
The
change
text
the
chat.
subject.
The
Let's
text
change the
chat.
You need to
let's
look at
change
the
the
fucking
subject.
Yeah, I can
button.
change it. I will change the subject. Just look at my chat for a second.
No, I'm not going to look at anything.
No, he's got his
Just
beer
change the
goggles
subject.
on. He can't.
Please, thank you.
Shake, I'm respectful. I agree with you. It's nothing crazy.
I know it's not crazy, but can we change the subject? If it's nothing crazy,
Of course.
It's fine, JC.
But
I've already
people,
read it.
but
You just don't want to
the
bring it up
outside
here. That's
audience will think the wrong thing. But it's not about
no one's
that.
thinking the wrong. Listen, it is not the wrong thing. I just don't want to.
You just don't want
See,
to
here's
get
the thing,
Yeah.
here's
because it
the
is
thing.
spinach and
Here's
everything
the thing.
else.
Sparks turn into flames. It may be little, but you never know. Listen, let's just change the subject and
Yeah, of course. I respect you, Shake. This is your show.
all right. Thank you.
I'm
This is
not going to
our
get
show.
mad.
This is our
But
show.
I just want the outside people to understand.
Yeah.
You know,
I
like
got
if
you.
they want to see that, they can look at the chat. Like I put it in text chat. It's not about color. It's not about nothing like that.
Okay, now can we change again? We're not changing the subject.
Yeah, of course. We'll change it.
Thank you.
Damn, bro.
Oh man.
He's left Michael
So,
Case
who's
speechless.
what point are you looking? Well, let's talk a little Buffalo. What did you think of the draft?
For which team?
Your team, obviously.
Mid.
Huh? Mid? You like
Mid.
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta have a better answer than that.
No,
It was mid.
Man.
Which
Shit. We what do you want me to say? We drafted a defensive tackle that was supposed to be a first round pick the year before. Is that what you want me to say?
No. I want your opinion. What did you like and what didn't you like? Let me know.
I did like the corner pick. It was a little early.
Mm-hmm.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Mikey.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right, I had to switch phones. I got to use my work
Hey,
phone.
Mike.
Okay,
What's up?
What's going on? Hope you're doing all right. Happy
Hey,
Memorial
Mike.
Day to you.
What's going on?
Not much.
All right, so what aren't we allowed to talk about so I don't talk about it?
Whatever I say in chat, we cannot talk
It's
about.
the same thing you do when
Anything
you're
to
running against
Buffalo.
someone else.
Happy
That's
Memorial
what.
Day to
Hey,
you, JC.
Michael
Hey, you know, it's all well and good when you talk over each other,
No, I'm
but I
just
don't know what I'm
talking
not
over
supposed to
JC.
talk about because you're
I'm just
talking
gonna
all
talk
over each
over
other.
JC.
Well,
Whenever he
I'll
tries
tell
to
you
talk,
what.
I'm
When
gonna mute his
you're
ass.
talking about something we're not going to talk
Yo,
about,
what up, KP?
I'll
It's
let
been
you
a
know.
minute, bro.
What's up, fellas? Happy Memorial
How
Day, to
about that?
everybody.
Hey, what's up,
This
KP?
guy JC needs to be virtually whooped, so I'm here to give him that ass whooping whenever he's ready.
About what?
About all your racist takes and your
Oh
consistent.
I've
man,
never said anything
Oh
racist.
my God!
we're trying to change. We're not talking about that, please.
Okay.
Can we talk
All right.
football?
Well, I respect you, Shake, but listen,
I appreciate it. Thank
if
you.
you're gonna let this guy
No,
ride
no,
up here,
no. I've never said.
I'm up
Oh,
there to battle
Jake,
him.
can I say one thing?
You want him? Is that it? You want him gone?
It's like herding sheep, bro. Holy fuck.
Well, just
No. Everybody has the freedom to freedom of speech, you know.
I've never said anything racist. Everything that I've ever said has been on recording.
Oh boy.
Anyway,
come on.
So you're not the
JC,
John
come on
Boy
now.
guy?
Let's not start it up because I got.
Listen. We
I
just
got
had-
And even me and Mr. Paul,
God damn. Can we talk
Hold up,
ball?
JC. Hold up.
they don't want to talk ball because they don't want me.
Listen, change the subject, man, because I got receipt on you. So change the subject. I don't want to hear all that garbage coming out your mouth.
I don't either.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to hear
I'm
it.
tired of it. I try to be quiet about it,
Fuck
but you
the Bills, bro.
keep
Let's just
opening your
talk about
mouth.
the Dolphins because they can't stay
Let's
on
talk
fucking
I don't want to
football.
hear all that
And that's
stuff.
it.
ask
Let's
them a
stick to football.
question and they
Listen, right
keep
now.
bringing up race and how
All right,
they're not
let's talk
racist.
about
So
football. I don't want to hear nothing about that garbage.
yeah, fuck all that shit. Okay, let's talk about the fucking draft. Or what do you guys? What's your guys'
What did you
thoughts
guys
on
think?
our
All right,
fucking
Michael K. Tell me what you think of your draft? Come on, Bills draft. What did you
Well,
like?
our
in
draft was
draft?
fine.
Huh?
Our draft was fine. I mean, we addressed our needs.
Okay.
We didn't have to move up to get somebody that didn't project as early as we took them. Did that in the second round, but the first round we got what we wanted. We needed
What do you think? What needs was that?
cornerback.
Okay.
Yeah, they need DB bad. Hey, Michael K, what's your favorite pick, and is there any day one starters you guys picked up?
Favorite pick is probably that Landon Jackson.
And where was he out of? Just to remind me.
Shit. I want to say Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Okay.
Nice.
And,
Hey, Michael,
and any day one starters? You think he'll be a day one starter or?
Well, we don't do day one starters. We do rotational players.
Rotational. Yep.
Okay, but I'm saying, is he going to be in the rotation? Because
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
Okay.
The guy's an absolute monster. His measurables are that of Max Crosby, just faster.
Yeah.
Not
Max
saying he's going to be a Max Crosby.
No. I know what you're saying.
You know, and that's the whole thing.
Why you not doing day one starter?
I do have to touch on one subject, and I'm actually going to give Dolphin fans, and I'm actually saying it right. I'm actually going to give them props for the fact that you do not have the most idiotic content creator in NFL. The Buffalo Bills do, and Dan Mitchell.
Exactly. I agree.
But he's an absolute clown. I called him out, and he wouldn't show up. So I'll be seeing him at the Southern Tier Brewing Company on my birthday, September 18th.
Hold on. What is that, Mike? Mike, I'm gonna go up. Mike, you want to pick me up?
Well, we're riding the motorcycles, but if you want to ride nut to butt, you're not going to ride it with me.
No, I got the what's it called? I got a bike myself.
That's Buffalo fashion right there for you.
I got a bike myself.
That Buffalo
You got a
fashion,
sissy
baby.
bar?
What's that?
You got a
Who
sissy
said
bar?
that? Was that Paul? Mr. Paul said that?
No, Mike, I got a bike.
Custom Softail and an FLH.
That's definitely their style.
Mike, I got a bike.
Yeah, that's their style, man. Hey, I don't hate it.
Oh no, sissy! I like a sissy bar just so I can strap my my lunchbox.
And you guys actually talk about Florida. Do you know the most like distinguished like biker club in Buffalo was actually hit by the FBI in Florida?
Well, it's a national club.
Yeah,
and we won't mention any names. Don't mention any names, JC, because I'm good friends with them.
Yeah. No. My uncle and my father was a part of the Kingsmen.
Come on.
Well, again, we're not going to mention any names, but you know what Kingsman MC stands for?
Yeah.
Mostly cars.
Dude, I used to hang at a Kate's bar, dude, right there on Tonawanda.
When they were around, half of them didn't even have motorcycles.
Yeah.
So let's get on to this. So yeah, Landon Jackson, and then I also like the tight end that we got. Can't remember his name.
What was you saying, Michael K? Landon Jackson has a tight end.
No. Landon Jackson and the tight end that we have.
Oh, my bad. I thought you said he had a tight end.
No. Landon Jackson's a linebacker, edge.
He's an edge guy. Yeah.
But that tight end that we have is unbelievable. The value for that pick, I think we got him in the 5th, I want to say. We got him in the 4th or the 5th.
Hey, Michael, what about that defensive back that runs a 4-3?
Oh, that Maxwell Harrison?
Yeah. Man,
you know what? He, in my opinion, I haven't seen him play, but everything that people are saying is that he possibly could be a day one starter.
Right, exactly.
But they also said that about Kaiir Elam. He played like 16 snaps and they traded him to Dallas.
But Mike, hey, I'll say this about him. He's a 4-2 guy. Like he's a 4-2 guy. He's a really speedy guy. He's not the greatest of tacklers, but he's a zone coverage guy. That's why they got him.
You know what? Don't give me that. I don't care if he's a good tackler or not.
Yeah, because nobody tackles nowadays anyway.
Well, he hits. He was also playing at like 185 pounds.
Yeah.
So when you're going against a wide receiver that's 210, 205, somewhere in there,
yeah,
you're not gonna be able to tackle that. If he bulks up, see that's the one thing that kind of has me going right now is they shit can the strength and conditioning coach, and I want to say he went to Jacksonville. I think he went to either went to Jacksonville or to. We swapped coaches. Hold on. We swapped coaches with the Patriots.
Yeah.
And one of our coaches went to Jacksonville. I think it's a strength and conditioning coach. And we got rid of our special teams guy. No big deal. But remains to be seen. Is Keon Coleman and Kincaid going to play tougher than what they actually played?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Those are the two guys that are looked at as busts right now.
Well, Kincaid was hurt the majority of the season.
Yeah, and same thing with what's it called Coleman. They had those wrist injuries, which a lot of our players had.
Right. So I mean, we'll see. I like the addition of Palmer and Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
But I'm so sick and tired of people saying Josh Allen needs help. Obviously, he doesn't. We went to the AFC Championship without a number one receiver.
And you even know, like, even out of the people that it's just been me and you, right? The other fans, they're like, oh, crying for Josh Allen.
Well,
he finally got rid of the succubus.
Who said he need help?
Yeah, look, hey, listen.
The NFL world.
Hey, by the way,
NFL
one of the analogies I said the other day was, all right, you got two boats, okay? There's two boats. One, this boat, the guy says, hey, both boats have holes. This boat, here are the holes, right? And the other boat, I don't know where the holes are. So you're gonna have to find out while you're in the middle of the ocean.
And even Jake,
you're gonna want the boat where you know where the holes is, and that's pretty much the Patriots offense. I mean, the Bills offense. When you have a number one wide receiver, you know where the leaks are coming from. Versus Buffalo, you don't know who the player of who the wide receiver is. Just like with Tom Brady in all those years, he didn't have a number one receiver, so you didn't know who to key in on.
Shake, he did.
Who?
But Edelman.
That's not a number one receiver, bro.
But that's the thing with even Allen. You know who our number one guy is?
Brady didn't have a number one guy until they got Moss.
Yeah. Jake, you know who our number one guy is? Jake, you know who our number one guy is?
Who is it?
Shakir.
Shakir's actually a dog. I actually do like Shakir. He's actually a dog.
That's why we gave him all that money. Those slot guys, people sleep on those guys.
Over Coleman? Why do you don't think Coleman is number one?
No, he's not. No,
Honestly, Crypto, because I don't think he has the. I don't think he has the skill to be a number one.
No, he doesn't. Nope.
You know,
Well,
I think he'll be a good, solid receiver, but I don't think he's not going to command a $25 or $30 million contract when his contract's up.
Nope.
What if he have a breakout year and they start
It
focusing
doesn't
on
matter. No. He's gonna be gone probably after year 3 or year 4.
I don't think he can have a breakout year. That's the point.
Sign your running back.
Actually, let him go. If Cook thinks he's worth $15 million, then he can be worth 15 on another team.
You know why wide receivers should not be paid? Look at the kids coming out. Like I don't know how many of you guys actually watch college football, but look at the kids coming out. Do you think these guys are wide receiver? The best receiver that could have even gone in the draft wasn't even draft eligible. The kid at Ohio State, Jeremiah Smith, is way better than every single receiver that has come out.
No offense, JC, but you don't know that.
Alabama's one of the
No. Look at him. His size.
I agree. When was Justin Jefferson drafted? When was Justin Jefferson drafted?
Ryan Williams is an undersized guy. You don't think he's better than the second receiver?
When was Justin Jefferson? When was he drafted?
First round.
Like picked 18 or
something. We actually traded that guy.
Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah,
everybody traded him. But you don't know. You know what? I don't care who you are in college. Only 2% of the top 32 picks ever pan out to be halfway decent in the NFL.
Yeah.
So are you saying that maybe Coleman might not be the guy for you? That Shakir might overdo him?
No, I never said Coleman might not be the guy. What I'm saying is Coleman will never be a number one receiver.
Mike.
That's fair.
I'll even say this: like, I would take it. Like, you could get AB right now. You would deal with all the off the field drama, but AB is better than half the receivers in the league right now, and that's not even a conversation. You just had to deal with the shit off the field, but AB is a GOAT.
Well, the point being is the players that are getting paid are the players that prove they can play in the NFL.
Pretty much.
And even Tyreek is like you could even ask every Dolphin fan.
Why would you bring up AB? Antonio Brown? How old is AB? Why would you bring him up?
He's still better than Tyreek. I take AB over a Tyreek.
So every time I hear somebody tell me, "Oh, it's not easy for a player to take a year off and come back," you guys are crazy. This guy's taking how many years, and you think he can just get back on the field?
He can. He doesn't stop working out.
Doesn't matter.
Well, I don't stop working out. I'm 50 years old. Doesn't mean I'm getting paid millions.
Well, let's bring back Terrell Owens.
You get what I'm saying?
No, T.O.'s not an AB, though.
Yeah, but Shake's giving you the same example, bro. Like, you're asking for a guy who hasn't played more than 1 year to come back, and he's going to be better than everybody else? Come on.
Gronk said he was going to play, right? Gronk said every year. Gronk was like, I'm not going to the Lions.
Gronk wants anything with dollar signs, dude. He will ride the pine. He wants anything with dollar signs right now. He doesn't care if he's a starter or a bench rider.
Gronk never even spent his money.
Gronk's never going back to the league.
I want to ask y'all this question real quick. I'm gonna go around the panel.
Gronk is never going back to the league.
I'm gonna go around the panel. If you're in their primes, if you're starting all over, who would you take? Terrell Owens or AB Antonio Brown? Crypto,
AB is not close.
I'll go with Terrell Owens. He's more versatile.
Yeah,
T.O. is next.
T.O.
He can't play every position.
I had to press the button, Shake. Did I just hear a grown ass football fan say that T.O. is no Antonio Brown? We mean T.O., the third leading all-time receiver in NFL history, the Hall of Famer T.O.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I'm going to take Jordan Rice over Randy Moss. I'm taking Randy all day.
I don't care who you take all day. It goes Jerry Rice.
Randy,
I think it's
one.
Yeah, Jerry
T.O.'s
Rice.
top 3. T.O.'s the 3rd leading receiver of all time, like statistically wise. So
Yeah, you
it
can't
The
doesn't
hate on
fastest
T.O.
guy on the field, the
Hold
guy that
on.
can reach the highest point of the
Yeah.
ball, was Randy Moss, and he was
Hold on.
also the
I was
fastest
thinking
guy.
Terrell Davis.
T.O.
Not
can high
Terrell
point the ball
Owens.
too.
Oh, the running back?
It's
No,
not
no.
even close. The
Yeah, that
greatest
played for
coaches
Denver.
in the world will tell you Randy Moss is the best receiver all time, and it's not even close.
Yeah, but you
Jerry
brought
That's
up
Rice
what
two
you're
is
talking
number.
about.
Jerry
Really
Rice
close.
is the GOAT.
No.
Yeah,
Period.
yeah. Jerry Rice.
Is
Listen,
the
I
GOAT.
like Randy
Period.
Moss a lot, and he's my goat. But you can't say that Jerry Rice isn't a very, very
No,
competitive
he's the
Jerry
GOAT.
GOAT.
Rice is good.
It's Jerry Rice
Listen,
and
Randy
then
Moss was a
anyone
one-trick
else.
pony. That's all he had.
Hey,
was
Randy Moss is the go to how
the
it made you feel, but there's nothing he lead over Jerry Rice. And I'm a Randy Moss fan. You can't just
Me too.
blankly say that. You can't
I'm a
just
Randy Moss
blankly
fan
say
too.
that Jerry Rice is not the greatest receiver of all time when no one has broken his records in 30 years since he's been retired. Come on, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
And
how
he
many
won.
years
And
did
he
he
won
play?
with
He
two
played. He
different
played like
quarterbacks.
20
And
years.
by the way, and you know
You
what?
can't hold how many years against him. That means he's more durable and longevity.
And to your point, Big Nick, no one broke. This is going to further illustrate Big Nick's point. No one's broken his record in 30 years, and this is more of a passing league now than when he was playing.
That's true.
Exactly.
And he ran like a 4.6. And he ran like a 4.6, and he wasn't a guy. Like, come on, man.
The fact that the greatest coach
I
even
would put.
came out
I
and
think
said,
I would put Dallas Star before I put T.O.
I'm not taking T.O. over
Now y'all
Randy.
just saying silly shit. Now y'all just saying silly shit.
So then,
No,
would
it
you
was
put?
T.O.
Would you
versus
put?
Nick
Would you put?
Y'all
Would you
y'all
put?
threw Randy Moss in there.
T.O.
So
literally
off
broke
skill
his
set.
ankle a month
So off
before.
skill set. I'm gonna ask Miami fans: Are you taking Marino over Payton?
I'm taking Marino
No.
over
Yes.
over everybody.
Then you're not taking Randy Moss over Jerry Rice.
I'm taking Jerry Rice over I'm taking Randy Moss over everybody.
Yeah, but he's bringing up the ring aspect. That's what he's trying to get at you.
It's not rings. I don't care about rings. The best players. They're some of the best players in every one ring.
I'm taking Dan Marino over everybody. I'm taking Randy Moss over everybody, and I'm taking Eric Dixon over everybody. That's my team. Your team.
The best special teams players never won rings.
Eric
Devin
Dickerson
Hester, Steve Tasker on opposite
Saquon
sides
Barkley.
never won rings.
Saquon Barkley allowed that
don't give a
record to be
shit.
held.
All right, well, whatever, man.
Hey, listen,
I meant respect.
my
No.
team
That's
is,
all respect due, though.
Hey, I'm in line with Big Nick except for one position. I'm Dan Marino, Randy Moss, Jim Brown.
But you got to remember the amount of years these dudes played, like 20 years.
We're not going by years. We're going by what I seen and what we consider to be.
Everybody was trying to break Dickerson's record, though. That's the thing.
That's definitely the record everyone is always trying to break.
Get me Walter
Like Adrian Peterson came really close that one season, and then this season Saquon.
Come on, you won't take a prime AP over a prime. What is it, Jim Brown? You wouldn't put like say we could have the physique of AP, right? Playing that Browns 60 seasons, 50 seasons. You're not taking AP over Jim Brown? You're telling me that?
Yes, but that's not the point, because you can't do that. They played in two different eras. Technology and advancement in human body is different. But Jim Brown, undeniable, man.
Yeah, no, of course.
7 seasons? Come on, man.
But AP was probably the greatest of all of our era, like all of us in here. It doesn't even matter.
No,
He was probably one of the greatest.
I don't know if AP was better than
He was better than Bush. Reggie Bush is considered the greatest college guy.
Is he better than Bear?
You ain't taking AP over Bush?
I don't know if Adrian Peterson was better than Chris Johnson.
Oh, Adrian Peterson.
I don't know that.
He was. Dude, the dude came off an ACL and then got like MVP, wasn't it?
And
he almost
Chris
beat Eric
Johnson,
Dickerson's record.
And Chris Johnson wore like 180 pounds, getting 2,000 yards.
Chris Johnson ain't no AP. He's not even in the discussion.
And what about that dude from Seattle? That dude was crazy.
Wait a minute. You talking about
Seattle? Sean Alexander or something like that?
Chris Johnson isn't even in the discussion of the greatest
This
Texans
man
running
said Chris
back.
Johnson is not even in the discussion. This boy,
He's not.
Yeah, Chris Johnson is
He's not.
definitely part of it. He may be top 15, top 10.
Hey, Crypto, any running back that
I'm
got
taking
2,000
Eddie
yards,
George. I'm taking
any
Eddie
running back
George.
that
Hold on,
any
Jason.
running back that
Go
got
ahead, Big Nick.
2,000 yards, any running back that got 2,000 yards is automatically in the top 10. I don't give a fuck who they are.
Even
Yeah, how
Titans.
many people got top 10? How many people got 2,000
Eddie
yards?
George is over Chris Johnson.
Hey, Shake, look up how many running backs got 2,000 yards.
I think now it's
It's like 3
7.
or 4 of them. It's not many.
Oh, it was,
Okay.
what was it? It was Dickerson,
7.
Barkley, O.J. Simpson.
Nine of
Peterson.
them have it.
Damn, OJ Simpson.
What about Walter Payton, Shake?
O.J. Simpson
No.
did it in 14 games.
Right. Exactly. So
And I
OJ's
think he
definitely
missed the
top 5.
game. It might have been less than 14 games. I don't think he played all
All right, here we go.
14.
Here's the list. Number 1 is O.J. Simpson. Number 2, Eric Dickerson. Number 3, Barry Sanders. Number 4, Terrell Davis. Number 5, Jamal Lewis. Number 6, Chris Johnson. 7, Adrian Peterson. Number 8, Derrick Henry. And number 9, Saquon Barkley. Those are the
Barry's 3.
So that's recently.
How can you not put Chris
Saquon
Johnson
just
in the
recently
top
got
10?
it.
And like Big Nick said, look, all of them have 16. All of them except for O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson did it in 14. Everybody else did it in 16.
Damn, that's crazy.
So OJ will be the greatest feat out of all of them then.
Yeah.
Everybody
He had
needs
16
more
games.
But we got to keep it real now. OJ, back in them days when OJ did it, OJ was the size of a fucking right tackle back then. You know what I'm saying? Like Larry Little was like 260 pounds. Like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying?
By the way,
we're talking about defensive linemen that they're not 300 pounds, and they're not running.
No, they were
4.5.
under 300. That's the point. They were small.
And then they're not running 4.5 speed. Like y'all literally drafted a guy that can run down a lineman, but he is a 2-down defensive tackle. These guys were playing like they were playing for their lives. Like these guys were like they were playing football and then they were door dashing at the end of the day just to make money.
Oh, let me just tell you, I would rather get hit by a 300-pound lineman than a 250-pound linebacker that's running faster.
Oh, of course, running 20 miles per hour, of course.
Well, you know, that's like, hey, listen, that's like saying, one of the best analogies. I'd rather get punched in the face by Arnold Schwarzenegger than Mike Tyson.
But hold on a second. So Michael K, how much
would you
faster
rather
do you
get knocked out of one round or do 12?
JC, why'd you cut Nick off?
How much faster do you think that 250-pound linebacker is running than that 320-pound lineman? Come on, be realistic.
Speed doesn't matter. What matters is kinetic energy. If you get hit by a pickup truck doing 60, or you get hit by a semi truck doing 40, that pickup truck's going to do more damage.
So Christian Wilkins would be which one? Because which one would you rather get hit by, 250-pound linebacker or 290-pound Christian Wilkins?
Who runs faster? Who has more kinetic energy is what it comes down to. You're trying to compare apples to oranges. All I know is when I played hockey, Nick. If I was going, I played when I was playing hockey, Nick. I played at about 168 pounds. I would rather get hit by a Frankenstein skating 190 pounder versus a little sports car that weighed 160. Because it hurt a lot more. When that guy was going faster, it hurt a lot more. It's called driving power. You know, you hit the boards, it doesn't hurt. What hurts is the open ice.
I'd rather get hit by Floyd Mayweather than get hit by Canelo.
Well, whatever. I'm just telling you what kinetic energy is.
Yeah, but Michael K, would you rather get hit by Ray Lewis or a speedster like Tyreek Hill? I mean, that's a no-brainer. Obviously, everyone.
Obviously Tyreek Hill weighs 170 pounds, 180 pounds.
I know, but those fast guys aren't as big as Ray Lewis.
Well, obviously there's what's the word I'm looking? What's the
Michael K, your logic is just skewed, man, because that's the same weight differential between a 250 pound. That's the same weight differential between.
Right, let me say
Michael
this.
K. Michael K, that's the same weight differential between a 250 pound.
I can't hear when people talk over each other.
Yeah, exactly. One at a time, people. One at a time. All right.
You're getting hit by the guy that weighs late a lot more than you're getting hit by the guy that has the weight and then that's trying to hit you.
That's the same weight differential. 180 pound Tyreek versus a 250 pound linebacker, or a 250 pound linebacker versus a 320 pound offensive lineman. So saying you can't have it both ways.
Well, you got to look
Right,
at
it's the
Warren
same
Sapp.
thing.
Kinetic energy, right?
Warren Sapp. It depends on the guy too, because Warren Sapp knew how to punish his running backs better than most defensive tackles twice his size.
Yep. Tyreek ain't getting hit. The only thing he did is these white girls.
The only thing listen, I'd rather get hit by Raekwon Davis than Warren Sapp.
Well, Warren Sapp can let pancake you, so regardless of what weight he is.
I mean, like, well, let's actually put it in terms of people that we know that can actually lay down a hit. One person I wouldn't want to get hit by is Steve Tasker, who only played at about 190 pounds.
The greatest hitter of all time, by far, is
Sean Taylor.
Is me and my bong.
Sean Taylor.
Sean Taylor, yeah,
you guys ready for this season?
I would never want to be hit by Sean
What's
Taylor.
up, guys? You know
Wait a minute, Pete. Oh yeah.
Y'all ready?
What's up?
We got the cheetah. Mr. 2K is back.
Oh, who cares?
Mr. 2K is back.
What's that?
You know how good this
We're
feels right now? This is probably the best thing that happened this entire offseason is getting the 2K cheetah back.
I need to load the steamroller on this one too.
Say that
Hold
again?
on, I don't get the inside
Happy
joke.
Memorial Day to you fellas. I'm glad you guys are live. I did see that you guys had another outrageous show yesterday. I gotta go check that in. I gotta tune into that. See what wild stuff.
One thing I want to say to Pete.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Pete, what am I gonna be able to come back in your channel as a mod?
Oh yeah, you're not allowed. Yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah. You said that, and then we proved it.
Yeah.
And we proved it. Why I wasn't what you claimed that was.
I officially have 2 people banned. You and Snorty. Both of you guys are gone. I can't tell people what to do, but on mine, you're not allowed.
And that's wrong. You know what? Pete, it's wrong.
No, that's fine.
Well, it's not wrong.
You got to find your own lane, bro. You're over here
not
having
wrong.
a good time. Enjoy the
You
stream right
remember,
over here.
we talked after chat.
Hey, listen, bro. I'm not here, Shake. I'm not here to discuss any of this, man. You guys enjoy your day.
Clown.
However you guys may. Have a blessed night.
Hey, you too,
Enjoy
Pete.
it.
Thanks for coming by, man.
Pete, go
All
to bed.
I wanted to say is
Take care, Pete.
2K Cheetah is back. And
I
think even Buffalo fans are
I like
scared.
this new Pete.
I think even Buffalo fans are scared right now.
No, they're not, Pete. Pete, enough with that.
Yes, 2K
No one's
Cheetah
scared.
is back. Yeah, everybody knows.
Dude. This
when
new
2K
Pete, I like this
Cheetah
guy,
was
bro.
coming out talking about
That's not the
2K.
pussy.
Everyone
Why would the
knows
Bills?
Make
where
Pete
this
great
team was
again,
headed.
baby.
Why would the Bills be afraid of that, Pete?
Remember this. Hey, Bryson, this is the same guy, right? This whole community wanted out. No, he quit week 18. We hate him. This guy's on his way to get 2K this year, and he's working harder than ever. And you know how many wins that's gonna bring in? Cheetah?
One.
Come on, man.
One win.
Hey,
do it,
before
baby.
you go, I haven't heard your win prediction. What's your win-loss prediction this year?
Oh,
Who's that, me?
Right now, as of today, right now, if
yeah.
everyone is healthy, I'm gonna say between 11 and 13.
Oh my God, that's hysterical.
Dude, what happened, dude? What kind of you were on ayahuasca or something, dude? I mean, he's gone now, but dude, this guy, he's completely a changed man, bro. He get a new woman or something? What's going on with Pete?
Nah, he's drinking Florida water.
Pete is that dude.
He's got too much fluoride in his water.
He took a
Yeah, that
180
Florida
this
water is
last
really getting
offseason,
poisoned
bro.
now.
He's got salt poison. He's got salt poisoning.
He's got a water boil notice.
This is what I think it is. I think Pete, he just likes to go against the grain. And the last few years, every Dolphin fan's like, oh, we're gonna fucking do this, and that. We're gonna be great. Now everyone's negative because nobody believes in this stupid ass head coach and the quarterback that only plays 12 games a fucking season. And so I think he's trying to correct and be like, oh, now everyone hates him. I'm gonna believe in him. I think that's what Pete's doing.
Yeah, the contrarian.
No, you got it.
Yes, exactly.
There you go, Bryson. You nailed it.
Yeah. Oh, I love Pete though. That guy. You need people like that, bro, to keep it just fun. You know.
There you go.
Oh, we don't need it.
Dude, I love Pete, bro. Oh, dude, he's so funny, bro. He's a funny
Real quick. This man needs no introduction, but I'm gonna give him anyway. Me and Mono, and still part of the Fins tailgate.
What's up, Lou?
Yo, what's good? What's good?
Lewis, you bringing the midget talk?
Hey, man, we could talk midgets if you want, Michael K. I just wanted to say, first of all, salute to everybody. Memorial Day, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully everybody's well. Salute to all the veterans. And I'm proud of Pete, goddammit. Pete came up here and stood on business and said, fucking JC, KC, whatever, whoever the fuck this guy is, can't come on the fucking panel.
You saw him in jersey.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Lewis still ain't buy that jersey. He lost a bet, still ain't paid up.
Again, that's cool. I don't know who the hell this
You
guy
didn't
is.
pay up. You didn't pay up a debt.
All right, that's cool. I mean, that's cool. That's cute. I paid up my bet to Michael K. I paid up the bet to
You
people
didn't
I
pay
respect.
my bet.
Well, I don't respect you. That's why. The fact of the matter is, it's cool. Again, salute to Pete, man, for standing on business.
Mm-hmm. For real.
So what you're saying is, Lewis, that we should kick him off our panel?
Well, no. That's not what the
No,
Fins
Lewis
tailgate
ain't
does.
about that.
The
No,
Fins
he
tailgate-
respects everybody.
Don't talk over anybody.
The Fins tailgate doesn't do that, but at the same time, like I said earlier in the chat, there's only two Bills fans that I really respect and like have a friendship and can kind of talk to and stuff, and that's Michael K and Sean from Red, White, and Bills. Besides that, all these other Bills fans can go eat a dick for all I give a fuck. I mean,
Yeah, but the guy that was in Buffalo.
Hey Lou, I'm with you on that 100%. Sean and Michael K.
Yeah, Sean and Michael K. Listen, I know a lot be said about Michael K sometimes, and I know, whatever happened with Ali and stuff, it is what it is. But the one thing I will always say about Michael K, he does, when he comes over here, we know he's going to troll us, but he doesn't get mad when we troll him, and he supports, like, all of us. That's the biggest thing for me. Like, as a Bills fan, Michael K comes and he supports not only what I'm doing over there at the Blitz pickup, but TFTG. He's over there at Miss Fins. He supports everybody. I can get down with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, one thing is the troll. Yeah, he talks shit about my team. I talk shit about his, but he doesn't get personal.
It's all
like
love.
that.
Yeah, it's all love.
Yeah.
I like that.
Michael K is a good dude,
I know.
and then obviously Red, White, and Bills is obviously a good dude too.
Yeah.
So
That's
shout out
why-
to both of those gentlemen.
That's why I don't get mad at him when he doesn't realize why conditioner doesn't get sudsy.
It's shampoo.
Like
I
shampoo. That's why I don't get mad at him.
Hey, Donk, it was the shampoo that doesn't suds up.
Right. You just keep saying that to yourself, Michael K. Be all right.
It was a waste of $12.95.
Damn,
Not if
dude.
not if you use it as a suppository. It's not.
No, you know what I did with that high? I'll be honest. I'll be honest. The high bar did smell pretty good, so I ground it up in my garbage disposal so my pipes wouldn't stink.
Yeah, all that nut to button you're doing, I could see why.
Damn, all that nut butt.
Shots fired.
Damn, are you putting window spray on tires, Mike?
What's that?
Are you putting window spray on tires?
No, I don't put anything on tires. Armor All's bad for any dressing's bad for tires.
What?
Any dressing is bad for tires.
Man, you be doing what Kramer does, and you rub butter on that shit.
Dude,
Wait, hey, so what do you do to your tires? You get them clean or no?
No,
Nah,
well,
man.
yeah,
Black magic, bro. Spray with black magic.
soap and water, and that's it. When you do 100, nobody can see what your tires look
fuck
like
my
anyway.
tires, though. Those bitches need to be black and shiny. Fuck
No,
those
they
tires.
don't, bro.
Nah, that my tires do.
You know, in the biker world, there's a saying: "Chrome don't get you home."
Hey, Michael
No,
K.
I mean, I'm not a biker. I got a 4-wheeler, but that's about it.
Michael K. Serious question: do you wear a helmet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in New York, you have to. When I cross over into PA and Ohio, I take it off.
Oh, okay. So you don't wear it if you don't have to.
No,
You crazy, man.
dude, the helmet doesn't do anything.
Bull fucking shit.
Helmet doesn't do anything. Trust me.
Okay, trust me. I had a motorcycle. I still have my endorsement, and a helmet saved my motherfucking ass.
You know what? I wouldn't want to be a vegetable in the rest of my life. That's number one.
Yeah.
You're already a fruit. What are you talking about?
The only thing a helmet would do for Michael K is fucking hide that ugly mug. That's the only thing that helmet would do for Michael K.
Yeah, I wear a half helmet. Well,
Oh, okay. Well, and there's no
I
help
got
for
a
you
full
then.
help. I got a full helmet and full insurance coverage.
Well, I got full coverage too. It's you're ridiculous not to.
So if I go through someone's windshield, I'd be like, I just saved a ton of money on Geico.
Damn. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's fucking crazy, dude.
Hey, go easy on Geico. That's my insurance company.
No, that's who I had. That's who I had when I did have a motorcycle. That's who I did have for my insurance. It was like $21 a month for my motorcycle insurance.
My custom bike is a little more than that.
Oh,
New York,
yeah. Well, I had
dude,
one motorcycle was a 49cc scooter, and my second one was a 450 Honda Rebel.
I have a 2001 FLH, which is it's a dresser. My full coverage for the year is $72.
By the way, yeah, in Florida, it's funny is in Florida, you don't need
people would
insurance
rather
for
not
motorcycles.
spend that than it's crazy that people are like, fuck insurance, this and that. It's $71 a year, and it can possibly save you, but people will still not want it because it's crazy.
Well, the bike's covered for $25,000. I think Blue Book on it's only like 11.
I don't know if I'm going crazy, guys, but you know what I just thought about, guys? I just thought about, I was just up here. I'm sorry. I was just up here and I was like, I can't believe Cheetah's going after 2K. And you know what I just thought about now coming back in? I'm like, you know what? Bro, Cheetah is probably now happy with the quarterbacks we have on the roster. And that includes Tua, but he's satisfied with Zach. He loves Quinn Ewers. This man is working because he knows no matter what, the quarterback position is thorough.
Talk to him, Pete.
So you're saying Tyreek Hill is going to get 2,000
Isn't
passes?
this one of Lewis, in your lifetime as a Dolphin fan, looking at this quarterback room as a group, is this not one of the most enticing, at least going back the last 10 to 15 years?
This is the best in
I feel it.
franchise
I said
history.
that. And I said it.
I heard that. That's in history, and I agree with Lewis.
This is the best in franchise history. Quinn Ewers, Tua, and Zach Wilson, best lineup in Dolphin history.
I don't think the Dolphins in the history of the Dolphins ever had a top 5 and a top 2 pick.
Hey, Lewis,
at the same time.
Talk to him,
Lewis,
Pete.
I have a question for you. Because the avatars are different. Are you the same Lewis that made this comment? Crypto is trash.
Oh well, yeah. Listen, anytime you hear crypto and trash, I
don't know what
agree
that
with
is.
whatever that settlement is. Yeah.
Oh,
Absolutely.
how you feel about that,
Speak
Crypto?
for yourself.
Hey man, crypto's my brother. He's still trash though. I mean, it is what it is. I love him though.
I can't wait. I can't wait for the season to start. OTAs starts couple days.
Are you going to any games this year?
I'm thinking about it. I am
Yeah,
gonna have to go to a game. Yeah,
Pete's coming with me and Tony to Atlanta.
Atlanta or Carolina.
No, we're
Hey,
going.
let's go to both, bro. They're right next to each other.
Well, we're going to Indy. We're going to Indy, Carolina, and Atlanta. But we all know that Pete has some ties to Atlanta.
You ain't going there.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, listen. Maybe Pete and Tony could share a bunk bed like they did back in the day.
Yeah. We're gonna stop at an ice cream parlor and pick up some ice cream for Pete. It's gonna be great, man. Can't wait.
Oh wow. No, I do want to go to a game, but it's definitely not going to be a road game. I'll tell you that much. Maybe even the home opener week 2 sounds good, but honestly, I don't know. I don't want to watch Tua. I just don't want to watch Tua. That's the only thing. I want to go to a Zach Wilson. I want to go to that preseason game, watch Zach Wilson play that week 3, something.
Why don't you go to the Pittsburgh game and watch the Skyler Revenge game?
Yeah, Pete. Let's say week 15. Let's say the Dolphins go to
You
Pittsburgh.
know damn well Pete ain't going up there.
Let's say, Pete.
I'll go.
Pete, week 15, listen to this scenario. Week 15, the Dolphins go to Pittsburgh. It's Zach Wilson versus Skylar Thompson. Are you there? Are you going?
Actually,
I'm there.
I'm
there, and I better be carried by the fans. I want jerseys.
Hey,
I want.
Hey, you know what would be more intriguing, Lewis? It's Skylar Thompson versus Quentin Ewers, a battle of the McDaniel 7th round picks.
Oh shit, Shake.
Oh
yeah,
shit, that's right.
Shake. I think you called it out, bro. You just called it out.
Okay, well then, so then who had to pay the bet then? Because if those quarterbacks are playing at the end of the season, means Tua's not. So who won the bet?
Well, if Tua got injured, then it's a wash.
Well, the question I would have in that scenario, Pete, what jersey? Because I'll buy you a jersey, Pete, if you go to that game. But which one would you want? Would you want a Quinn Ewers or would you want a Pittsburgh Skylar Thompson? Which one would you be wearing?
If we get to that point in the season, I gotta be honest. Get me a Pittsburgh Steelers Skylar Thompson.
Oh, there you go, Pete. Stand on business, Pete.
We failed miserably with Zach Wilson.
Stand on business, Pete.
Now we have our 7th rounder starting Quinn Ewers. This team needs to go. Skylar's gonna blow him out the door, put up 38. Remember, we have no cornerback. Skylar Thompson is gonna take advantage of that. This defense might be so blown out by week 15 and they might give up and just let Skylar Thompson ball out. They just might let him, let Skylar be him, put up 38, and let's see if Quinn Ewers could take off. Honestly, if that happens, I'll be the saddest Dolphin fan right now in the whole city right now, man. And I can see it happening. Exactly what Shake said is you guys might think it's a joke, but that week 15 game literally might be Quinn Ewers versus Skylar Thompson.
And I tell you what, if that happens, they're going to flex that game to a Sunday game.
Oh, I would flex it in a heartbeat, bro.
I got the Steelers crumbling.
Hey, but Aaron Rodgers has said that there's a team that plays the Bears on the road that, might be signing him soon, right? You know that, so.
And you know that if you really want to take into consideration of that being something serious, then the Dolphins should heavily be in play because the Dolphins' first game of the season in preseason is versus the Bears.
Yeah, but that's not what the fuck he was talking about.
You don't know that.
I do know that.
That's probably him giving a hint, like the season opener on that first preseason game. You guys are going to be talking about Aaron Rodgers in Miami. We play in the preseason. Yeah, but it's going to be he's a Dolphin.
You think Greer has the balls to make that move, Pete?
I think he does, and it's not more that he wants to. It's more of the fact, and shout out to Mr. Pop, one of the OGs in the community. He always brings this up. There's a chance Tua just is not healthy right now, or something easily can turn around and
he's
happen.
Never healthy.
In OTAs right now, he can tweak his hip.
I completely agree. He's never healthy, and I don't think he's going to play a full season this year.
Even with the red no contact jersey, he could still just non-contact injury. You guys remember on Hard Knocks when I was around, we watched the Hard Knocks and we were like reaction to it, and then I made fun of what's that linebacker? Quentin Bell. Quentin Bell was the linebacker, right? He was the
Yeah,
one
yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
that was
what the hell
playing.
was that, bro? What were they
He
doing?
was
Calling each other? What was
no,
that?
no, no, no. It was Quentin Bell on Hard Knocks playing Max Crosby, and you saw how soft he was hitting Tua. Y'all remember that? He was like, "Oh, I gotta pretend to be Max Crosby, so after you throw the ball, I'm gonna hit him. I'm gonna hit you, Tua." And he's there just tapping Tua. No, this time around, I think they're gonna peg him. They're gonna peg him.
Yeah, I would not. It would not, and I don't want it to happen. I'll say that, but it would not surprise me in the slightest if Tua got hurt in the preseason. It would not even. It would
Like
not surprise
Tannehill
me in the slightest.
with
Tua won't even
Sue.
play in the preseason.
which is stupid.
No, he will. He'll have a
Yeah,
series.
he might have a series, but he ain't gonna get hit.
Yeah, he's not gonna get hit. Everybody knows the first 3 plays. He's done the same plays the last 2 preseasons. Got
I want you to
intercepted.
think about this. I want you to think about this. His best statistical year, right? He the year he stayed healthy, he played a lot. He played a lot in the preseason. Last year, they tried to preserve. They tried to rest their starters all through preseason last year, and they came out rusty as fuck. So, dude, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you know, injuries happen. You need. I think you need to get your players ready for week 1. If not, you're gonna look rusty as fuck.
And it's not only that, he's gonna play out of character, Shake. He's gonna like this competition he has behind him at the quarterback position is gonna put Tua. It's putting Tua in danger because now he feels like he has to scramble. Now he feels like he's gonna have his slow ass ain't gonna always get to the sideline. They're gonna hawk him down, and when they get him, they're gonna trash him. And this is what I'm trying to say because I feel it coming, and that's why I don't want him to be the starter because if he is that competitor, he is that guy that wants to win over the fan base again because he's lost all of you guys. He's lost the lust. He's lost the trust. If he was a cologne, he wore off right now. You got to respray.
Yeah, dude.
And the only way this guy, the only guy he gets a respray is if he does things you guys know Zach Wilson can do. If he does things you guys know that already seen the highlights that Quinn Ewers can do, being able to throw on the run like Zach. This is some of the things that are going to happen right now in camp battle when Omar Kelly, Joe Shad, all of these articles soon start coming out. It's going to be heavily involved in the quarterback position. I know what I'm telling you guys. Because once Zach Wilson throws on one leg and he throws a strike down the middle, nobody in that building is seeing Tua do that. So everybody's going to say, wow. I already saw it on Twitter. Zach Wilson threw that one pass to the backup, to Nick Westbrook-Akinis, and everybody was like, wow, that was a rope of a throw. Tua is going to play out of character, and he's going to get himself hurt because of the competition we have here. I feel it coming, and it sucks. He's liable to go head-on collision again because he knows he's going to lose this group of guys. He's going to lose them. Look how excited Tyreek Hill is. He's back talking 2K after literally saying he wanted out. Oh, he's happy with Zach.
Well,
Hey, shout out
that's because he has
shout
to
out
say
to
it.
Jamie Bahama, bro. You remember Jamie Bahama, P?
What
305
happened?
Sports. He broke that, bro. Remember, he used to be with us on Stephen D's channel on Cock Blockers. Jamie
Yeah.
Bahama, bro. Did good job, bro.
What did he say?
That's the guy that interviewed Cheetah on the field when Cheetah was putting in that work. 305 Sports. Check him out.
Oh, shout out to Jamie Bahamas. Yeah, it's a good dude.
What else? What do you expect the guy to say? Obviously, they're not going to trade him. They can't. He's got to play if he wants to get paid.
What do you mean?
So if he's gonna double down, he's got to say something after the ridiculous comments he made at the end of the season last year.
Yeah, but let's be honest, Michael K. The only way the Dolphins are something special is if Tyreek is doing special things on Sundays. This is led by Tyreek Hill. This is a team led by the best players.
Right. Well,
G say, tell him to click the link and come up here, bro. It's Memorial Day. Why isn't he up here?
Who that?
Yeah, bro.
click on our link.
Right now, Michael K, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Week 3, everyone is going to sit here, even including myself. Listen to me.
I'm
Everyone's going to
listening, Pete.
say, we're going to lose to Buffalo. Everyone knows that the Dolphins are supposed to lose to the Buffalo Bills. We can't lose that game. So, in reality, that's our Super Bowl in week 3, bro. That's the way I see it now. The week 3
Do
game
you
against the
actually?
Bills, this is the Super Bowl for this regime. This is what I'm saying, Michael K, for like this regime. It's the Super Bowl for Tua. It's the Super Bowl for Mike McDaniel. It's the Super Bowl for Chris Greer. If you guys dismantle us 38-16, I think it's over, bro. I
Oh,
think it's
well,
over
absolutely.
for that. I think it's yeah.
Obviously, let me tell you, Pete. Obviously, the cards are stacked against you for the fact it's a Thursday night football game
Yeah.
in Buffalo.
But
Buffalo's lights out 2 years ago. Was
but
on the
here,
road in
but look,
Miami. Y'all had to
and what
play
sucks,
here.
and what sucks is we could easily be riding a 2-game high, right? We beat the Colts week 1. The Dolphins beat the Patriots week 2. That's a divisional game. They could be riding high, especially if the offense was explosive. That 2-0 start isn't gonna mean crap, Michael, if we lose to Buffalo on a short week and go 2-1, because now it's gonna feel like we're 0-3.
Personally, I don't think you get past the Colts week 1.
I agree. I think their size on offense is a problem to the defense.
And by the way, I want to, now that you're here, Mike, that's what one thing I want to address. I said, look, at the end of the day, it was a tall task to beat the Colts week 1, but now this thing with Jim Irsay, it's even harder, a harder sled because of the
got a chip on their shoulder.
Yeah.
Yeah, they gonna have a chip on their shoulder. I mean, well, let's put it. It's better that he took his dirt nap when he did instead of a week before the season.
Honestly, some of you don't even know if all the players really like. You think Jalen Ramsey loves Stephen Ross right now?
Yeah, but Jim Irsay is different, man. Listen, Edward James had Jim Irsay induct him into the Hall of Fame.
He died too young, Shake. To me, that for a billionaire, and you die at
That's what
65.
Dude,
That's
that's what meth. That's what meth.
That
He
to
was
me
having
as a
health
billion.
problems a while
This
ago.
was
That's
this
too
was,
young as a
and
billionaire
by the way,
to die.
this was from
That's what.
Tony Dungy. Tony Dungy said this out of his own mouth. He said that Jim Irsay had love and respect from that locker room. And so listen, I'll take Tony Dungy's word for it because he's earned that right.
And that's what the Super Bowl does, Shake. At least he brought Super Bowl, and he brought Tennessee.
No.
I mean,
Even if he didn't win a Super
Peyton
Bowl,
Manning.
we all could say that freaking Tony Dungy is a man of integrity, bro.
I love that he was involved.
He was quiet, but firm and very intelligent. That's how I look at Tony Dungy.
There's the other guy too, his predecessor, the one that was here for a while. Remember, he was the coach over there. Got into the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Oh, good grief.
I know, me too. Brain fart. Oh my God, guys, he was here. Then he left.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Oh God, what's his name?
I can see
He's
his
a coach,
face.
bro. Won the Super Bowl.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, man. Look at Dungy's coaching tree. Mike Tomlin, Herm Edwards, Jim Caldwell. You know,
bro, 65 as a
Caldwell. That's him, Jim Caldwell.
Yeah.
That's too
You
young.
play to win the game.
Yep.
Oh no, that's Herman Edwards, right?
Yeah, Herman Edwards. That was one of his other.
Herman Edwards,
he was
in Tampa. Yeah, he was in Tampa. Yeah.
He was a Dungy protege.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
You know.
Was Irsay's
Was
Do you
Ursay's
guys?
death a drug overdose?
What you say now?
Was
I don't
Ursay's
think
death a
Nah,
drug
man. I
overdose?
heard.
what it
I heard he
was.
went
I
into
don't know.
sleep.
I don't think it's
From a
been
drug
reported
overdose.
cause of death.
Yeah, so did Jim Morrison and Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin.
I
They all went in their
overdosed.
sleep.
He dozed
Hey,
off
hey,
overdosing.
hey, Cap, you talking about Todd Bowles?
No, he said it already. Caldwell when he was down here.
Oh,
Well, Todd
oh,
Bowles,
yeah,
yeah, he
yeah,
was
yeah,
here
yeah,
too.
yeah,
Both of them were here.
yeah.
Nah, bro. I mean, say what you will about that guy, man. He was the owner of the Colts. I mean, Edwin James respected him. Marvin Harrison respected him. Freaking Dallas Clark respected him. The coaches respected him. The point being, he
You
made
know what?
superstars in that organization, and
You
he
know
had good
what?
coaches.
Honestly, we should run through the Colts. This completely broke them emotionally. This is a weak team right now with no direction.
No way.
We have continuity,
They're gonna
and we
win at
should
least
run through
40.
them.
They're gonna
They
win
have
like 40 games in a row. This is more momentum for them to
you know
win
what?
40 straight games.
We're about to 41-12 the Colts, bro.
You're
They're gonna
crazy,
miss
bro.
both extra points. They might even go for
I
two
don't
both
think. I
times.
mean,
This
I
is
know
Crypto.
the
you're
So
team.
trolling
this
with
is
the 14 wins, but this team
this
They
is a
just
sucks.
separate
lost their
question.
owner. They just lost their
Crypto.
owner,
Go
bro.
ahead, Capitalize.
This right now,
Crypto.
they lost their owner. I get it. These guys are gonna want to work out harder. That's gonna mess them up.
I don't even know who's their head coach.
Hey, Crypto. Quick question.
Capitalize?
No.
Yeah, go
With
ahead.
that being said, I mean, what would be their over or under?
Steichen.
What will be they what?
They're over and they're under. What number you got?
Colts.
I got us
For the
beating the
Colts?
Colts week 1 now, easily, Cap.
Wait,
Real
what's the
talk.
Colts
Look,
over under
No,
for
the
the
Colts
Colts
are
are a
Colts?
probably
team
gonna
that their owner just
Colts are gonna
died.
score 40 on
We're a
us.
team that everyone needs to
But what
stay
about
alive.
season wide? Season
They're
wide.
coming
What do you
out. They're
think?
coming out gangbusters. We're gonna need
I
the
would
Colts
say
to
probably like
lose a game. We're
7,
gonna need the
8.
Colts to lose late in the season, like we did last year. We're gonna lose the tiebreaker right off the
We
gate.
might put up
7, 8.
77 on
Hey,
the
by
Right
the
out
Colts.
of
way,
the gate.
Vegas
We're
has
losing
it
the
at
tiebreaker right out of the gate.
Tua might come out week 1 in that dome and throw 7 touchdowns.
Or none.
It's
That's
7.5 is
that's
what Vegas
lunacy.
has it at.
That's how you make a statement. Remember when
Seven
Peyton
point
Manning
five
did it?
right now,
Trash,
and that's
bro.
the ceiling. That's the ceiling,
I like
Bryson.
Damn.
So what you're
Hey,
saying?
listen.
7 games. Top 7 games.
You sound
Yeah,
worse
I'm not
than
gonna lie.
freaking Robert Kennedy
yo,
with the conspiracy
I'm about
theories.
to hit that under, bro. I'm about
Hey,
to
all I know is,
my
hey, look,
bookie and hit it.
I know we're not gonna win that game, but I'm still going to that indie game. So hell yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah, no, we're definitely. I think it'll
Shake,
be a
wear
close
your Tua
game
jersey,
because
bro,
the
because that
Dolphins
game,
play
I
really
got a
well
feeling
in the early
Tua
season.
is going to
Damn,
pop
Pete.
off.
God damn, can't even get a word in. Go
No,
ahead, Pete.
no,
No, I
I'm
already
wearing
said it. I'm
my
sorry.
Shake Money jersey, but go ahead.
Go ahead, Pete.
Talk. Where Bryson? You want to talk? Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I was just gonna say I think it's gonna be a tight game. I'm not scared of the Colts, but I am scared of the Miami Dolphins and the fact that they fucking suck. But they play well in the beginning of the season. Their best games are in the beginning of the season. So,
Bro,
everyone's
Tua
gonna be
is
healthy
going.
for the most
This
part.
offense is going to click week 1, Bryson.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, week 1 they'll click, but week 8 through fucking 17 they ain't clicking shit.
So if we
150
click,
plus by Tyreek
if
Hill.
we click
100
week
plus by
1
Jalen Waddle. That's 250 right there for the quarterback week 1. Easy.
on the
In
road,
a dome.
if they do
On
it
the
on the
road.
road, you have to think about that. Yeah,
Well,
if they do it on the road,
but they did it
That's
on the
not
road
including
against the Chargers
A-Chain.
last season, you know? I mean, they can play well early season on the road. It's mid to late season where they completely fall apart.
I just want to see our quarterback take over a fourth quarter, not like maybe 2 times a season, but like consistently.
Sure.
So if he does
I
that,
agree with you.
and if we're not trailing, then I would love that even more. But something tells me we're gonna have to fight for everything we get, and I just want him to be there the fourth quarter.
And I don't think we're going to get to
but I
see
want to
that,
see
Cap,
that
until
shit
week
in
3
late
versus Buffalo.
season. It don't mean what he does in September and October means fucking nothing to me, bro. I've seen it every
No,
fucking year.
I hear that all the time, but I like to look at it like this: if you get rid of business now, you don't have to worry about business late in December. You get what I'm saying?
No. I'm saying, Cap, they typically play their best in the beginning of the season is what I'm saying. I agree with you
Yeah,
though.
there's the
But
speed in
I
the
still
summer,
want,
but the power in
I
the winter
still
we don't
want to
have.
see him.
This,
I still want to
There you
see
go.
him and the rest of the team. It's not just fucking Tua. It's the rest of the fucking stars we got. I want to see them fucking show up late season when it's cold on the road, wherever, whatever have you the scenario.
Yeah, bro.
I
Waddle
don't
got
want
to
I
catch
want
to.
to see
balls.
that.
This is the problem.
You know what I'm
Those
saying?
early season games that Tua might win are going to be important for our
Hey
quarterback
man, how
who
come I can
doesn't
barely
have
hear y'all,
injuries
man? How come I can
later.
barely hear y'all?
That's
What's
Fred.
up,
He made it in
Fred?
the building.
Fred,
What's
I
up,
don't
Fred?
know.
Yeah,
What
Fred,
do you
what's
mean
up,
you
man?
can't hear us? Turn that
I'm
mic
glad
up,
you
bro.
well.
Or the
Yeah, man, my mic is up, bro.
no, I mean
We're
your
we're
headphones.
we're gonna
Not this
run
mic.
through. We're gonna run
We
through
got you,
the
Fred.
ownerless Colts week 1.
What up,
That
Fred?
literally has shifted everything.
Colts are going to
That has
win
shifted
65-0.
I'm telling
Oh,
you
this is
right now,
bullshit,
Crypto.
man.
We might be the team that puts
Yeah,
up
you know what?
Fred, Fred.
Fred, I want to hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Crypto. I'm gonna get a refund now. Crypto, I'm gonna get a refund on my tickets.
Fred,
This is
your
bullshit,
thoughts
man. I
on
can't hear
that.
nobody.
There you go, Shake. Get a refund.
You
Fred.
can't hear
65-0.
us, Fred.
That's what's about to happen. 65-0.
Can you
I
hear
know
us,
I heard
Fred?
that bullshit. I know I heard that bullshit though.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
Fred, what's your
Crypto,
view?
What you got,
Fred,
Fred?
can you believe?
statement or
Your
he's gonna
outlook
break your
on it.
jaw.
I don't know,
Fred,
Pete.
hey
Hey,
Fred,
Pete, I
can you
can't hear.
believe if Stephen Ross were to die, these people would sit up here and say, "Oh, our season is over. It's gonna make us worse."
Right,
Now,
because
for
it only
some
applied to
reason,
Miami.
the
Hey,
Colts
Pete,
It only
owner
applied to
as
died.
bad
Miami.
The Colts
as
owner
bad as
died.
I want to
It's gonna make
comment,
the
I
Colts
can't even
better.
hear, bro.
I
Fuck.
got you. You
It
might have to
only
go
applied
back
to
and forth
Miami,
again.
Pete. That's why.
What,
That's what I'm
Fred,
saying. The Colts are
what you
done,
using
bro. Week 1, it's an
to
easy win,
listen to?
Crypto. You might not want to like it or agree or like it, but
Hold on, man.
they're cooked.
I'm on the
They are
phone,
Can't
cooked.
Mr.
compare.
Paul.
It's
What
like
up,
look,
bro?
you can't compare Jim Irsay is like and Jim and Art Rooney or the Roonies to freaking Stephen
Let's
Ross.
start my
They're two
phone.
different
I'll be
owners.
back, bro.
Yeah. All
Jim
right, Fred.
Irsay used to be in the building. Jim Irsay was there at practices. Ross only shows up in his comes in his helicopter on game day.
Yeah, bro. Like we're starting to realize this now that he comes as soon as the game starts. Like game day, dude. Like where are you the majority of the time when you're not taking photo opportunities? Like we need you down here now more than ever to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Like if you know you got a product here the past 5 years that hasn't been up to par, bro, I would like to see my product and see what the hell's going on.
And that's
There you
why
go.
he has cut heads. Reggie McKenzie, gone. Brian Flores, gone. All of this,
Jim
everybody
Caldwell
that has
gone.
left, Caldwell, gone. Greer, take over. Now it's Greer. Every name Greer
By the way,
said he
Greer,
got
what are you talking
has
about?
been popping off.
Pete, McKenzie was underneath Chris Greer.
Yeah, but the problem is when you're ordering one steak, it's just you hanging out at the bar. You don't need 2 bartenders, you don't need 2 servers, and you don't need 3 chefs in the kitchen making you one steak. You just don't need it. They're gonna
But you need
overcook
one
it.
making the mashed potatoes. You got another making salad.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
they're all involved in the meat. That's what
in
they're
hindsight,
involved in the meat.
Y'all say
in hindsight, you're absolutely correct. In hindsight, you're absolutely correct. But they did him the favor of saying, "Hey, he wanted to
Chris Greer
leave
loves rubbing that meat.
to pursue elsewhere." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's
but
what they always do, bro.
They also didn't do him the favor by having a collaborative people
Yeah,
in the
bro.
building.
That's why
didn't
they
help
left in the
Greer.
first place.
That screwed him up. So now it's
Hey, so
on
Pete,
you.
are you going live today, Pete?
I don't know. I'm here hanging out with you, buddy.
All right, cool. Because I'm gonna shut that. I gotta shut this down at 4:00. So
Got 15.
Oh, I kind of killed the mood now, Shake.
I know. I'm sorry, bro. I got if I had somebody else here to run the panel who had controls to run the panel, I would have.
Oh, when I came in, I was hearing the Ali. What's up
No,
with
we're
this
good. We
Ali
had a
beef?
nice little
Fill me in on
3
this
hours.
Ali beef that I must have missed out on.
No, you gotta go back and watch the show, Pete.
It's water under the
I
bridge.
gotta watch
I don't
it.
want
Yeah.
to.
We'll leave that alone for right now, Pete.
Look at
Yep.
Crypto. You gotta go watch the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta
Gotta
click
get
on
a
that.
sneak peek.
We can give you a preview, but it's you don't want to stir the pot. One of the members are up here now, or the participants.
So yeah, exactly. Let's and not to mention Ali's not here to give his side of the story. So
Oh,
Right.
okay. Y'all were
Ali, no.
talking about it up here. He wasn't up here
AP,
either, but I was just
what
asking the question.
what what you think about the fourth quarterback that they added to the team?
You know what? You know what? That should be the
The more the
title that I
better,
should
Mr.
make right
Pope.
there. I should go live, but I don't have
No, I
that much
think
more
we
time.
need 5
Hey,
quarterbacks minimum.
he's this guy's
5.
brother, bro, right?
We got one more to
This,
add. One
Yeah,
more to
right.
add.
That's Gaba's brother. His name is Brett.
We need one more. One more, Mr. Pope. One
He's the
more.
same, but here's the problem, Crypto. He's the same size as Tua, 6'1".
No, he's
Okay, so we
6'1".
need 2 more quarterbacks. So we need 6 quarterbacks in the room.
What'd you say?
Tua might
We
get
need
traded.
6 quarterbacks.
You laughing, Mr.
I
Pope,
wish
but
that we
Tua
would do
might be
what
going to the
Cleveland do.
Saints.
You know what? Cleveland's going to win the Super Bowl this year. I'm going to go out and say that. Cleveland's doing it the right way. They got 5 quarterbacks in the room. They ready to rock and roll just in case one goes down. They got 5 ready to, and 4 in line. They're doing it the right way.
hey, Crypto, I love how you do business, Crypto. I love how you do business.
Cleveland's winning the Super Bowl. I got my money. I'm going to call up my bookie right now.
Oh yeah.
so, hey, when you say stuff, it happens, bro. So do I play this or what?
You might have to play this one, dog. You might have to play this.
Cap, do not put even a thought on that. When you got 5, you got none, bro.
Oh yeah, that's
4,
more like it.
No, when you got 5, you got
I
plenty.
ain't trying to hear the Crypto out here with this. Crypto, you really have insomnia, bro. Get some
I know
sleep.
too.
Get some sleep, man.
No, this is real talk. 5 the more the merrier.
No, this ain't real talk. We know what real talk sound like, bro.
Hey, it's like that song. The Browns got 5 on it. They got 5 on it.
Yeah.
Doop.
I tell you,
Tua to the Saints.
Shake been around, bro.
Tua to the
Shake
Saints.
been around.
Aaron
Heard every
Rodgers to
fucking
the
thing, bro.
Dolphins. Joe Flacco to Pittsburgh. Y'all heard it here. Go ahead, Fred. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, Shake been around. He's heard it all, bro.
Hey, I'm really thinking about the Carolina game, bro. Downtown Carolina is pretty nice too.
Make sure you get your tickets.
What about it?
$89.99.
You thinking about it? What about it, Cat?
It's right there around Atlanta too. You know what I'm saying? Trying to do like I don't know yet. It's what like back weeks.
There's North Carolina is a really
That might be
boring
an easy win for Zach Wilson if you
man,
ask me.
downtown North Carolina where the Panther Stadium is boring as
That
hell.
better be a win, bro. That better be a win, bro.
And I think Zach Wilson is going to throw three tutties that game. I'm not even going to lie. I think by week 5, Zach Wilson is going to be starting already.
Why do you think Zach Wilson will be playing that game, Pete?
I said it earlier. The reality of the season, like we could be 2-0, Fred, and I don't think nobody's gonna be hyped up until our Super Bowl is week 3.
What week is that, bro?
Our Super Bowl is week 3, Fred, versus Buffalo on a Thursday night game.
Yeah, I agree with you that. But what week is it that we play Carolina, bro?
Week 5.
We play them in week 5, right before the Charger game. Yeah, so week 5.
Look, I'm gonna tell you how the schedule's laid out, Fred. This is why I believe this is
we'll be 0-4 going into that game, Fred.
But let me ask you something. So we'll be having a losing record up to that point where they'll implement Zach Wilson then, huh, bro? At week 5. So Zach Wilson will be implemented by week 5, bro. Will it be because of Tua just that bad, or because of Tua gets hurt, bro? Like,
I have us being 1-1 with Tua starting heading into week 3. That's the reality. I do think we're gonna beat the Colts on the road, right, Fred? Week 1, we're gonna
be 0-4 going into that game, Fred.
Week 2, let me tell you what's gonna happen, Fred.
week
Look at the
2.
chat. The people
Hold
want
on. What happened, Cap? I can't hear you, Cap.
the people want you, man. The people want it. They want the show, bro.
The people's elbow.
Damn. But go on, Pete. Go
The
on.
people's elbow. The people's
Okay,
elbow.
so what this
Okay,
is
we
what I'm
tried,
trying to
man.
explain. This is what I'm trying to explain. Like that week 2, we're gonna lose to Mike Vrabel and the Patriots. That week 3, that's where we might hear entering week 3. I'm trying to lay y'all the schedule out so y'all understand why I believe this so wholeheartedly. We play Buffalo on a short week. We only have 3-4 days to prepare and travel up to Buffalo. This is going to be a locker room that just lost a divisional game to the Patriots. They're going to be down. Tua might find himself on the injury report, and he's going to be thinking about playing through that injury where they're going to make it up. The reason why I feel this way is because if Buffalo beats us, I think this whole locker room is going to turn on Tua. They're going to want fresh blood. This is why Tyreek Hill, he's excited for Zach Wilson. After losing to Buffalo, guess what
Morris is going to be starting by then, Pete. He will be starting.
Now, we're 1-2. We're 1-2 after losing to Buffalo on that short week. But guess what that short week does? Gives us a mini bye week, because on the following week, we play Monday night a divisional game. This is why it's important, these 3 divisional games, to make that turnover. If Tua beats the Colts week 1, nobody here is going to care. We lose to the Patriots, that's a divisional loss. We lose to the Bills, that's a divisional loss. We cannot afford to lose to the Jets and lose 3 divisional games in a row. And with that little mini bye week, I think that's where Zach Wilson is going to get his go, and he's going to get his first game, revenge game, Monday night versus the Jets, and he's going to smoke them, bro.
So what you're saying, the Bills game is
Sounds
going to
like
be
Pete been hanging out with Robert Kennedy, man. He's been on some stuff, man.
Hey, you heard me? Crypto. So the Buffalo Bills is going to be our come to Jesus game.
That's our Super Bowl, Shake. This is what I'm saying. Like, what Tua is 1-9 versus Buffalo.
Why do I feel we always play
1-8 in the regular season, and if you include playoffs, he's 1-9 or
Well, he
whatever.
didn't play Buffalo in playoffs, so.
How many times we played
We played them in the playoffs at the end of the season. I mean, 2 seasons ago, I think we played them in the playoff game.
Yeah, but not Tua. He's right. That was for McDaniel. That's the turnover.
Didn't Skyler give us the best chance of winning, Pete?
Hey, Cap, we're going to be 2-2. We're 500 again after beating the Jets Monday night, and we travel to Carolina week 5. I don't care if Cap pick me up.
That'd be a good game.
I don't care.
That'd be a good
Tony
game, bro.
pick me up. Lewis Blitz pick me up. We going to Carolina when Zach Wilson is starting, because this is how this guy's going to take over the team from here on out, and we could officially now start looking to see, diagnosing if this guy is truly our franchise guy. Go win some games. Big games.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Shake.
I don't think delusional Patriots fan will agree with you on that one.
Hey, Shake. Let me ask you something, bro. Like, other than a couple guys we know that's going to be starting in the secondary, Kohu, and Kohu is all I know of that I know is going to be starting in the secondary.
What about
However,
Cam Smith, Ethan Bonner?
Yeah, shit. Cam Smith, Shake, man. I don't know what to expect of that.
I'm so excited about my corner, Shake. I'm so excited about my corner, Shake. Go ahead, Brent.
Let me get my question off. But Shake, from what I hear, man, the guys we have that we're looking at, and that'll probably be in the camp. I hear there some pretty big secondary dudes, man. I'm talking about 6'1", 6'2" dudes, long, lanky dudes, Shake. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you the truth, that's the kind of secondary I prefer, bro. Long, lanky dudes.
Yeah,
Man.
I said that, Fred. I pointed that out. Jason Marshall. This guy's like you know what, Jason Marshall, he's the red-nosed pit bull.
And if Cam Smith picks it up, he could be the blue nose pit bull. We got dogs, bro. We got dogs. Those guys are long. Storm Duck is long. You know how hard it is to get around that long guy? Let's not forget Storm. This guy was an undrafted corner last year starting playing games. He could only get better.
If you ask me, these guys are one-on-one dudes. These guys are one-on-one dudes, man. Like I think they can hold their own in one-on-one coverages, bro. That's the kind of dudes they seem like to me, Shake. They really do.
And we got them. They're young, athletic right now. They just need to stay healthy. That's the key part about corners. They're young and athletic.
I think this is a secondary where they put hands on wide receivers, bro. Really do. And not let wide receivers dictate the pace of the game, bro. That's why I like the big secondary.
I like what Jason Marshall did on draft day when he spoke to Coach McDaniel. He said, "Coach, can you give me the playbook? I'm ready to go."
There you go. We need that type of atmosphere.
That's the mentality we need, man. You know how much that guy loves football? You know how much that guy sees how good of a player he is that he thinks the NFL messed up by selecting him in the 5th round.
Hey, you know, it'd be funny. He goes, "Hey, coach, give me the playbook." Oh man, are you that eager to study? No, I'm here with Mike Vrabel, and he's gonna pay me for the. He's gonna give me some money for it.
Good goose.
Yeah, I think that's why he wants the playbook. I think he's gonna sell it to our division rivals.
And I don't think we're gonna beat the Patriots, and that doesn't mean because I think the Patriots are good. The Patriots did get a little bit better, but I don't think that they're overhyped. And the reason why I feel like we might lose week 2 is because Mike Vrabel knows what it takes to beat Tua and this offense. That's what's concerning right there. That's what's concerning right there.
Hey, G, you're welcome, brother.
He doesn't.
Hey, by the way, G, G,
great teams, a great defense.
Hey, G is another guy that I'm gonna be getting in the blender soon. I gotta be reaching. Hey, G,
Yeah, Shake. Hey, Shake. That's a good one, bro.
G is gonna
G's
be in
old
the
school,
blender.
bro.
Hell yeah. But this Saturday, hey, listen, this yeah, man. This Thursday I got my man Russell. I got Russell. If you like old school, he's gonna
Russell's still around, bro?
That's Russell from TV.
No, not that Russell.
Which one? From
not that
Russell. Not that one. Okay, I was gonna say that's the.
Yeah, I know what you meant, G. Listen, I know what you meant. Listen, I'm not gonna be one into semantics. Hey, listen, Color. I got to run. I was gonna shut down the space, but if you want to hold it down for another hour or so, you can.
Yeah, to keep it going. If the guys want to keep talking,
yeah,
I
keep it going, Color. We just got here, man.
Y'all got to
Michael K.
because I am not going to be a babysitter, so I will just start throwing everybody back.
We'll follow.
I heard my name. What about my name?
Tag me in. I said Mikey K was hoping Color commentary would pop in.
Yeah, I like Color. What are you talking about?
Well, we got Tonk here too, Shake. You know, so we'll be all right.
Yeah, but I don't know how to do controls and stuff.
No, but
hey, Color. What's your IQ?
Yeah, if y'all want to leave, I can stay on too. I can stay on too.
But hey, listen,
Color? Do you have any idea? Color, do you have any idea what your IQ is?
No, I don't. I've never taken an intelligent quotient test.
Hey, by the way, real
You
quick,
you think you're in the triple digits? You think you're at 100, 120?
I know.
Well, a person that is that high of an IQ would never say they are. So no, I don't think my IQ is in a triple.
Well, I thought like 110 is average.
I
140, 150.
Let me hear your opinion, because I don't know what would be bold.
Okay.
I don't know what would be,
What's the top?
All right,
top number?
Just for argument's sake, we'll say Color has an IQ of 105.
Damn.
Together with Tom, that's a total. That's a total of 100.
I got a real question.
Together with Tom, that's a total of 115 IQ points.
I got
below average, bro.
Yeah, but what does that actually really mean? That shit don't. I honestly, I think those tests are. I don't think they really
Doc,
represent.
Wait a minute.
how
Wait a minute.
smart
I'm
somebody
still
is.
wondering why he
And I
put
have
me
a
below
college
average.
degree.
I don't. You told me 100 to 120. No,
below
160 is big. No, below average is
By
like
the way,
80.
the average IQ is 100.
Oh, I thought he said 110.
I thought he said 110 too. Yeah, that's what I heard.
What's the
110
highest?
Is,
Yeah,
above,
he did say 110.
is smart, is good.
Hey,
110 is
what's my
good.
IQ, man? What's my
Well,
IQ?
what I said is,
Hold on a second.
I'm like Hurricane Camille. I broke the anemometers. They don't have a test to measure my IQ, bro.
well, as I'm saying, with you and Donk up here, then the
Well,
IQ
you know what?
total is like
It's like this.
People would say
It's
you
like
use
this.
it.
120, 125 max.
Color, you can
Okay.
have all that high IQ, but I don't think you'll be able to stand next to Reason with a chalkboard and talk football.
There you go.
I would love to hear that go down, bro.
Because as an intelligent person, I would be using a digital whiteboard instead of a
That's
chalkboard.
being intelligent but not being wise.
A chalkboard.
You said these guys can't stand next to me with a chalkboard. I started dying laughing.
Like, that's simply because you can't buy them anywhere anymore. Like, I don't think they sell chalkboards anymore.
Hey, I got a question for the.
Well, I heard they got rid of purple in school.
For that matter, man.
Let me. You know what? I do want to get back to that beef stuff because I didn't. Like, let me make this very clear. We here, at least most of us, we are the fans. These guys, they're journalists, they're columnists, and some of these guys are content creators. Us as the fans, we can talk about all of that if we want.
How dare you?
You see what I'm saying?
Hey, by the way, Color,
that's the
freedom of
reality.
speech.
Hold on,
Yes.
before hey, listen,
Some
wait,
of these
before I go,
guys
I
have
need
to
the floor
worry
for 1
about
second.
what they can say.
I need the floor for 1 second, real quick. I'm gonna Color. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna keep the computer on.
Mhm.
I'm gonna be home. I'm not gonna be too far. So if you need
Right
me
on.
for any reason, just text me and I'll come right back. I'll come back. All right.
Right on. Perfect.
All
All right.
right,
Thank you, Shake. Thank you, Shake.
Hold on, man. We're serious,
Finally,
man.
Shake is gone.
Serious, man.
Yeah, now let's start talking shit.
Stop it.
Now I can say how I
You're not
really
gonna have that
I
while
heard
I'm
that.
still here.
Son of a
brother.
Hey, serious, man. I got a serious question for the panel, man. I got a question for the panel, man.
What's up?
If I may.
Go
Like,
ahead.
We know we could be starting a bunch of new guys, man. Maybe 3 or 4 guys. We may be even starting 3 or 4 rookies, man. You know, what kind of defense would you like to see them play? Would you like to see these new guys and just have to just sit back in a zone or would you rather see these new guys, you know, like forcing things? You know what I mean? Like, what do you
Well,
think?
all you have is their raw talent right now. Well, Fred, all you have right now is their raw talent. So yeah, you want to go with some kind of scheme this year that's just going to exemplify their raw talent, which is less thinking and more get to the ball.
Right.
Yeah, but I think that they did a decent job in the draft of getting some defensive players, offensive line.
Oh yeah.
They're going to be. I mean, I definitely believe we're going to see those dudes in preseason.
But for those, Tonk, that think that no draft, because there's people out there that think that no draftee is ever ready unless you're like one of these superstars, right?
Yeah, man.
But I think your point about it being a decent draft, like, yeah, these guys are all solid guys that are going to be, most of them are going to be with us for a little bit. You know what I mean? Some of them are going to be ready to go out there right out the gate, and we're going to.
Yeah, but okay. So did you see the interview Cap showed with the defensive coordinator?
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying Fred, did you watch that?
And that's Tonk. That's why I have confidence in these young players.
So do you think? Yeah. So I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, and we were even talking if there was going to be a new head coach for the Dolphins. saying hopefully that would be the next head coach, but and that would be the only way I would almost
Now that being
accept a
said,
new head coach.
the players still have to be the ones to do it. He can't do it for them. But
No.
given his coaching style and his attitude, like I cannot imagine these guys not.
Well, if he's
really
running the
quick.
play, is that who runs the plays?
Yeah, he's the defensive coordinator. He's the guy.
Yeah.
He's like the head coach.
Hold on. This is what I mean. So the head coaches don't always call the offensive plays.
Right.
Sometimes it's so. Does the defensive coordinator call, or does the
yes,
does
there
the
are
head coach
very
also
few head
call
coaches. There are
defensive
very
plays,
few
or is
head
it only
coaches
the
that never
quarterback?
touch the defensive call.
So on our team, on the Dolphins, is it the coordinator that calls all the defensive plays?
Yeah, it would have to be because Mike McDaniel don't know shit about defense.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I mean,
That's a lie,
but that's fine.
You're loud.
That's fine, though.
Hold on. What do you mean he doesn't know anything about defense?
Correct what I just said. He knows a lot about defense in order to defeat it, but he doesn't know how to call a defense. He's not a defensive coordinator.
There you go. Oh, Color.
Right.
I'm telling you, Color. I was coming.
Probably knows a lot about defense.
Well, you don't become a head coach if
Right,
you
because
don't
he
know
has to
shit
know
about the
to
defense. He just
call it against it, right?
That's just not the pathway he chose.
Just
Right,
like Brian Flores knows about offense. He knows how to defeat an offense.
Look, some guys are just really good football guys and can do both, like a Mike Tomlin or a defensive-minded head coach. You know what I mean? But even they have some flaws on offense. You know what I mean?
That's why I think he's special, Color, because I feel like he knows defense so well that that's where he trained at. If he sees this defense, this is what.
Well, Pete, using that same logic, Brian Flores knows a lot about offense.
Exactly. That's what I was telling everybody. I was saying that, Crypto. When you're in that genius
let me back up
status,
Pete's point. Let me back up Pete's point by with the GOAT, Tom Brady. You telling me Tom Brady don't know defenses better than most defensive coordinators in the league? Absolutely. The dude knows every
square
inch
played them
of that
all. He played against them
and
all.
how to exploit it.
Peyton Manning would take defensive coordinators out to dinner and stuff just to understand defenses better. And not only his defensive coordinators, other teams' defensive coordinators as well.
Right, Peyton Manning, all the great quarterbacks should be good defensive coordinators. In theory.
I'd become a defensive coordinator. That would be the avenue of coaching I'd get into if I was Tom Brady.
Yeah, because you should know how to defeat your greatest strength, right?
Because who can teach your defense how to defend the GOAT better than the GOAT himself?
Exactly.
He's like that Marvel villain Taskmaster.
Like
Green Lantern. No, Green Lantern.
What better way to learn how to beat a quarterback than a quarterback?
Dude.
Like if this defense,
Tom, there's a lot of DBs out there that would be great quarterback coaches because they know exactly what they do to exploit a quarterback. So they'd be able to relay that to a quarterback, like training a quarterback, like, Leo, don't do this because we would do this.
So to bring it back to Fred's point from earlier, do y'all think this system that we run here in Miami is benefiting the young defensive players? Like, let's be honest. Is this team helping our defense out right now?
It never has. It hasn't helped our defense in 20 years, Pete.
Look, I'd like to say that if this defense, man, if it's going to go out, then go out blazing. What I mean by that, I want some heavy blitz. You know what I'm saying?
On your own terms.
If it's going to get beat, I'd rather see it beat with pressure, man, not just sitting back, but trying to force things and make things happen, man. That's where I am with this defense and Anthony Weaver, man.
Yeah, well, we've obviously done things to address our ability to get to the quarterback. So I think coaching is probably in alignment with you, Fred, on that opinion.
Yeah, but my concern is the DBs. as far as our defense goes. That's my main
Right. That's kind of what Fred was saying. Like the only way to really solve that right now without just time is to get to the quarterback.
My biggest concern is
more often.
our defense. Our defense is going to fall asleep because they're used to a timing of an offense. So when they see Waddle slow down, the play is probably not dead, but now Waddle slowed down, Jonnu Smith slowed down, he gave up. Now our corners are falling asleep with them. They go about week 2, play Drake May. He's mobile. He moves a lot.
Are you saying our diva wide receivers don't provide enough challenge in practice for our DBs? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, maybe not.
No, because they're gonna. That's what I'm saying, Cutter. They're gonna fall asleep used to the scheme of our offense because the ball has to come out in time.
You know what? Let's think about
That's why
that.
we
Let's
had
take-
guys like River Craycraft in the building.
let's
Our
think about
receivers
that
aren't
for a
trying to
second.
work the second round, and they're not looking for Tua to buy time and get open again. They do their route on paper, and if the ball wasn't thrown on time, then
What's
that's
really
it.
sad is that Tua has
see the big old
reputation of not scrambling around, which means that if he were to start doing it, God, we would win like 5 games just because of that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't even realize.
But if he starts doing it and the receivers aren't like doing what they're supposed to do because they're not even believing Tua's doing it, they have to catch up to that.
Right,
It's a difference
Did
of
you
a
see
timing now.
Did you see the Big O's new header on his latest show? The wide receiver 3 will be the biggest contributor than what people think with the Miami Dolphins.
Well, yeah, because McDaniel's ready to decoy everybody.
Can I say, you know what?
I
You
don't
know
think
what?
that's gonna happen.
Something we should have been doing already for 2 seasons.
Hey, Color, you know what, man? You just put a thought in my head. Like, do we have wide receivers that can challenge these cornerbacks that we have in training camp?
Apparently, Big O thinks so. He thinks our third option is better than our 1 and 2.
No, what he's saying there, Cap, is that we're going to utilize the third. What I think what he's trying to say is Tua is going to finally run through his progressions and hit these guys that are open on every play instead of just robotically throwing to whoever the play calls for.
Exactly. Force feeding. Yeah.
But that's still speculative, dude.
That's not our offense, though, Color.
Up to Tua to do it.
Give it to Jonnu, bro.
He has to be able to predetermine the throw. So Tua is 100% identifying who he's going to throw the ball to pre-snap. He looks at the coverages. He knows
That
the
wouldn't
motion.
be a bad thing if he was correct every play. That wouldn't be a
100%,
bad
Color.
thing,
But he would need to know.
Pete, Tua ain't 100% nothing but trash, bro. What you talking about? 100%.
Memorial Day, bro. Really?
They're trash, bro.
We're doing so good.
Color, and like I said, Color, you put a good point out there, man. Do we have wide receivers that can even challenge these?
They can challenge them. They can. I'm just wondering if they will.
Oh, there you go, right there, man. There you go.
People in that building can get away with shit that certain people can't.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, if they're being, flippant in camp, then how's that benefiting our DBs?
Like, check it out, Color. Like, check this out, bro.
I'm not accusing them of that. I'm saying, what if?
If we have a rookie defensive lineman that can't toss and beat Liam Eichenberg, bro, oh, he's got a lot to learn. I'm looking at these defensive linemen coming in. I'm looking at them able to handle even Eichenberg, bro, who's been a starter. I mean, who's been a starter for
good thing, bro.
4 or 5 years, man.
In fact, they grab some of these guys so that we can stop getting gashed up in the middle.
Grumpy, what happened to Grumpy?
That's what I'm saying, man. Like
I think our left side of our offensive line took a big upgrade. We got Patrick Paul in the run game. We got Patrick Paul. He's huge, big, strong. James Daniel, another big, strong guy. That right there, to me, is an upgrade on the left side when it comes to running that ball.
No, it's not. It's not upgraded enough, Pete, because we're still
From
not deep, bro.
last year to this year, it's an upgrade.
We're still not deep, bro. We're still not deep, bro. You know what I'm saying? We're not deep.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, if Eichenberg is the backup, we're deep because he's versatile.
Bro, my Eichenberg may be starting, bro.
Well, I'm just going to put this out there. I'm starting to feel a little bit more excited about our season than I was before. It's slowly starting to gather because it doesn't matter how much I can't stand what's going on. I'm still a fan of this freaking team, and I love them to death. And slowly, as we get closer to July, it's like they're starting to creep back into me, bro. I'm
Because
really
teams always do something to upgrade and make you happy. Like I've been
really,
complaining
Pete,
about
it's more
I
organic.
like Patrick Paul,
But Pete,
I
it's
like
more
how he. I
organic this
know in
year,
the
bro.
run game he's stronger, more physical.
Pete, it's more organic this year. Like I'm realizing that we're starting to position ourselves where players don't have control of us anymore and Twitter don't have control of us anymore and all this other shit. You know what I mean? That's why I'm starting to feel a little like, okay, even if we end up having a bad season, I'm not feeling discouraged right now.
Nope. Because in reality, the Tua-neers might not like it, but it's a win-win for some of the Tua haters.
Well,
If
it's gonna resolve itself one way or the other, Pete.
If Zach Wilson hits and we winning, that's good. Tua's winning. We're not gonna really trust it, like Bryson was up here saying earlier, because we want to see what you're
And
gonna
I
do
think
in the
McDaniel
playoffs.
has positioned
But that
himself
still
in a
feels
way,
good.
even though I don't think it'll ever happen. McDaniel has positioned himself in a way that if he were to want to call a good game, let's say for a backup, not worrying about, how that would make Tua look, then I think we're at that point now. I think McDaniel has the feeling that he has that power.
I don't know. He's still talking
Regardless
about
of whether I don't think he'll ever exercise that power. I don't think Tua will ever be benched for performance. But I also don't think we're in an environment right now where they're forced to play him.
No. I disagree with you, Color. He will be benched for performance.
Maybe. All I'm saying is whether you and I agree on that or not, they have the power to now.
Exactly, and that's and that's how Zach Wilson's going to get his start.
Fair enough.
I see the Dolphins going 12-5. No, Tua's going to be healthy.
With you or Pete on that because that is a good scenario for me.
Tua's going to be healthy, and we're going to go 12-5. We're going to make it to the playoffs. We're not going to win the division though, because it's just
at 12-5. We're probably winning that division.
The Bills will they're gonna make it happen somehow. It'll come down to the last game of the season, but
another thing is 12-5 probably has us sitting at third. We probably got a home playoff game.
The only way we win the division is if we sweep the Bills. Because
exactly. And I don't see that happening.
If we ever end up in a tie with them, they will hold the tiebreaker.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
The only way we win the division
is they're going to beat a team that's going to have a better record than us.
Yep.
Man, Hold
on, Fred. The way the schedule looks, Tonk, there is a whole lot of football left to be played after we play our second game with Buffalo. So pretty much have to sweep Buffalo at the beginning of the year to be able to pocket that tiebreaker.
Which is possible, Color, if we beat them the first time Thursday night.
This is not happening.
Sweep Buffalo based on the fact that Josh Allen, when he tries too hard, that's when he starts to turn the ball over.
Pete, I'm going to tell you this is how it happens. With all the aviation accidents that have been going on this year, Buffalo's team plane will have to crash, in order for that to happen. That's what's been going on. So that's the most likely outcome because of all the aviation accidents that's been going on. Buffalo's team plane will have to crash and burn in somewhere in the lake in order for us to win the division. That's what had to happen. That's the
Crypto,
scenario that's going to have to
Crypto.
happen.
So did they burn and crash when we beat them 21-19?
Yeah, they
It's
did.
happened
And we
before.
still,
So don't act
yeah,
like it
and,
hasn't happened before.
and Buffalo still won the division.
It doesn't
No,
matter.
Actually,
we
yeah,
we threw. No, that was an episode of the Twilight Zone. So we flew through and got out.
Actually, that was one of the hottest, most humid games we've played in the last 10 years in Miami.
Yeah, and the Bills were sitting literally in the sun.
Yeah. Their
Right,
offensive
I'm saying
line.
for them to win the division, Pete.
Look, Pete, Crypto. The last time the Bills scored in that game, they had to get a first down, and they couldn't because their offensive line was collapsing on the field. So they could only kick a field goal. Remember that?
Yeah.
And we scored
They
the
had
go-ahead
20 yards
touchdown.
offense.
Then we scored the go-ahead touchdown, and they drove to get the game-winning score, and they couldn't do it because Josh Allen was just out of gas, bro, and threw the ball into the dirt. Remember that?
He was practicing on a slider.
Threw a true fall to Beasley.
That was the
Beasley
way
or
Shula
Spear.
managed the game, Color. He managed
threw a
the
slider.
clock. He managed the game.
He's working
and
on
he
his baseball
forced
career.
Josh Allen to have no time and put Josh Allen in a hurry-up offense under the hot sun.
No, Pete, he was
It
working on
happened.
his baseball career.
He had Josh
He
Allen
was trying to
running
work
for
on
his
his
life
baseball
that
career.
game.
He threw a
That was
football in the
credit to
dirt.
our
Hot
defense.
sun, Pete.
That
It
was
wasn't
credit to
just
our
the hot
defense.
sun.
He
That
threw a
was a
football in the dirt.
That was a proper September Florida day, dude. That was like not just hot sun. That was dripping wet, dude.
It was McDaniel dripping. McDaniel looked at the sun and used the sun. He said, "We're going to play this style of football, and we're going to gas them out."
There were
McDaniel's-
people
he's a
huddled.
weatherman right now.
Pete, there were people huddled in the elevator shaft area because that elevator shaft was AC, bro.
Yeah, and we barely beat them.
That is wild.
I can't wait.
Yeah, they did. They wilted in the sun. They really melted like the Wicked Witch of the West.
This season is about killing narratives.
We literally beat them because of that weather. They were not prepared for that.
Well, that's what I know. That's what I mean.
And and people made fun of Bill Belichick the week before that because he had brought the Patriots down 3 weeks early to practice in the weather, and they made fun of him for that, dude. But you know what? They actually were far more competitive with us than Buffalo was that early that year.
He had him conditioned.
All I'm saying, Tunk, if we win 12 games, we're winning that division. And it's probably going to be because the Bills.
In the stands, bro. It was so hot. 2 games in a row, we were up on the promenade, cooling off, man.
But even
everybody had to play in that heat.
Only one team gets to go to the sidelines in the shade.
If we win 12 games, bro, I'm solely giving it to the defense, bro. You know what I mean? I'm giving it to the defense.
You can't say that either, Fred, because you don't know if you're winning games.
What if we score 40 points a game, Fred? You can't do that yet.
Thank you, Color. Especially if we come out week
Don't put
one.
yourself out there like that, Fred. That's how the haters are able to attack you.
Hey, man, I've seen this offense shut down a whole lot. I mean, just shut down like nothing happened, bro.
Yeah, but they could help a lot.
Have you seen it shut down by the Colts?
But
with that regime, with their dead owner now, since
the shutdown was right. Shut down Tennessee.
Shut us down.
Exactly.
Wait a minute. Jim Irsay died.
Jim Irsay died the other day. Rest in peace to his soul. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You didn't hear that, Caller?
Yeah, Caller, you didn't hear that?
Yeah, it's like 2 days ago. Like 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
That's
so
why
are they finally going to trade their running back?
Shake was up here on the panel earlier, Color, talking about Jim Irsay died, man. That's gonna
Color wasn't here.
That's gonna make them coach get together and play harder.
So I hope this ain't too soon, but are they going to finally trade Jonathan Taylor?
No.
We don't.
No, they will keep him now.
They signed him.
We're gonna probably put 48 points on the Colts week 1 and blow them out.
Go with that, Fred.
But
Let me
Fred,
ask you
this is
something,
how.
bro.
Look, this
No,
is
no,
how
hold on,
Pete
hold on,
feels.
hold on.
Colts are
Hold on,
winning the
bro.
Super Bowl this year.
Hold on, bro. Hey, Crypto, what was the last game, in your opinion, that you seen?
The Raiders
When
haven't
was
won
the
a
last?
playoff game since Al
When
Davis
was
died.
the last game? When was the last game, Crypto? You remember where the Dolphins
They haven't even
offense
won the division.
looked
Yeah, but
good,
the
bro?
NFL didn't like Al Davis, bro.
When was the last game the offense looked good?
The last game the offense looked good,
Yeah, who was it against?
Fred.
Who was it against?
Remember, The
last
game, they
A
hold the
Yeah,
stump
Tyler
yeah.
line.
Huntley
Pete,
led offense, a
We talking
Tua
about what
led
defense
offense,
playing
or
bad?
just McDaniel,
Pete,
period.
remember,
I'm
they hold
talking
the
about
combine
last
in
year, bro.
Indianapolis, bro.
I'm talking about last. When was the last game you remember the Dolphins offense just looked like it was running well oiled, bro? When was the last
The
game you
Denver
remember?
game. The Denver game.
Oh my God.
Denver. Denver. That was the last time.
I think
And against the Commanders, the old Commanders team. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
I
that
won't
was
say
a
the
pretty
new one.
decisive game. You're right, Crypto. That first Commanders game.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Fred.
How long ago
After
was that?
Fred,
How long ago was that?
That was
I'm gonna tell
Fred.
you
It was
right
the
now.
year before Jaden Daniels.
It was
The year
after
before Daniels.
Fred,
Yeah.
you were up there with me on the panel when
Oh,
we
and by
broke
the
down
Year
way,
before
the
Jalen
Packers,
Daniels. Yeah.
the Packers
Hey, one at a
concussion
time,
game.
man. One at a time,
Hold
bro.
on, I'm trying to
One at a
answer the
time.
question with an answer,
Let me
bro.
have the floor real quick. 'Cause
Was
hold
Jacksonville
on.
week 1 or the
We just
Green Bay
exposed.
Christmas night game?
Hold on, Pete. We just exposed the fallacy that I want to freaking drive home. Crypto. What did we just find out?
After the game.
No, what did we just discover about the Commanders?
We didn't discover nothing, Color.
No, we
They're
did
gonna have
not.
a sophomore slump.
Listen. The season before they drafted Jaden Daniels, we wiped the field with them. They draft Jaden Daniels, and now we're not even in their league.
Yeah, right. Right. One move. That's one trade. One move they made.
I'm supposed to believe that a quarterback can't make that kind of difference.
Yeah, man. Good point, though. There you go, bro. There
Right.
you go.
Yeah, they can't make the difference. Yeah.
A rookie.
Zach Wilson can make the difference.
Hey,
we got a quarterback that beat the Bills as long as we played Zach Wilson that week. We had a shot.
Same thing happened with Denver and Bo Nix, bro. Bo Nix turned the club
not just a
completely around.
Not just a rookie, but a rookie on a trash team. Because
But guess what? But guess what? That rookie you're talking about, now he's talking about being able to pass out of the pocket
you know
more
what
often
it is, Pete?
to
It's
change
because
tendencies.
when we beat
Now
the
he wants
Commanders,
to play
hold on.
like Tua.
No, what it is
Now he wants to be more of a
it's very
Tua now.
simple. It's very simple.
Nobody wants to play like Tua.
It's very simple. The year that we beat the Commanders in 2023, they were not actually trash.
They weren't.
That's the fallacy. All they needed was a good quarterback.
That was it.
Sam Howell almost threw for like 5,000 yards until he
So
got hurt.
what?
Hey, Color, I give you one more, bro. I give you one more. That offensive line was nothing special either. Nothing special. But you implemented.
They had Michael Dieter.
They traded for that's another thing.
Wait a minute, Fred. Are you trying to say that there's evidence that a quarterback can actually make an offensive line stats better?
Thank you. Thank you.
Make it better. Yeah.
Thank you.
And who's been saying that for 5 years?
Me.
Wait a minute, Fred. I'm talking about that specific statement that a quarterback who has been arguing that a quarterback can make an offensive line stats better. That would be
First of all, this is Tom Brady. Hey, Fred, you can scream thank you. You could think you guys are right now, but the reality is offensive linemen would prefer
10 times out of 10 to play for Tua than they would Jaden Daniels when it comes to
No,
this
they wouldn't.
NFL
No,
pass
it wouldn't.
No,
blocking
It
game.
would be different.
Yes, they
It would
do.
be different.
no.
They
Yes,
would look
they
a
do.
whole lot better with
Yes,
Jaden
they do.
Daniels, bro. They really
How come
would.
our offensive lineman always getting hurt with Tua
Offensive
then?
linemen don't want to be blocking for
He's
7
getting
seconds
hurt.
out there, turning their
They don't
body,
have to be
chasing a
blocking for
guy.
7
They
seconds
don't
when
have
they got a
to.
good quarterback.
It's better to block for a guy like Tua,
They
Drew
don't have to
Brees,
be
Tom
Well,
blocking.
how
Brady,
come our
Peyton
linemen
Manning.
never stay alive then if they were to block for Tua?
You are feeding right into the false narrative that Tua gets the ball out quicker than everybody else. That is just
He
not
does.
true.
His scheme. That's his scheme. That's
It's not true,
100%
bro.
true. That's
It's
his
not,
game. That's his
bro.
game.
The average pocket time is
Tua,
2.4 seconds, dude.
and Tua has it at 2.1.
2.1.
That's his average.
Hey, Color,
2.1.
Exactly.
Color, I got one more for you,
Color, you
Color.
should see my average time.
I got one more for you, Color. Was Denver's offensive line
That shit would be 0.5, Tonk. I mean, like, don't give me this football. Hot potato.
was Denver's offensive line elite before they had Bo Nix? No, I think they were trash.
Russell
Implement
Wilson was
Bo
playing
Nix.
pretty good.
Bro,
What are you talking about?
Again, this idea that we can decide whether an offensive line is trash or not based on PFF stat numbers is ridiculous.
Yeah,
Thank you, Color. I agree.
Quarterback helps the offensive line tremendously.
I
If you ask me,
look at things that affect the game, okay? The fact that Tua's pressure rate is the lowest in the league, lower than even two backups. So it doesn't matter why he has lower pressure than everybody else. What matters is what he does with that lower pressure.
He led the league with it. He led passer rating with it. He led completion percentage with it.
Yeah, but guess what? He didn't
That's what
lead,
he's
Pete.
done with it.
He didn't
And
lead
you
in
got
the
guys
win
like
column.
and you got guys like
But he
Jaden
did
Daniels.
not
You got
lead
guys
in
like
the win
Jaden Daniels
column.
saying they got to pass out of the pocket because
But
he
did
doesn't
not
want
lead in
tendencies
the
picked
win
up.
column, Pete. That's
Exactly.
the only column that matters.
Ain't nothing. Ain't no.
So what are
He
you
ain't do
saying
nothing
then,
in the
Color?
game,
What are you
bro.
trying? What point are you making?
The point I'm trying to make, maybe it's that the whole scheme, whether it's designed for Tua or not, is mid. It's never going to win long term in the NFL the way we run things, the way we're
That's
forced
right.
to run things. It just
Shout
isn't.
out to Color. There you go, Color. I like that. I like that mentality, Color. I like that, bro.
This is not the 1970s.
There you go. There you go.
And like Crypto said, if these failures in the air keep happening, that's the way we win. Is on the year where everybody's down.
Hey man, we're always talking about we need an offensive line to help the quarterback. How about we need a quarterback to be able to take pressure off an offensive line? You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. It
Well,
makes
that's what.
sense.
So that
Makes
well,
sense.
it doesn't. It's not the same thing. But what I was trying to say earlier with what Fred said about the defense, like if we go 12-5, the defense is going to have a lot to do with that. And when I came up with that record when we went through all the different games, I was saying that if the defense can hold us to, hold the team to 20 or 19 or 22,
right,
then we can have a chance. If we can't, because I don't know if Tua can score 30 a game, but I believe he can get to 22.
Well, Tonk, since the moment Brian Flores walked in the door till now, our defense has averaged about 21 points per game year over year.
That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good.
But here's the thing, though,
I think
guys.
it's just a good way to try to aim the defense.
This is why a lot of us believe that the failures on our defense are because of the offense, the lack of production. Because the fact is, if the offense was scoring more and the offense was, which would thereby put more pressure on the other team, our defense would probably shave a couple more points off that average.
We would have had more turnovers and sacks, Color.
They wouldn't have as much time to score against us, Pete.
There you go, Color.
It would drop the points average per game against us down. It would drop it inherently.
It has to be really concerning to this staff the drop off the offense took the second.
Well, so and I kind of looked at that, like
it is
maybe
so concerning. They went out and got Zach
I don't think it's a surprise that most.
No, I don't think. No, I don't think it's
even
concerning.
the greatest show on turf that was scoring 40 points a game had a defense that was only giving up 17.
But from what? Yeah, but with our head coach Zach Wilson could potentially fit in with his scheme well.
Like, let's be honest. If we're winning games,
so he's a good backup.
Yeah,
if we're winning games 31-29, 31-30,
Maybe a good partner. How about that?
34-31. Every week we're winning and we're allowing 30 points. We're not going to care because we know that it's our high-powered offense. That's
but that's not going to. Yeah, but the playoffs. But that's not going to make it in the playoffs.
You're right.
Bro,
You're right.
in the playoffs, if you allow 40, you got to score 41.
You're absolutely right, and I'll point back to the greatest show on turf again because they were scoring 40 points a game, but their defense was still top 5.
It was.
Still only giving up 17 a game.
Look at the Bengals last year, Color.
Guess what? If Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt and Ricky Prohl weren't running all over the field scoring touchdowns, I guarantee you that defense would have been right around 21 per game.
Because that high-powered offense is so high-powered, it forced teams to play faster earlier.
Pressure on the other team, bro.
Yeah.
You know watching that era, man, you know how it was.
You're not going to go playing the Rams and trying to beat them through the ground. You're heading to play the Rams to make sure you score every down.
Yes, you have to, just like the Patriots. You have to score every single time you touch the ball.
Yep. And
because
that's how we're going to come out.
Every time you don't score could be the L of the day.
And that's how this team is probably going to come out week 1, Color. I'm sitting here saying week 3 is our Super Bowl, but knowing this soft regime, to them, it's probably week 1 versus the Colts.
Back when you were facing those Rams, Pete, it wasn't even a matter of scoring every drive. You had to score a touchdown every drive.
Yeah.
You couldn't even get away with a field goal against that team.
I would say the Bills looking at,
and they kept it up. They kept it going from Kurt Warner to Mark Bolger.
AP.
Bolger is an integral part of St. Louis to this day. You're absolutely right. They love it.
AP, check it out, bro. Check it out. Tua led the league in passing yards, passing percentage, whatever, bro. But
it
it's
ain't
only
whatever. That's leading the league in those stats.
It is only whatever, bro, because you know why? You know why? Because he's only got 29 touchdown passes in his career, bro. His highest is 29 touchdown passes. So yes, they do.
The year that he got 29 touchdown passes, he must have had 18 rushing.
So they'll let
rushing, bro.
Yeah. In fairness, Fred, that was a down year for every quarterback in touchdowns. Just saying.
And his running back. And
I have
his
to be
running
fair,
back
bro.
vultured
It is
him
what it is.
for like
and they're
18
worse.
touchdowns, like 12 of them from 1 yard out. Fred, if Tua wanted to pad those touchdowns up, he could have took those away from Mostert.
Oh, that's what I was just going to say too. The other thing is he only threw for 29 touchdowns, but Mostert rushed for 18.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that's going to take away from Tua's total.
Shout out to the run game, then.
Shout out to Tua sharing that run.
Not even because Patrick Mahomes might have thrown a screen to Mostert there, and Mostert would have still scored, but it would have been considered a touchdown pass. If he would have made a jet sweep to Mostert, it would have been a touchdown pass.
Yeah.
Yep.
This quarterback is trash, bro.
So how do you go from having 18 rushing touchdowns and now same scheme, better running back, now this regime is soft?
I'll tell you why. Because Mostert has a gift that we're not sure if the new running backs have yet or not.
Exactly.
And it goes to what I was just saying a minute ago, that Tua got robbed of some touchdown passes because of it. Raheem Mostert has a very gifted ability to take the ball all the way into the end zone from like the 11-yard line. Like,
And you know
they'll
what?
just run it in.
And you know what's crazy?
Distance, you know what I mean?
And you know what's crazy with that color?
He was able to snap those 18 touchdowns that year.
You know what's crazy with that? Because he fumbled color. We seen his drops and carries fall off tremendously, bro. His carries fell off tremendously, bro, because he fumbled the ball, bro. Because he fumbled.
People say McDaniel is soft. McDaniel ain't soft. He put Mostert in the doghouse.
It's almost like
That's
almost like Mostert decided in his career, you know what? I can't stand running it in from the goal line. That shit hurts. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make sure that I'm never at the goal line, and I'm just going to run it in from the 11.
Yeah. That's dumb, Pete. That's what that is.
I think McDaniel just knows A-Chain is better, and he went with
No.
A-Chain, and I agree with him.
No, McDaniel's just dumb. He's an asshole.
Okay, better, but what was I'm going to ask you a question like Sam does, Pete. What was the better option at the time? It's not that A-Chain could be better than Mostert, but at the time, the better option was the veteran.
Mostert was falling apart like a Lego color.
No,
at the time, A-Chain was
man.
the best guy.
When was he falling apart? When was he falling apart, bro?
The man limped to 1,000 yards because of the end of the season.
Oh, he limped to 1,000 yards. Okay. Wow.
He was everybody talking about gassing out. He was one of the main ones gassing out. That's why
I mean, we did cut him, so I mean, I guess you know, McDaniel obviously agrees with Pete.
And the Raiders drafted Genty, so the Raiders don't value him.
McDaniel's an asshole. That's why.
Yeah, what? But isn't that what we want, Fred?
Exactly.
I want
He
Dennis
ain't holding
Leary as
on
my
to
head
buddy
coach.
friendships anymore. It was
I
nice knowing you, Mostert.
I want Dennis Leary as my head coach.
It was nice knowing you, Mostert. Now we're going with younger, more hungrier running backs.
And people with a
That's
way
the reason why we're going to average 2 yards per carry.
And A-Chain's
We're
fragile.
averaging 2 yards per carry.
We should be going
accept
with
Mostert.
We should be going with younger and hungrier quarterbacks and head coaches. That's what the hell we should be doing. We're hungrier than them. How about that?
We
don't have. There's no head coach younger than Mike McDaniel. I mean,
It needs
the
chicken
dude's
noodle
like
soup.
12, bro.
Kellen Moore's younger from the
What's that, Tom? What were you going to say, Tom?
Somebody younger than McDaniel out there, bro.
Kellen Moore from the Saints.
Definitely a younger quarterback than Tua.
Oh yeah, Kellen Moore is 36 and McDonald's 37.
You good.
So happy
Memorial. And you know what? Just saying that, bro. You saying McDaniel's the youngest coach, just about the youngest coach that's out there, and he's got more responsibility than more of the older coaches out there. God damn.
McDaniel doesn't have as much responsibilities as other head coaches. He's just worried about offense and fixing Tua, keeping Tua alive.
He's head coach, offensive coordinator, bro. He has to.
McDaniel, for sure, as a head coach, has the most stressful job.
Come on, man. He's got a lot on his plate other than just head coaching, bro.
So Fred,
McDaniel's not even top 5. He's not even top 5 in youngest coaches.
So Fred,
There's 5 younger.
Fred, go back to when you were 16 and you had your first Burger King job, right? Or McDonald's, right? And you were working there for like 2 weeks. You think you don't, like, you're still trying to get the ropes. You think you're having a hard time. And the manager comes to you one day, pulls you aside, says, man, you're doing great. We're going to fast track you right into management. Are you going to be like, nah, bro, I'm too young for that shit?
Nah, I tell him, nah, I don't want it. How the fuck you gonna give me that, bro? I've been here 2 weeks. What the fuck? I think something was wrong with that, man.
Well, not if the competition. You got to look at it from their perspective.
I know what you're saying.
They've been there for years. They're the one coming to you, telling you you're better than anybody they've got, and they're the ones that have been there for 2 years. How are you going to argue with them?
But I understand what you're saying, Color, but that makes no sense. You're putting you've only been there
Well,
for
I'm
2
not
weeks.
saying the management team would be right in their assessment. I'm just saying that that's the assessment they've made.
Yeah, that seems ridiculous to put a person who's only been there
Well,
2 weeks.
the point of the question was to ask Fred, what would you feel about yourself? Would you be saying the same things about you if, like, let's say that you're saying about McDaniel? Because that's effectively what they did. They came to him like there's some McDonald's management team going, you're the one, and we want to fast track you.
Yeah, I see. Like,
So
it
blame
would
the
be
man.
wrong.
Blame the
It would be
management
wrong
team,
in
but
both
don't
cases, to
fault
be honest.
the man himself.
Yeah, no, it would. To me, it would be wrong in both cases because if that would show your incompetence in the hiring process that
And
you're
the
doing
other
that.
thing is, football ain't rocket science. So I have patience, Fred, when it comes to, hey,
Hold on.
if they're going to let the guy go for 4 or 5 years, then fine with me. Because, again, that's why from the beginning, I wanted them to lock up even a brand new coach. I wanted them to lock him up for like 10 years because I didn't want this game of, oh, it's the coach. Oh, it's Tua. Oh, it's the coach. Oh, it's I wanted that to stop. And the only way to get that to stop is make a choice on a guy and really run it through for a good 10 years. That's your only way.
Thank you, Cutter. Because you heard Fred, right?
You can't do that. We're not the
What did
Steelers.
Fred didn't even want to finish Tua's league leading stats. He said blah blah blah. Tua
That's right,
led in
man.
passing. Tua led,
That's right.
but all of that goes to McDaniel. Who
What's the
cares
finish,
if he's
man?
a first-time head coach? Who cares if he's a 37-year-old coach? This is a 37-year-old coach already with entering 5 years of experience.
But
He
he's
ain't
made,
done nothing.
but
He ain't done
5 years
Stuff
of
nothing, man.
other
experience, but
head
he's
coaches
making rookie mistakes.
could only
Pete.
wish. The Bears, the Bears head coach couldn't do Justin Fields.
Yeah, I
Robert
see.
Saleh couldn't do anything with Zach Wilson. Look at all these other failed quarterbacks that they get new head coaches for, new coordinators for, and they can't get fixed. McDaniel comes in and does all of that, and not only that, he leads the league in major passing categories.
He ain't do
Major
nothing.
percentage is not a major category anymore.
He ain't do
You throw a
nothing with
fish in a
Tua.
bucket.
Hey,
Well,
Pete,
Zach Wilson's
Pete.
case, I'm going to go back to the fast food analogy. Okay. He was working at McDonald's, right? But he belongs in one of Gordon Ramsay's restaurants.
I want a Big Mac now.
What kind of results you think you're going to get out of an employee working at a McDonald's?
I'll have a milkshake and large fry.
JC, what do you mean I stretched it a little bit?
Hey, Color. You know what? When you said that, okay, yeah, the manager says, okay, Fred, we want to boost you up to this right here, right there. But then the district manager came by and said, "What the hell is y'all doing? Guys been here
Well, that
working
guy
here
will
2
fire
weeks.
everybody and shut down the store.
How the hell you going to get make this guy? Man, he's been here 2
Yeah, but
weeks.
that guy will fire everybody and shut down the store, Fred. That's
that's what I'm saying. It shows the incompetence in the hiring process that you're keeping a coach at 5 years, extending a coach at 5 years that's still making rookie mistakes at his.
Yeah, but you got to realize that a coach's contract extension means nothing, Anthony, in the NFL.
Okay, yeah.
They don't pay these guys so much that they can't just pay out their contract and fire them. Nothing binds a head coach to an organization.
It's not like you're saying. It's not like college football. It's not like college football.
Right.
How about those other employees? Maybe he asked them, say,
sorry, Fred. I just wanted to add one other thing, Anthony, is that in the past, it's quite common to see a coach get fired right after he gets an extension.
I'm going to use a perfect example. Who was the coach that got fired after he took his team to the Super Bowl? Like, I can't. I understand he lost.
You don't have to look any further. Like Crypto just said, you don't have to look any further than Sperano.
Yes, no, I'm talking about a team. The Falcons. Didn't they fire their coach after? I know he lost it, but he blew the lead. But he took the team to.
Yeah, wasn't that Jay Gruden or?
No, Dan
whoever
Quinn.
replaced Jay
Dan Quinn.
Gruden? Dan Quinn, right.
Yeah.
And
I've
what
said this
about
multiple times. Coaches gotten fired for doing a lot more. I've seen coaches get fired even though they took their team to the Super Bowl or even won the Super Bowl and stuff like that. So,
I mean, every organization does
I
things
don't know about
different.
winning, Anthony.
It's really hard to try to give opinions
I'm
on
exaggerating a little bit.
what a coach's career trajectory is, because every one of these organizations it's like the country, right? We are a union of tiny little other countries. Now, we don't have full sovereignty anymore because of what we fought for in the Civil War and all that. You know what I mean? Like, that's what the Civil War determined, is that the government, the feds, do have some sort of supremacy, and we are all locked together. But we are kind of like all independent little. Same with the NFL. The NFL is a league. Each team is its own little company, its own little limited liability corporation, and they all can do and run things however they want inside the standards set down by the NFL to be an NFL franchise. Just like you can't open a McDonald's and just start serving hot dogs.
Oh my God! Say McDonald's one more time. Big Mac, where you at?
Now, you could eventually get approval. You could make a certain hot dog in a certain way and be selling it in on Long Island or Coney Island, and you might be able to get McDonald's to approve a new McDonald's product based on what you invented. A la, that's what happened, how that fish fillet was invented. You know what I mean? But
hold up, man. Hold up.
McDonald's and start doing shit, right? But what you can do as a McDonald's is you can hire whoever the fuck you want.
Yeah, the
hold up, man. How about because I want to stay on this McDonald's and the manager thing for a second.
We're trying to explain how a franchise works to you, Fred. Like these companies.
Okay, Colin. Okay.
So in other words, like Crypto pointed out about the Steelers, they're the type of team that hires a guy and lets it run its course, and it's been successful for them.
But I'm gonna stay right here with this McDaniel and this McDonald's manager thing right here. Okay, you asked me if they came to me and said, Fred, we want to make you the manager. What about the other 4 or 5 guys they asked did they want to come up to be manager, and they said no. And I'm referring this to Mike McDaniel. I'm referring this to Mike McDaniel because I so happen to think that they've interviewed other coaches and they probably turned it down to come here. So they settled with Mike McDaniel because.
Let me answer that.
No, that's not true.
If they're calling you, hold on, let me answer. If they're calling you, a 3-week-long employee, into the back to fast track you as a manager, I would have expected that they've already tried to hire people and it didn't work.
And it's probably because management or ownership from that particular McDonald's was looking for one key factor one of these interviewers have. And Mike McDaniel came up with it, and he was the qualified guy. He came, and when they asked him, what would you do to make this McDonald's better? He gave them the best answer. He said, listen, this McDonald's here has a very slow drive-through. I know what it takes to make this drive-through become from last to the best. And he made sure. He didn't care if the burger was hot, the cheese was melted on there. He just made sure that drive-through was flowing fast, and he succeeded at that. Even though he was giving out leaky cups, complaints were running through,
and all the longer time boomer, and Pete, all the longer time boomer customers that are coming in to eat, they get terrible service.
Hey, no, that's wrong. That's wrong because that manager ain't all he did was make workers faster. And hence,
he did make them.
And we are the fastest team in the league. Yes, he hired fast people. No. Fred is on it.
No. He made the workers faster. No. I've always said it, Fred. You can't make another human being different. He didn't make the workers faster. He put them in positions for them to operate their energy more efficiently.
Nah, Fred, he hired fast guys. That was part of his plan. He said, over here at this McDonald's, we have too many slow employees. I want the fast guys.
The reason I said that is because it's the same thing as what I've always said. Mike McDaniel cannot make Tua's arm stronger.
No, he can't. But he can hire workers that can do the job faster.
No,
yeah, you can hire faster people, sure.
Yeah, that's what.
That's always the solution. If there's an inefficiency, faster workers are just going to expose that inefficiency faster.
Well, Mike McDaniel came into that McDonald's, got the drive-through flowing faster than ever with top quality customer service.
What I'm trying to say is step one is identify the problem, Fred. The problem is inefficiency, not speed.
And then you know what? And then everybody realized, like, man, this the same cheeseburger I've been having. I mean, I got it faster, but it turns out that, damn, it tastes the same.
And color. That's what I'm saying.
But why would you expect a change of
faster? But
like you want the cheeseburger to taste different because it came to you faster, Fred?
Well, no, Anthony. They hired Mike McDaniel to figure out what the problem is. Now, if he has identified the wrong problem, like Fred has, and thought that speed was the answer, was the problem, then that's why we're in the mess we're in.
And JC said it best. Our owner,
and we got there faster than we would have.
And you're getting that cheeseburger hotter than ever because you're getting it.
And JC in the chat said it best. Our owner wants to hire cheap coaches with no experience, and they can be that efficiency can be affected with a lack of experience. And Greer is another example too. The guy's been just because you're hiring within doesn't mean it's the right choice.
Well, that's the part that Fred's saying is that the management team, by choosing to pull him aside and fast track him, is making a mistake. So that I agree with. It's possibly true. But Fred, another example would be if you identify the problem as speed, and you think that, I'm gonna turn up the temperature of the fryer or the cooker to make the burgers cook faster, you obviously can see the fallacy with that.
Yeah,
you're just gonna burn the burgers and make them taste bad.
Instead of fast food,
I'm saying
I'm gonna use a better example.
I'm saying by color. If you got faster workers, people that's
what I mean is the problem with getting the food out faster.
Then the drive-through ain't all back the fuck up.
What I meant in that example was the problem with getting the food out faster wasn't solved by cooking them, by turning the temperature up to cook them faster.
I got a better. I have family. I have friends that work in the marine industry when it comes to refinishing boats, actually, and I'll use that. It's like instead of redoing the boat, like refinishing the boat with like high gloss finishes and stuff like that, and it's like putting duct tape over a hole on a boat, thinking that's gonna be the long-term solution and stuff like that. Instead of completely redoing the body of the boat. That's what Greer and Ross have been doing. They're covering duct tape. They're using duct tape to cover up massive defects in the hole instead of completely.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's how you feel. That's how you feel, Anthony.
Why not? Billy Mays did it.
But tell us what moves made you feel that way, Anthony.
Good point, Anthony.
Wait, didn't they go out?
I want to know. He hasn't made a point, Fred.
Didn't they float that boat in that infomercial with like that was all tape made out of tape?
But what made you feel that way, Anthony?
What was it?
Okay.
Was it when they fired Flores? Give me something.
Hiring inexperienced coaches who have no, inexperienced guys who haven't had experience play calling and stuff. And so,
Okay, so you definitely got it. So you just
I like
Sperano.
Sperano. I like Sperano, and I like the coaches we've hired, but they've had no experience play calling, and that's what I mean. Hiring guys like that who never really had experience. That's the duct tape solution. Instead of hiring guys with experience.
Well,
Have any of those coaches that you said you like ever put up 70 points in a game, Anthony?
I don't know, Anthony. You could argue that's
It's been
rebuilding
done
the boat.
before. It's been done before.
You could argue that that's rebuilding the boat.
No.
saying, man,
That's not.
I'm saying-
That's quick solutions for a long term. That's a quick fix for a horrible job.
Or it could be a junk boat from somebody's backyard that they're starting from scratch on.
But look, let's look at it, man. And here's what it is, man. Tua, Mike McDaniel's not doing nothing with Tua that Brian Flores didn't do. All he did was just implement a faster wide receiver.
All he did was make people feel happy about it.
And made it, and had him do more of what he was already doing, bro. He didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing to Tua, bro.
Are you saying he just put lipstick on a pig? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what that is called.
He just gave him more basic arithmetic.
Cliff, I understand what you're saying. That they hired Jimmy Johnson, but there was actually issues. Jimmy Johnson is a perfect example of that.
Anthony, let Crypto get in here real quick.
Hey, Anthony, you don't like the Eagles head coach? He won the Super Bowl. He's a first-time head coach.
Pete, let Crypto get in here a second. What were you saying, Crypto?
No, I was saying he just put more 1 + 1 = 2 questions on Tua's test. He only had to solve the easy questions.
No,
he
and
took all the hard questions
Nick
off.
Sirianni, the Eagles are a competent franchise. The Eagles are a competent franchise. They hired the right assistant coaches around him.
Hold on. So they're an incompetent.
No,
so we're
that's-
the only franchise that went undefeated and won the Super Bowl. But we're not a competent franchise. The Eagles are.
No, after that, we've been incompetent the past 30 years, man. After that.
That's another false statement. We were deadly through the 80s and 90s with Marino. Half of these guys will tell you. Even made it to championship games.
But we also had a 6-10 season.
And wasn't nobody even here than Pete McDaniel certainly wasn't
We
here.
won multiple division titles. I didn't
Right.
get to see them.
You know who else wasn't here?
The thing that
You
gets
know
me,
who was
success.
Stephen Ross wasn't even here, bro. Stephen Ross wasn't
the
even here,
NFL
bro.
has changed so much that we actually, with Dan Marino and Don Shula, we had consecutively 6-10, 8-8, and then I believe a 9-7 season consecutively, and nobody was calling for their jobs.
That's what I'm saying. And when we try to bring Jimmy Johnson in to fix that problem, Dan's ego, he didn't put his ego aside.
I get all that. I'm just pointing out the fact that it wasn't the way it was back then. Like, you set a team and a coaching staff together, and you ran with it for like 15 years, come what may.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. You're putting quick.
I mean, what if every draft sucked for everybody for 14 years straight?
That's why it makes sense. Like, it's no point of talking about the past because teams stuck together even longer back then.
I know. You would get used to a team, a roster, and be like, these are the
guys.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, for a long time.
Yeah. Yep. For the Dolphins specifically, it's to the extreme either way. Either we keep a coach for too long or fire a coach after 3 years.
The reason it was that way was the same reason football is different than every other sport. It's the same reason it only had 16 games a season, because it takes a long time to be great as a football team. with the same
You
guy.
think the Patriots are
The
like
same
an
guys
exception
could
to
have
the rule?
sucked for 3 years, and then all of a sudden they get it together.
Yep.
And I have a question, Color. Do you think a team like the Patriots or like the Colts, how they succeeded were like in like are rare cases, like where they succeeded right away with Peyton and Brady and stuff like
No,
that?
Anthony, because you can't sit here and say this is what Jerry Rice did. This is why he was so successful, and think every receiver can do what
No,
Jerry Rice did.
I don't think they. I think that that's just a product of they're doing the same thing everybody else, Anthony. And there is a certain amount of luck involved when you get a group of guys together that gets it together quicker.
Oh, okay. So
it doesn't have to take 10 years.
Okay.
But the norm should be, hey, this is your team for a while.
And that's what we've been here as the Dolphins. Our core has been the core, so we should literally blow out the Colts week one.
When we added Keith Sims and Richmond Webb, that was two pieces of the puzzle because we had the same group of guys for so long that's all it took was adding those two guys to turn a 6-10 team into a playoff contender perennially
every year.
Yeah, no, and this is what, and I don't know. Like I've joked around with Pete with this and you, Color. I've said this. Greer must have something on.
I mean, one of our wide receivers was still wearing a 2-bar face mask clean into the 90s, dude.
Didn't our kicker weren't our helmets for the kickers
wore a 2-bar face mask his entire career?
That's called the duck. That's called the duck color, by the way, bro.
Yeah, no, but like what I was gonna say is I've joked around.
That's what the face mask is called.
That was the kind of helmet Mark Duper wore, Crypto, the duck. That's what it was. That's what it was referred as, bro.
How Greer has lasted this long in this franchise without getting fired? I've joked around with you and Pete. I've said Greer must have dirty pictures of.
No, I think
he doesn't have anything.
I think Ross is just seeing it the way I'm seeing it right now.
He has Diddy pictures available.
I mean, Occam's razor, the least number of assumptions is that Ross just sees it the way I'm describing. I'm not saying I'm right. Like, I'm not trying to glorify myself. What I'm saying is maybe he sees it that way. And if he does,
what way?
There don't have to be no dirt on him. Greer don't need no dirt on him.
What way?
He's just saying, hey, this is what it is, and I'm going to roll with it until the wheels fall off.
Exactly. And that's exactly what it is.
Wheels tighten up. You know what I mean?
Or it could be, I'm sorry, I put
what I should have said was, or it might gain traction, instead of the wheels falling off.
It's no dirt. The man don't got no dirt on him. It ain't. It's not like that. I'm not buying any of that crap.
You don't have to buy it, Pete. There are so many aspects of the general manager job that have nothing to do with the stuff we talk about. And we don't know. Chris Greer could be exceptional at those fucking jobs, at those tasks.
Yeah, he's great. He's great. Like I said, Greer, if we had like a football operations department set up like what you see with the Chiefs, where they have a general manager that deals purely with the cap and
Anthony,
like
if
a financial department.
Greer was only responsible for the stuff that we complain about and talk about, then wouldn't he just be the head coach?
Hey, Crypto. Hey, Color. Let me ask you a question, man. What do you think Greer's more successful with, bro? Handling contracts or drafting players?
I'd like to get Ross drunk and ask him a few of those questions. It'd be nice to know what value.
What do you think, Color? I mean,
I'd like to know what it is, though.
How do you think he is as far as handling contracts? How do you think he does it?
Bro, again, these are all things. It doesn't really matter. Fred, if I agree with you right now and say, yeah, he handles contracts shitty. Okay, fine. But there is something else that he does as a general manager that has to do with running the organization that we have no idea about, that he's doing right now on the phone with somebody. Well, not now because it's Memorial Day. But you know what I mean? Like, they might be.
He's on a yacht, Color. He's on a yacht.
He's a yes man.
He's on a yacht now, Color. What do you mean?
Right. I got you, Crypto. But what I'm saying, listen to his job title. It's very simple. People make it way more complicated than it has to be. He is the general manager. That means he generally manages everything.
Oh, okay.
Is that two the titles, Color? Is there's a general manager in charge of football?
That's his title. No, Fred, that's what he is.
Okay, it doesn't matter. What it signals to me is that his responsibilities as a general manager include much more than the stuff we are worried about. That's why they have a head coach for us to ask those questions about.
Yeah.
Maybe he likes the way Greer squeegees his windshield. I don't know.
Well, let me see. Okay, Color, let me ask you this. Is he in charge of football operations, bro?
Chris Greer, absolutely. That's
Absolutely.
Manager.
When you're general manager, you're in charge of most of everything that goes on. Yep. You're in charge of everything.
What flavor the cupcakes are in the cafeteria.
You might have to say it a little louder, Craig. I don't think Fred heard it.
He is in charge of everything. When you're general manager, and that's why when you have seen over the years, some of these coaches that have tried to be coaches, and I'll give you one, Paul Holmgren. Is that his name? Who coached at the Packers?
Mike Holmgren.
Okay.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit, man. Because hold up, when Parcells was here, I think I heard the title of general manager in charge of football operations, bro. I don't hear nothing but charge of football operations.
Okay, Fred. So that means that Bill Parcells was general manager of football operations. That's what it means. So what?
Oh, but I don't hear that with Greer. I just hear general manager.
Right, which means he's general manager.
Why are you trying to hear it? So why are you trying to hear it then?
Well, I heard it from Chris Greer out of his
because I want to know how much power this guy really has, man. Like I said, he's probably still a yes man.
But Fred, by them not adding that, they're telling you he's general.
That's what power he has.
Look, when Doug Peterson says, "Hey, I got ice cream for the guys," okay, what he did was he called up their general manager and said, "I want some ice cream for the guys," and the general manager said, "What fucking flavor?"
Hey, you know what? Hey, Crypto, don't pay me no mind. I'm just trying to get guys up here riled up and get them sick. It's like they got me, bro.
No, but Fred, Mike Holmgren, when he went to the Seahawks, he tried to be head coach and general manager, and he failed drastically there.
Yeah,
you either have to be a coach or you have to be a general manager.
But Craig, that may have been the way the Seahawks or the Packers do business.
I want some McDonald's. I want Chris to give me a Big Mac and a filet of fish.
No, I'm saying when he went to the Seahawks, he wanted to be head coach and general manager.
Okay, but that may be something that if they were willing to acquiesce to that, then it's every bit as much their fault as it is his.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to tell Fred
You're pointing out that it's hard for that type of system to work. Yeah.
It is. It's very hard.
But then some people would just point out Bill Belichick,
or general manager. You cannot be both. It's a fact. It's a fact.
You are a real not unless you're a real guru like Bill Belichick.
Well, yeah.
Well, we have a guru on us. Mike McDaniel's a guru. Remember?
You know what?
I said a real guru.
Let me ask you, gentlemen, a question. What would have got us? Let me ask you guys a question. In y'all opinion, do you guys think a healthy Tua all last year is guaranteed playoffs, or a healthy Chubb and Phillips last year is more guaranteed of a playoff? Which one
Neither
is
one
more
of them would have been a
guaranteed?
guarantee. But if you're asking me, would Chubb and Phillips have had a WAR number of 1, which was all we needed to get in the playoffs? Then yeah, I'd say it's quite possible we'd have made the playoffs.
Yeah, because didn't Weaver at the one press conference, he said there were 3 or 4 games we didn't get key stops. And maybe that would have gotten, but all in all, Tua just
He
has to
throwing
stay
himself under the
healthy.
bus.
He's gotta stay healthy. That's simple. He's got to learn to stop being this hero ball stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Hero ball, damn.
Well, that's what
That would
even.
imply that you think you're a hero.
Well, that's not gonna. You're talking about Tua, right, Craig?
Exactly. I'm talking about even Marino himself has
Just
stated
keep
to
it on
him.
Tua. I'm telling you right now, he's
No,
not
no,
gonna
no, no,
stop
no.
that hero
I
ball.
know that, Pete. But
He's gonna
what
do
I'm
it
saying
even
is
more now.
Marino has tried to tell him get rid of the ball, slide, different things like that. Why did Marino last that long? Color can tell you, and a bunch of others can tell you. He knew when to get rid of the ball. He knew when to slide. He knew when to say, screw it, the play's lost. I'm getting rid of this pass.
Well, he was a lot like Roethlisberger, too, in the respect that he could have 5 guys draped on him before he decided that.
Are we talking about Alabama quarterbacks?
Hell no.
Yes.
Oh, no. We are not talking about Alabama quarterbacks.
Oh, Shake is here.
Don't even start that.
There's one time I saw a highlight recently, a couple of months ago, of a Marino touchdown pass. And it's funny, it's like amazing. As many highlights as I watch of his touchdown passes, it still amazes me, even though I'm pretty sure I saw it the day it happened. You know what I mean? But I was watching one where the entire defensive line converged on him. He had like 3 guys. One of them was already on him, and all he did was take his left arm and like swim over the guy and zing the ball into the back of the end zone for a touchdown without even looking, dude. And it was like, Jesus, man, that was so good. Like, people don't even understand really how good is.
And that's why Color, I'll say this. Everybody said, well, Brady had the greatest season and Breeze. No, Marino.
I'm glad I'm not one of those people
that
that don't understand what good is. I find out quick.
For
I'm
that-
not one of
for
those
that
guys
time.
that need 3 seasons to evaluate a player.
I wish
can
I
tell
could
if a
show the
player's-
play because
Okay.
it's like
Well,
nice
well,
drive.
Pete, you took cues from me on how to turn in your test early, Pete. I taught everybody in this community how to turn in their tests and don't stay too long in the lecture hall. Turn in your test early, goddammit. That's what I taught everybody.
But
You
the
gotta turn
thing
in your
is,
test.
for that time, 1984, that was unheard of. 5,000 yards. 48 touchdowns.
Imagine in baseball if the other players in the dugout could come out and start charging the pitcher right before he threw the ball, right? And you've got 3 guys on the pitcher, and while he's swimming over them, tosses the ball into the catcher's mitt.
Color,
and
your
gets
imagination
strikeout.
goes wild
That's
sometimes. You know
Marino,
that?
Well, I'll tell you what. Watch some of Marino's college highlights. He did the exact same shit. He did the exact, and for that time, that was it. Even John
Do we
Elway.
need Alabama Tua back, Craig? Are we getting Alabama Tua?
If he, I'll tell you what.
He's gonna be out in week
Here-
1.
Here's my answer.
We're getting Alabama to it. He's gonna be out in week 1.
I just want to point out, you're right, Clifty, but when I speak of good right now, I'm speaking of raw talent, not good as in accomplishments and everything else.
He can be Alabama quarterback too. I don't care. But like I said, throw the ball
Marino
away.
didn't even really have good talent as a thrower. He threw kind of like everybody really thought he threw like without good mechanics and all that. He used to always
No,
pick
he had
on
no
him.
wasted motion. No, he had the most fluid, non-wasted motion.
Right,
Yeah,
but
he
his
just needed
father
a wide
taught him
receiver
how to
like
throw it.
Devontae Parker.
Nobody saw it that way back then, Crypto. You know what I mean? And they didn't realize it was all not just raw talent, but raw ability. That ball in Marino's hand feels like a golf ball.
So, Pete, to answer your question, we don't need out. We need salty Tua. That year he stayed healthy. He was salty Tua, and basically telling everybody, "Kiss my ass. I can stay healthy." That's what I want to see. That's the kind of guy I want to see. And get on the
Well, no.
players. When Tyreek Hill
This
does
man
something
wants
dumb,
salty Tua back.
No, you're
you're
wrong,
damn
Craig.
right
I
I
want
want.
pepper. I want pepper Tua. I want pepper Tua, not salty Tua.
You want?
I need the pepper version of him.
I want
I don't
Nolans
care
too.
whatever kind.
I
We
want
need somebody
Nolans.
that can
I
stay
want-
healthy.
Go over to Nolans
I need
and then
garlic
come
salt
back
Tua.
3 years later.
You know why?
Okay.
You know why salty Tua still sucks? He didn't win nothing. Alabama Tua threw a touchdown. He won a championship. We need Alabama Tua.
Yeah, he did.
I want
I don't care.
garlic clove
I just
Tua.
want a Tua that can stay healthy.
I need
That's
somebody
all
that
I
can kill a
want.
vampire. I need silver bullet Tua.
Well, you want somebody to kill a vampire? Call Wesley Snipes and Blade. Ask him; he'll kill a vampire. I don't know. We need somebody to stay healthy, and he's got to stay healthy.
This season with the upgraded line, better running
That
game.
ship has sailed.
And
He's
listen, Crypto,
he's
you
gonna
know,
have a
Tua doesn't
phenomenal
kill
year, Craig.
vampires. He kills narratives.
There's a chance he has a phenomenal year, Craig.
All right, you're right, Shake. Good
Craig,
point.
I'm not trying to throw shade or nothing, but I grew up. I'm poor. I was poor growing up, right? And we always had a junk car. Okay, and like we would fix shit and be like, if the car just doesn't break down for a year, we'll actually start getting ahead in life. You know what I mean? But that car break down every fucking year at some point.
Here's the problem.
You know what I mean? Like
Y'all
it
don't
didn't
want.
matter
Here's
what
the
we thought
problem.
in January. Oh, the car is gonna last one whole year. It never did.
You didn't
Yeah,
maintenance it right. You didn't maintenance
That's a
it right.
lemon. No,
Yeah, it
Tua is
wasn't
a
a lemon.
lemon at this point.
Y'all remember Karate
They
Kid?
didn't maintenance
It's
it
called
right.
Color
Hey,
said
y'all,
Tua is a
y'all
lemon.
remember? Listen, y'all remember
They change
Karate
the oil
Kid?
every 3 years.
Y'all remember Karate Kid when his mother drove him and his girlfriend to the party in their junker, and like
Oh,
she
the
was all
first one, the very first one, right?
That's why I could relate so much to that movie. That was literally me, bro. Like that was the kind of cars we had. That was what I had to roll with my girl into the party with. You know what I mean?
Man.
Like, sorry, that's just the way it was. You know what I mean?
By the way, now looking at that movie, it's like how you kind of like you didn't know, there was like as you're an adult, you could spot the wrong thing in that in the movie, like it wouldn't fly today.
What are you talking about, Shake?
Karate Kid wouldn't fly today, man, because Pat Morita taught a minor how to whack off.
Oh God! Oh, here we go.
Wax off and wax on.
Wax on,
Oh, yeah.
wax on, wax off. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, let me ask you guys something.
Paint the fence.
Do you like the old Karate Kid or the newer version with Will Smith's kid?
If they would simply change the name to Kung Fu Kid, I would be perfectly fine with the movie. It was a great movie. I loved it. I thought it was really cool.
Which one?
The
The
new
one with Will Smith's kid?
Yeah, I thought that was a neat little story. I liked it. But they
Yeah,
should
I
not
like
have called it Karate Kid. I get it. It would be like calling a movie about a plane, Amtrak.
Yes. Yeah.
I just took the
got
kid.
you.
I just took the kids out to go watch a movie the other day.
Call me a stickler. I don't know. But the movie was great. I like it.
And there's actually another Kung Fu or Karate Kid movie coming out. They showed the previews to.
Yeah. I bet you spent a fortune too, right, Pete?
What do you mean?
At the movies, it's expensive as hell.
Oh, everything is going up, man.
I think they felt like they couldn't call it Kung Fu Kid because it would have been seen more as a knockoff. But
with everything going up,
hey, why not see how Kung Fu would have played out in this scenario? You're like,
y'all don't let the system beat y'all. Keep pushing and stay ahead, fellas. Just keep pushing.
You know
Stay
what's my
ahead. Don't let the
favorite?
system take y'all.
Color, you know what's my favorite part of that newer version? when he's watching that lady with the cobra. You know what scene I mean, right?
How does this?
I've only
But what
seen it once.
this went from Tua to Karate Kid. Is Tua Jiu-Jitsu Tua
Because
coming
Tua
back
is
too?
going to practice on his kung fu.
Is Jiu-Jitsu Tua coming back?
Jiu-Jitsu kid. He's the Jiu-Jitsu
We're getting Karate Kid Tua this year.
Hey, listen, we're trying to prepare Buffalo for we're trying to prepare Tua for Buffalo Kai.
Buffalo.
Yeah, Buffalo Kai. There you go.
It's really interesting. There's not a Cobra in the NFL. Not one. They ever thought of.
Tua's gonna go out swinging versus Buffalo. I
like,
expect at least 60 pass attempts that game.
No, then you're gonna lose.
He's going to break his arm. His arm's going to wear out if he throws 60 passes. Come on, man. We can't be doing that.
That's one where we gotta run the ball.
Remember, Cobra Kai broke Danielson's leg, just like Buffalo Kai broke Tua's ribs.
What state in the
That was
union?
Jesse Davis, Shake.
So what state in the union
No, that's
would
Batman.
make more sense to have Cobras as a team mascot for a team in their state?
What state?
Yeah. Trivia question.
As a mascot. You saying use it as a
In other words,
mascot?
the real question I'm asking is which state, and I'm sure there's more than one, but which state is known most to have the only indigenous species of cobra in the United States?
Oh, I never knew that.
There's actually an indigenous species of cobra in the United States, and they're more found in one state in particular.
Florida?
It is Florida.
Oh, I was a shot in the dark. I never knew that.
I thought they had
know what the snake
pythons. I thought it was a green python or a green boa.
It's a coral snake.
Yo, Timothy Washington, I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah,
Coral
coral, yeah.
snake is part of the cobra family.
Get the heck out.
Good,
Never
Timothy
knew that.
Washington.
I never knew that.
Yes, a red and yellow killer
They're
fella.
the only
That's what the
indigenous
saying
cobra
goes.
species in the United States.
If you see red and yellow by each other, you kills a fella. Red and yellow kills a fella. That's what that means.
But I do like.
My saying is, if you see a slither in the grass, haul ass.
Well, the easiest way is I know they have the color bands and the whole trick with that, but there's an easier way because the color scheme starts with a certain color at their head, and cobras all start with black first, so their nose is black. That's the easiest way to tell.
Oh, jeez.
A king snake's nose is red. His head is red. Starts with red.
Their scales is a little bit more slippier than most of them.
Yeah,
too.
that's the other
That's how
thing.
you know it's highly venomous. Yeah,
That's it. Another thing is the king snake.
the scales.
The way his body goes into his head is more like the human hand, whereas a coral snake is more like a pencil.
I once saw a thing. It was on the king cobra, and it was over in India, and it was about a guy that catches them over there at the plantations, and his name's Ron something, and he got bit once, and they told him, if you ever got bitten again, we couldn't do nothing, because when you get bit by a cobra, it's 1 or 2 times they can do the venom thing,
Right.
and then that's it. You're done.
Right. Depends on how late in life it is. If you're a kid, you can probably get away with it because it's the same reason that an adult, like if you come from a country that doesn't have fire ants, let's say,
yeah,
and you're 40 years old and you come to, let's say, Florida on a tourist trip and you get bit by a fire ant, it's not going to be the first time that puts you in anaphylactic shock. It's going to be the second time, because after a certain time, your body stops producing this certain protein. Okay. And that protein is what tells the anti-venom that your body produces that it's anti-venom and not the actual venom. Right.
Okay.
So when your body stops producing this protein after a certain amount of time in life, and you get bit by a poisonous creature, your body makes the anti-venom, but what it actually is doing is making the real venom. So when you get bit the second time, your body floods its own self with the same toxin.
Oh, and your body thinks it's an anti-venom.
Right. So you just get a double dose of the same toxin.
God. Well,
So
back
if you're
in
young
those,
enough in life where you're still producing that protein, the first bite will actually immunize you better from the second. You know what I mean? But not if you're too old in life and it's the first time you got bit. And that can include a fire ant, not just like poisonous snakes. You know what I mean? A bee sting.
you
Yeah,
got,
things
do you
is.
guys,
There's
you
thousands
guys,
of freaking bites on the damn freaking the fire ants is ripping
do
you
you
to
guys know
shreds.
what a brown recluse is? Do you
Oh, yeah.
guys know?
Yes.
They're in Florida too.
Okay,
Yeah, the
I
recluse.
got
Yeah.
bit by one here in Pennsylvania, and I was within
It's a
10
nasty
minutes of
bite.
dying. I was within 10 minutes of dying from it.
Did you lose like
That's a
half
nasty
your
bite.
skin?
What
Yes,
color?
yes,
Do
bacterial
you have a
type
big
bite.
do you have a big scar crater where it was bit where you were bit?
On the back, yes.
Yeah, because it like ate your flesh around there. And yeah, they
Yep.
have like
Yep.
flesh
Yeah,
eaters.
yeah, it's
They
like a bacterial
Yeah.
they had to
bite, kind
put
of like
me. No, go ahead.
go ahead. No, I'm saying it was a smaller version of a Komodo dragon's bite, where it
Yeah.
just eats away at the flesh.
Much, yeah.
Here's the
Yeah,
thing,
that's
though.
pretty much.
They didn't know it. They didn't know actually what did it at first, but they put seven kinds of antibiotics in my right arm, and then they put 7 different kinds of antibiotics in my left arm, and then they put me into a drug-induced coma for 5 days.
Wow. See, if you would have been in most hospitals in Florida, they would have known right away because most of them have poison control units and they have like catalogs of all that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, but it's a rarity up here in PA that we, you
Right.
see. So,
Right.
but yeah, it was something. I was within 10 minutes of dying, and my mom told me, she said the doctor looked at her and told her, if he has any siblings, you better tell him to come up
You
because
know,
we're not even sure.
Crypto, there's a few species of common ticks that have that same kind of poison. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
What's down there?
I think it's the gray grayish brown tick. I think the one you're talking about. Yeah, they got a real nasty bite. Like, God, what the hell is this?
Chiggers will do that too. Like you'll get a nasty wound and a nasty scar for permanent. You know what I mean? That's bigger
Yeah,
than the
it's like
bite
that, right, bigger than the actual initial bite.
Now the Lone Star tick, which is a very large tick that has a big white dot on its back, hence it's called a Lone Star tick, and it is also indigenous to Texas, and was found in all of their cattle. So that's how it spread throughout the country, mainly Missouri and Arkansas and places like that throughout the cattle, back in the cattle drives. But this tick, when it bites you, injects you with an enzyme that gives you a temporary allergy to beef. So you will get sick to your stomach, like food poisoning type sickness from eating beef after getting bit by this tick.
Wow.
Now it's not permanent, but it can last. It lasts different time periods in different people, just like being drunk or anything else. Some people, it can last up to the allergy can last up to a couple months or as little as a couple weeks. But you can't even eat like Taco Bell after you get bit by this tick, because you have to go full vegan for like however long the poison lasts.
So if you have a crazy reaction to after eating a hamburger, you probably thought you got bit by a tick or
You've
something.
been chilling in the grass at a Memorial Day party or something. Yeah, go make sure you give that idea to your doctor to explore, because this dude that it happened to, they couldn't figure out. Like, he'd been to several doctors, and he finally went to this one doctor, and she happened to be like did her college dissertation on this whole thing, you know what I mean, or whatever. She was like an expert on it and knew right away that it was a Lone Star tick allergy.
Damn. That's crazy.
It's amazing what bugs can do to us, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tick is harmless in every other way. It just gives you an allergy like that to beef for a certain amount of time.
Like, I remember I had a friend at the time. He didn't know it. A bee flew into his Coca-Cola. he drank it and it looked like Mike Tyson punched him. Because I saw him. Honest to God, his lips swelled that badly.
Wow.
Mm.
He ain't like one of them
Animal
people
Kingdom is
like
crazy.
eat bees
Insect
and glass
world.
and all
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So what did everybody do? Anything? Nothing today?
I slept all day.
No.
Did you? Okay.
Rest, chores around the house, a
There
little
you go.
barbecuing going on. Yeah.
I opened a trade on my prop firm account. And I went to sleep and I woke up and the account was blown, so the trade failed.
Oh,
and yet,
sorry to hear that.
So while I was sleeping, I blew one of my prop firm accounts.
Blew the burn account, yeah.
It was
One
only
of
an
them
evaluation.
futures.
I didn't lose nothing, but
Right. Just about
it was
futures
already
accounts.
dwindling down towards its drawdown. So I'm like, forget it. I'll just do this long trade and then see what happens. I was wrong. But the market closed at 1 o'clock today for Memorial Day. So, you know what I mean? There was no more trading until about a half hour from now when it opens back up.
Yeah, for the London session.
Yeah, the futures exchange, crypto, and forex was closed at 1 o'clock today for Memorial Day. The overall market, the stock market, was closed all day.
Right. Yeah. That's closed. But the forex
So
is
they
definitely
basically treated it. They had like a half day because it opens up on Sunday at 6 o'clock, closes it Friday finally, and doesn't reopen an hour later. It reopens it Sunday at 6. Because of Memorial Day, it went from that Sunday at 6 to 1 p.m. today. They closed it, and then it reopens at 6 today, as if it was a Sunday.
Right.
And then it don't close it.
Some American holidays they observe. Yeah, some American holidays they observe.
Well, normally they close at 5 p.m. every day, but they're only closed for an hour. So they go from 6 p.m. to 5 p.m. the next day.
Yep, just 23 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. What is it? 20? What do they call that? 24 or 23/5 or something like that, crypto? Or 24/5?
Yeah, 23/6.
Or
Yeah,
23/7. Yeah, something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They give themselves Saturdays, so when the market closes at 5 on Friday, it don't reopen till 6 on Sunday. So they give themselves Saturday and most of Sunday.
Yeah.
And then you got all the other commodities like feed cattle and live hogs and stuff like that they have their own hours. Like some of them close at like 3 in the afternoon every day, and
Right.
When I used to have a satellite dish before I went back to cable, used to see every Friday. It used to be pretty cool. They used to have an auction for cattle, and I'd sit and actually watch it. Amazing what they were selling cattle for. I was like, oh my goodness.
Well, now it's pretty much the same thing, except you don't actually have to take possession of the cattle if the contract matures.
Yeah. But I just thought it was pretty neat how they'd say, okay, and they do this over phones, computers, all of it. And it was just wow.
Yeah, now it's just done on the trading exchange, on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's amazing. But
it's all computerized.
But it is pretty cool because even if you just do it for fun with like paper trading, like learning about the markets and knowing, hey, soybean oil futures are going up or down, that's going to tell you how much your freaking soy is going to be at the grocery store in the next few months. You know what I mean?
You know what's funny? You get
a little advantage of knowing where the sales are going to be at the grocery store.
You know what's funny? You know where I actually learned about the stock market? What movie? Trading Places.
Yes.
Trading Places.
Trading Places, yeah.
Oh.
Remember that? How they go in and
Forget the economic value, educational value of
Yeah,
that
Wall
movie.
Street. Yeah, Wall Street was
orange
another one.
juice. Yes.
And even Wolf of Wall Street's probably the newest, best one, and also the sequel to Wall Street was pretty good, I thought.
Yeah.
Yes.
But there's
Yeah.
another one.
Wolf
I
of
think
Wall Street was
there's
funny.
another
I
one. I
love
think
that.
it's called Boiler Room with
Mm-hmm.
Martin Sheen and Christopher Walken and the kid that played the medic in Saving Private Ryan.
There's another. By the way, I can't remember
Yeah.
100%. So I remember in Trading Places, I think they said they were expecting a cold front in Florida, so that was going to raise the prices of oranges or something like that.
Right. So that movie was more about commodities exchange rather than stock market, pretty much. That movie was like macroeconomics and stuff like that. Yeah, I like that.
But it was pretty neat.
Yeah.
And how they screwed
you
those
get a
two
little
guys
insight
over.
into how, even though it's comedy, you still get a little insight on how things are actually work. Because what they were talking about, all that shit's true. That's how it works. You know?
Yeah.
All the commodities,
'Cause they were like
soybeans,
and this,
sugar, grain, wheat.
And comedies can actually be very educational like that in the respect that the writers, directors, producers, and actors are all into making sure the comedy is good. So they don't have time to do anything but present a realistic scenario of whatever they're making fun of. You see what I'm saying? So you're actually getting the real deal.
Yeah,
For sort of like,
and I learned the difference between a Big Mac and a Big Mick.
Right, exactly.
Oh yeah. Coming to America.
There's a really good, and it's older, so nobody's going to think it's good anymore. But there's an old sitcom, an old British sitcom called Yes Minister, and
I never heard of it.
It was a total comedy. It was modeled sort of after Benson, if you ever watched Benson, right?
Oh, I loved Benson. That was a funny show.
So it followed this newly elected Minister of the Interior in British Parliament, right? And now in real life, there's no such thing as the Minister of Interior, right? But it still let you in because of the comedy and the way his civil servant, which was his secretary, which was permanent, so it wasn't his appointed secretary, it was the bureaucrat, basically, was trying to stop all of his agendas all the time, and because he believed that the people didn't know what they want, so when they elected him, it's his job to fight what the minister's trying to do, even if he's the minister's secretary. You know what I mean? So that's where the comedy dynamics come in. You know what I mean? The relationship between them two.
I mean, it's just
all
like,
along you're learning about how British politics work.
Yes,
because that part is real. You know what I mean? Like,
By the way, one of the shows that Crypto put me on that has a good civics lesson to it is the Last Survivor or some shit like that.
Lone Survivor.
The Lone Survivor.
Yeah, the Lone Survivor.
Yep.
Right, and especially since that's kind of sort of based on true events, you get a really good idea of how they actually operate.
How it actually,
not just John Leguizamo with a freaking headset on. You know what I mean?
Is that the one where you can win a lot of money? Or am I thinking of a different one?
No, the Lone Survivor is where Keith
Sutherland,
there was a big explosion in the White House, and everybody, all the vice
at the State of the Union
address.
You're talking about designated survivor or something like that.
Designated
survivor.
Yeah,
my brother Mark watches that, and he says they put them in places like Alaska, and then they put several people, but you have to survive by yourself.
Right, Kiefer Sutherland, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Kiefer Sutherland's in that.
Yeah, I was thinking of the sniper movie, Lone Survivor.
Yeah, Designated Survivor. That's what Keither. Yeah, that's a very, very good one. It definitely let you know what the process and how it will go down if something was to happen that way.
I mean, my brother likes the he likes the zombie series. What is it? Where the people? Yes,
I'm zombied out, man.
And I'll tell you
I think the whole world
I'll
has
tell you
zombie
what,
fatigue, crypto.
it teaches you a lot on what to do in case something like that would, God forbid, happen.
You know what it taught me more, Craig?
What?
Was how the Dark Ages operated.
Oh, really?
Think about it. After
Yeah,
the fall
well,
of Rome, you know, when you had all these people that just like now you have no more bureaucracy and trade and all that other stuff and
Mhm.
law. All you had was the church, which glued everybody together, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that didn't mean you were safe. Like, so people had to group together a lot, like as if there was an apocalypse.
Oh, okay,
And
gotcha.
so these kingdoms and these were just wooden forts, dude. We think of them like castles and all this stuff. Some of them, yeah, because there was, you know, castles all over the place and all that and manors. But the point is that everybody inside the castle walls, like everybody in the courtyard
Yes.
that where all the peasants were and all that, all these people were locked in because there was an apocalypse going on.
Yeah.
There was no more law. There was no more Rome.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they were starting to group together. That's all they had, just like as if they would if there was a zombie apocalypse. So you have
Gotcha.
group form, and then they start. Look what happened in The Walking Dead. They start not necessarily wanting to kill each other and start talking to each other and making agreements and stuff like that, and trading hostages and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Walking Dead is every bit as much an allegory to the Dark Ages as it is anything else.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And keep this in mind too. When Rome fell, there was so much war and famine that we think of it like these were men that were running the world in the Dark Ages. They were all the kings and the princes and all. No, these were children.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Well, who else could it have been, Craig?
Yeah. True. True.
These were all the children that didn't go to war.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't
Yeah, they
die on the
definitely
battlefield
underage.
or a
They were
plague
teenagers.
or whatever else. So when you think about like why, when you go to like, let's say an old castle in Germany and you look at the armor hanging up in the windows and all that, it's all short and you're like, damn, all the people were short. And the idea is that, oh, well, we've evolved to be a little, no, these were children.
Oh, wow. See, I never knew that.
Put a teenager in that armor and it starts to make a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now that doesn't mean they weren't mature. It was a time of quick maturity. You know what I mean?
Well, that sounds like almost like, I mean, there was a movie, and I can't think of it. There was a movie where a bunch of these little children or young teenagers, I'll say children, when they crashed on an island by themselves. Oh, I can't remember the name of it. But
that's exactly what I'm trying to put. That's exactly what I'm analogizing, Craig. That's called Lord of the Flies.
That's it. Thank you. And that was a good movie.
Exactly what it was. That's exactly what the Dark Ages was.
But that's a good movie, and all it was kids, and they made their own rules, and you either followed them or
the only adults, which is why they all became the regents of the princes, was the women. Everybody thinks that this was some innovation that some societies allowed more power of their women. No, they had no choice.
Yeah.
Those were the only adults in the room, were the women.
Yeah.
And then on top of all that, it was more healthy to drink ale and beer than it was water. So everybody was drunk all day.
So, because the water was not healthy, right?
Everybody was drunk all day. Kids, everybody.
Yeah. Well, like even now, I mean, when you go to Europe, a lot of people are drinking beer and wine, not because they don't hate water, but because their waters aren't safe over there. They're all contaminated.
You might say, well, if you're used to drinking, being drunk all day and all that, then and everybody was, then that would be okay. It's just like the old saying, it's okay to be drunk at a poker table as long as everybody else is.
Yeah.
But the point is, though, you would still, the reason people just did weird things and flipped out of nowhere and did the things they did was because imagine if everybody's drunk. People that are drunk just flip out sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, over in Europe,
reaction to alcohol. It's like, okay, so no wonder everybody was so quick to go to war all the time, and everybody became warrior societies and all that. It's like, yeah, because this drunk guy over here might just pull a knife on you at any moment.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's like when I saw the documentary about the Nazis. Holy shit!
Now
Everybody
go back and watch your favorite movie about about medieval times, and keep that in the back of your mind that everybody's walking around drunk, and the movie becomes a lot more fun to watch.
Well, like when Mother and I watch movies like like Robin Hood, the one with Errol Flynn, and some of these other ones. I mean, castles weren't exactly warm. You had to like wear heavier shit. And that, it was like, oh my God, how did you live?
If you go back to earlier Roman times when they were talking about the kings of the Goths and the Celts and all these people, their castles were literally wooden forts still.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about we think of it like these people had these huge. No, they were a bunch of like people wearing green gowns and neck collars in the wood, bro. These weren't like huge, vast kingdoms with castles and Rapunzel and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
That didn't happen until like the later Dark Age period when people started building stronger forts. And they started utilizing the old Roman buildings.
Yep. Just like when Mother and I, because it's Memorial Weekend, we've been watching the war movies, and we were watching some of them like that took place like, when we were fighting Japan. And Mom said, how do you think they fought through it? The jungles and shit. I said, well, you had to deal with the leeches, all that shit, snakes. It's interesting when you think about how we were over their color and had to deal with all that shit. Not just fighting the Japanese, but fighting all the different creatures. You know what I mean?
Well, this goes back to, the home team always has the advantage.
Yeah. Oh, because they were used to it and we weren't.
Well, and they have immunities to half the shit that we got sick by.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the same thing that happened. A lot of historians believe that like the Black Plague, Y. pestis, they think that bacteria came from a cave somewhere that some Roman soldiers might have opened up and got infected and brought it back to everybody.
Yeah.
It could have been something as simple as that, dude.
Yeah. Well, and look at how there's still arguments about what happened with COVID. How did that actually start? Was it a lab? Was it animals?
Well, it's both.
Yeah.
And it's the reason that they could frame it the way they did. The problem was they had, millions of, well, maybe I don't know how many there are in the world, but there are a lot of evolutionary biologists that were like, wait a minute here. The way that the capabilities that this thing has, that it's acquired, would have to take like 1,000 years to evolve.
Yeah.
Unless it was purposely introduced to human tissue.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're not saying that this virus couldn't have acquired the capabilities it did, the different vectors and avenues that it took to harm people.
Yeah.
Right. What they're saying is acquiring those tools would have taken 1,000 years.
It's them. Yeah. It's to be honest, it's a way to try to damage the entire Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So that you could have one organization try to say, "Oh, look, we cured this, or we did this. Now you should.
We're in control.
Now we run the Earth."
Right, and then next time we say there's a big thing, you will fall in line.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
And you
fuck
won't
that.
argue with us
That shit
scientists.
ain't gonna happen.
No, not anymore.
We're
It
not
ain't.
gonna fucking let it.
Not anymore. It ain't, Tunk.
Well, you know what's funny? Before that happened, because I looked at history, like, you know, you go back to the dinosaurs and then the black and all this different shit. And it was every so many years, the earth like had a cleansing. And I kept telling people, you know what? The earth is due for a cleansing. And sure enough,
The irony
look what happened.
No, we're not having the great. We're stopping the Great Reset.
Well,
No. What I'm saying is, with COVID, look at how many people died all over the world.
Yeah, because they tried to kill that many people.
Right,
China was fucking with COVID since SARS.
Right.
The test for COVID is
SARS,
SARS.
dude.
Right, that's what I'm
COVID
saying.
is SARS.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They've been fucking with it. It was COVID-19, which is SARS-19, basically.
So it's SARS-CoV V2.
They were giving that
Is
shit
the
out to
name
their
of it.
population a long time ago, trying to kill their population.
Tonk, I had the organic vaccine, the Johnson and Johnson, right? That was a
I got
dead
the one
virus.
that still sends out spike protein.
Well, hold on. That was a traditional dead virus vaccine. What do you think they injected me with? They injected me with another version of the SARS virus.
Right. That's the one they should have been giving out, the RNA one. Now I'm not against RNA, but this one was not good.
Well, the fact of it is what they're trying to do is noble, Tonk, with the mRNA research. Where the corruption is the testing, and because they created a quote unquote emergency situation in order to evade the proper testing on the thing. Okay, because the technology they're talking about, I did a deeper dive. It is fascinating. It does make sense, and during that deeper dive, I also found out that what they're trying to do is actually kind of noble, and that's why they think they can do what they do to us to do it, because hell is always paved with good intentions. You know what I mean? And here's the thing: what they're actually trying to do is create an aerosol vaccine. They're trying to create a vaccine that they can spray on everybody and vaccinate us from something.
Yeah.
And so when they talk about it came from a cave, it's because they were testing these aerosols in these bat caves.
Yeah. Because I mean, I got 2 vaccinations.
So it's kind of a noble thing. It's like, okay, but really, you don't see any accident maybe happening from that? Like, come on, guys, an aerosol vaccine, really? That's a little bold. But when you question their intentions, they're like, but we're just trying to save the world.
Yeah.
You're a bad guy if you want to stop us from saving the world.
But anyway,
I don't think aerosol vaccination is new, though.
No, it's not. The idea is not new. But
you think about how they treat bronchitis and other lung-related disease. They spray it up your nose. That's aerosol.
Concept, but they're trying to base the whole idea behind the mRNA is to make it universal. Because the mRNA technology is designed to take any coronavirus and create a vaccine for it and create an antibody for it. That's why it's fucking.
They just use a different strand.
That's why it's fucking people up, because it's getting into parts of their body it wasn't designed to target.
Yeah, what about those that's immune to the
The idea is that they can have one mRNA vaccine that's in aerosol form that if we get attacked by any new novel virus, we'll have an answer for it. And the people won't be able to not take it.
Yeah, but they'll just attack it in the air itself.
Right. If they find a new novel virus and they've got this quote unquote aerosol vaccine perfected, they can basically crop dust us.
Yeah, they will be able to attack it from that level. Yeah. Just spray the air. But it has to be concentrated.
And again, I'm not I'm not saying all of this is true. I'm saying that when I did a deeper research on it, this is what I'm finding out from people, real people that are in the field, that's its intention and what it's trying to experiment with. The experiments that our Congress refused and actually forbid us from funding. That's why they had to move the project to China in the first place. That's the part that Fauci lied about.
And wasn't the World Health Organization part of the
Our
problem?
channel hasn't been shut down already for me saying it tells you that Tonk is right. They almost got away with it.
Yeah. Paula, wasn't the World Health Organization also part of the problem?
So no, yeah, but fuck the World Health Organization, fuck the World Economic Organization. Fuck those organizations.
No, I'm just telling you.
Yeah, but look, listen to this. You know, the people that run, there was a lady that was on the United Nations Council. She was just charged with slavery.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
yes,
because
you can look it up. You can look it
that
up. It was a
run the
woman
world,
on the
people that are
United
running the
Nations,
world.
and there was another woman that was part of the World Organization, and she was the one who created the Amber Alert. She was found guilty of human trafficking.
Get the hell out. Huh.
I swear to God, dude. No,
I'm just saying, get the hell out.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
That's
the
because
new
all these
World Economic Forum, the new leader of the World Economic Forum, literally said no humans have right to clean water.
Yeah, I know, because the people that run all these world organizations are the
Well, that would
actual
be-
Nazis, Tom.
that would be
They're the ones that pull all
that'd be
the strings.
antithesis to their
They're the
whole
ones that
movement,
pull all the
Tom.
fucking strings. It's all corruption. It's all now. Stuff started out.
No human has the right
the
to
reason
human
why
water.
a lot
That's
of these were created were
that's so
because of
cruel.
war. Because after World War I, they had the League of Nations. And then after World War II, we have the United Nations. Now, sometimes that doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but it's how people are rising in power.
Yeah, the person corrupts the organization.
And whose doctrine was it to be part of that League of Nations and United Nations? It was an avowed racist named Woodrow Wilson.
And here's another example, right? So how we could like how something can be also good at the same time. For instance, the Paris Accords. We were pulled out of that, but then there was still states in the United States that still helped fund that. So what I'm saying is that that's what's good about this country is that we still have, like, if someone doesn't believe we're good, something is good, we can still be part of it if we if there is truly good. But what I've seen from a lot, like, there's I don't know, the more I've learned about these fucking.
But do you know why we officially pulled out of the Paris Accord? Because countries
It was
weren't.
just costing us money. It was just money, really.
Yeah.
And it's
I also want to point out
Paris
one other
Accords,
thing.
the Paris Accords are about
I don't think it was a money thing.
We
I
don't
want to
need
point out one other thing that was pointed out to me by a very learned evolutionary biologist, and who pointed out the fact that as far as informed consent goes, since we were basically hoodwinked and kind of forced into getting these vaccines the way the media and the government used the media to propagandize the whole thing, there were doctors at Nuremberg that hung for that, for violating informed consent.
Oh, jeez.
Our government broke international laws that were set at Nuremberg.
Yeah, but I mean, scientists were
I know some more cool stuff in Nuremberg than override that.
Look, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic about it or want to do anything about it. I'm saying that we have already decided as a world that we were not allowed to violate people's informed consent, that was a human rights issue. And there were doctors that were sentenced to be executed for violating people's informed consent during World War II.
Well, outside of the atrocities that they administered in over there, is it different? That overrides all of them.
I get all that. What I'm saying is there were regular doctors also that went down and got executed just for simply that.
Well, a lot of them got lumped in with a lot of stuff.
That's what I'm saying. And the way that they were able to be lumped in was through the fact that they violated people's informed consent as doctors. So if you were a nurse for some crazy Nazi doctor and you stuck a needle in somebody, you violated their informed consent.
Yeah, but they finally assumed that you was sticking something in them that was poisonous or something that's going to kill them. That's probably what they were thinking. It's like they're thinking.
Remember, Crypto, these are military doctors and military nurses. So remember that I was ordered to do so has never been an excuse recognized by Nuremberg.
No, it wasn't. No, there wasn't. I was ordered to do so. They was expecting you to rebel right away and put your life in jeopardy. That was pretty much the.
Well, there is that. That's a philosophical debate, Crypto, that I'd love to have one day. Yeah. That's fascinating to me. Like I don't know what I would do. Would I be a collaborator? I don't know. Like, you know, there's people.
Yeah, if you wanted to die tomorrow, then you'll say nope. I'm not doing this. Yeah, collaborators got taught up. The Russian army wasn't having it. Even the American army wasn't having it.
The very French weren't having it.
They're collaborators. So speaking of Paris or France, we're about to start having more nuclear power plants. But so what I read into it was because a lot of the reason why nuclear has been held back in this country is because of the way we use nuclear, and it's stupid. They don't recycle the rods that the rods that are actually used during the nuclear process. They don't. So far, they haven't been recycling them. They just bury them in the mountains. And France is 70. Well, this was like 12 years ago. They're probably more now, but they're 70% nuclear energy, and it's because
they're pretty much almost completely nuclear.
Yeah, it's almost no. It's all, but because we've had so many fucking laws against it here, because of stupid shit,
and fear,
it's never
fear
taken off.
Thing.
Chernobyl is the biggest thing.
No, they said proliferation, but that's just enrichment of the material to make bombs. But it's like we already have
Chernobyl, though. But after Chernobyl, we've been
scared of spook everybody out. Yeah,
we've been stuck in this malaise of fear ever since Chernobyl, bro.
No, it's because our fucking
Chernobyl is a big one.
It's because
right,
of
but they use Chernobyl. That too, all of it, Tom. No, both of them's true.
Yes.
What you're saying is true as well. But the government was spooked out because of Chernobyl as well.
What hasn't been told to the
along
people
with proliferation
is that along with everything else, our technology has gotten so good that nuclear is actually really safe. Like
well, if you do it the right way.
Until the mishap. If you do it the right way, yeah, that's what I'm about to say. Yeah, it's not necessarily because you make
France
one mistake.
Has been doing it for a long time, and they're fine.
Don't you think that's why we should make an agreement with them?
How much stuff that comes out of Russia besides the International Space Station is really top of the line, or we want to design our shit after that?
Well, they copied all of our designs, so
but exactly. It's like no one's taking advice from Russia on really much, if anything.
That's true. That's true. But that's true.
So,
but
it's not because
I don't think nobody
Chernobyl is scary, but it's because all the stupid lobbyists.
I got you. You're right. You're right. It's all the people. So what, in my estimation, what happened was the people that have interest in regressing us even though they call themselves progressives, in regressing us to hunter-gatherers. Those people have been using Chernobyl as for fear-mongering to
I don't think progressives don't.
I've never heard that.
Hold on.
Look,
Hold
I've
on,
been
I'm not
studying
finished yet.
alternative
I'm not
energy.
finished yet. In order to elicit their gains of protecting the environment and whatever else, dude.
But that's the thing. So, okay, I've been studying alternative energy for a long time now. There was a significant amount of laws limiting nuclear energy because of laws that were pushed by lobbyists that work in the government that make oil money.
Right.
Big oil lobby. Yes, I'm going to say, yeah, oil and
Make
gas.
a ton of money to say no to solar, say no to wind, say no to nuclear. We want to fucking dig and burn.
Really quick. Side question.
Right.
What's the easiest, fastest way for anything to happen in this country is to have the environmentalists and the oil tycoons all pushing the same
because they're all paid by the same person.
Well,
it's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Tonk, I got one for you, Tonk. You know why people have said no to the windmills and that? It's a proven fact. Hundreds of birds in each of them die each year because they get.
Okay, but look, I understand
that's nuanced.
Think about it like this. Hold on, but think about it like this.
No, I'm just saying.
No, because in Finland and Northern Europe, they use wind a lot and they don't have no issues.
But hold on, but think about it like this.
Calm down. That's going to cause a side. What Craig is trying to say, Tonk, is why I always bring up the plastic straws. It's the same idea.
Oh my God! Please stop with that, dude.
No, Tonk. I'm not trying to do it. What I'm trying to say is, there was another case of, hey, we've got this technology that'll help the environment, when in the long run, the reality is.
But hold on, because it's the same reason. It's lobbyists and liars and people that get paid to do shit.
Right.
Hold on a second. We have to back up to what Craig said, okay? Living on this planet as a human being, we're going to have an impact no matter what we do. So if we put up a windmill, oh shit, we can't put it right there because birds fly by. Let's go find a place that doesn't have a lot of birds and put them there.
Where is that?
Right. Yeah, where is that?
There's definitely or design the turbine.
That's another country that's doing it already.
Hold on a second.
Finland is doing it already.
They already do it. They built in the North Sea, they literally have islands that are just wind turbines and solar panels.
Let me ask you this. They can also design the turbine in a way that nothing. They can also design the turbine in a way that nothing can enter from the front side,
right. Or make it so that they spin like on. If you look at a roof,
like
the Dyson blade you talking about, you talking about the Dyson blade,
like a big football face mask in front of it. You know what I mean?
But also,
or put up string.
Nets.
Put up a few lines of string out in front of the wind turbine, or make them put noise. You can use noise. You could use lights.
That is
you can use flashes. Make them a certain color. Make them a certain color because white blends in with everything. You can't see white really. You got to make it a different color. It's like what Craig said is how people get all the way through fucking everything and make shit illegal instead of standing and saying, hold on, let's just redesign it. Let's take a step back and look at what we're actually doing.
I think what Craig was saying is that nobody who was saying, let us in so we can design a better way, those people were shouted down as naysayers while they were putting up random windmills that can chop up birds. You know what I mean?
Because all right, airplane, there's areas where they have these superconductors of solar power where birds fly over them. They literally burst into flames. They literally burst into flames.
I've heard of that.
Because it goes from 80 degree temperature to 600-degree temperature,
and it removes the amount of, it makes the air thinner instantly.
So but there's ways, there's ways to mitigate that. It's like we're gonna have an impact no matter what we do.
But the thing of it is, nobody wants
to get creative.
But here's the thing though, Tonk. nobody wanted to have that fair conversation and mitigate the moose
Yeah.
for the Alaskan pipeline.
In
actuality, they're looking back now 30, 40 years later and saying, holy shit, the moose populations around Anwar are actually growing because they get extra heat during the winter around the pipes.
Well,
Frank, I wasn't trying to deter it. I mean,
No,
that's
you're
fine.
good, Craig.
But I'm just saying, look, whether you're an animal lover or not, that doesn't matter to me. I don't want to see an innocent creature hurt. And then, you're saying about wind turbine. Well, look at what happened with the state of Texas. Look at what happened with their wind turbines. You remember what happened, Tom?
Yeah, but that whole region of the country has the most. Hold on. That region of the country.
Wind, yeah.
Just hold that thought for 1 second. That region of the country has the most wind turbines on the planet.
Okay. But it was enough that they didn't work. Remember, they froze up and people were freezing. Do you remember that?
So then, then you got to put something on there that warms them up.
The maintenance problem.
I'm not an engineer. I'm not an engineer. I'm
No, I know you're not. I'm just telling you what happened.
I think the irony
Yeah,
is,
but there's always going to be hiccups.
I think the irony is it would have taken coal-fired electricity to heat up the wind turbines.
Okay, so how? Yeah, but how many
Or they
times
can use solar, or they can use solar concentrated mirrors.
Twice? How many times a year does that happen? One time, twice a year?
I know.
But you got to remember, Connor, the heat
grid goes down.
Remember though, Tom, people have become reactionary because of decades of being gaslit, dude. That's why people react that way, bro.
So when the grid goes down, solar panels turn off also.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at our grids, you look at our electric grids. If God forbid China or any of them ever,
that's independent of the grid, Tom.
We'd be screwed, guys. If China ever attacked us with those CMP, or worse yet, the sun, we had a bad solar storm.
Yeah, but that's like saying if China ever attacked us with a nuke, we'd be fucked. Well, yeah, so would they. We have everybody's much ability
will be messed up.
But that's why I like what Trump is going to do. Starting effectively, he's going to put up that golden. He's going to put up that golden dome thing.
To the internet, they have zero access to the internet if we push a button.
True. What I'm saying is, I like what he's
saying. They've independent enough they can sustain themselves.
They have their own network crypto, yes, but what I'm saying is, every IoT device that they have in their country that relies on the internet to get its message will cease to function with the push of a button.
So,
and that button exists
how do we know that? If that's they don't have backup systems.
No, because I'm saying whatever system they have can. I'm not saying it stops their network crypto. What I'm saying is it stops their network's ability to contact any one of them on the internet, on the actual internet, because the button that I'm talking about that shuts down everybody's access to the internet is sitting in Georgetown, Maryland. Probably not too far from you, crypto.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, they got a lot of stuff here.
I've talked to the people on the phone that have the ability and authorization to push that button, so I know it exists.
Gotcha. So, well,
yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm just arguing on the behalf of redundancy. How people tend to kind of in around things,
right?
Just like with the money system, they in around. They'll find ways to in around them.
There might be more now because of the satellite network, but there is only 13 major routers that are connected to each other that form what we know as the internet.
Yeah, but what Tuck was talking about, you could innovate when it comes to fighting lobbyists, when it comes to shutting down the wind and solar industries. You can create things that can bypass all the animal, harms and all the other stuff. You can bypass all of that.
Yeah, they have wind turbines now that look like.
That's what I'm saying. There's a country Denmark and Norway and Finland is using damn near over 50% wind power. The power they
Hey,
control.
there is one American network, major network, that's not connected to that button in Georgetown, and that's Scott. That's what does Elon call his network?
Starlink.
Starlink. Yeah,
Starlink.
that network.
Okay,
That is
Starlink.
a complete
That's
private
that's a
network that is
satellite in
not
and of itself.
connected to that button.
Right, because
But
it's a satellite with its own itself.
however,
They can shoot down those satellites if they want to control it.
however, just like the Chinese, if Starlink wants to connect to the existing intranet, that button can stop that from happening.
To stop Starlink from tapping in. But yeah, they would just be their own extranet.
Right.
What
They
I
would
call
have
it.
to fill their own
It would
servers
be an
with their own
extranet.
content. Exactly. And create a whole
Now the
nother world.
internet is an extranet. That's what it is. I guess I coined the new phrase
Oh, yeah,
extranet.
you could call it an extranet. That's a good. That's very astute.
Doesn't San Diego have a bunch of windmills outside the city?
Yes, they do. Yep, they have them. You're right, Craig. I don't know how large, but their farm is getting pretty big. The ones in Arizona is huge. Indiana's got a large wind farm.
I never saw it before, so I don't know.
Now
It's
there's a
massive.
company. Now there's a company that doesn't have control of that button, but effectively does, because they host pretty much 80% of all of what we see on the internet, which means they couldn't shut down your access to the internet, but they could shut down its purpose, and that would be Amazon Web Services.
Well, then they'll shut down the whole entire market. E-commerce will go to a halt almost.
In that case, there's
I don't
about
know they want to do that color.
there's about 3 major players in that realm. That would be Google, Amazon Web Services, and Microsoft.
Microsoft.
Now at the hardware level, though, AT&T has almost control of that button. Like they have their own routers that are so large and such a big part of the internet that if they hit their own button, it would seriously damage the internet.
I don't want to, but yo, believe me,
But they wouldn't shut off access to it.
how I feel about
My mother just told me, she said Palm Springs has a big amount of them too.
AT&T has the most doors that they could close, but they don't have the button that closes them all.
Right.
If
who
you
knows?
just clicked on a web link, there is a 90% probability that your message went through an AT&T router. Even if it don't matter who your service provider is. Ma Bell still has control of it all at the LAN level. Because even the cable networks have to feed into a fiber net somewhere to get onto the main domain.
Well, it's pretty interesting how they have different stuff like that. Like they have like emergency drills every day in case something, God forbid, happens.
Yeah, once your message leaves your internet provider's routers, it can literally be routed through anybody's routers that owns a big enough network.
Yep.
And Ma Bell has the most number of routers.
Did y'all hear Patrick Swayze in the background?
Time Warner would probably be a close second. What's that, Crypto?
I was wondering, did anybody hear Patrick Swayze playing in the background? She's like the wind. It was playing on my radio in the background. I thought y'all heard it.
He sung that. I never knew he actually sung that, dude.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is crazy.
Yep. He's actually sung it.
It's amazing how many of these actors sing that you don't know. Well, David Hasselhoff, he's big
David
over in
Hasselhoff is
Germany.
another one. David Hasselhoff is another one. The popular singer.
Yes, Ben's rule.
But
There
he's
is
big in
actually
Germany,
a
they
single point
said,
of
though.
control.
My girlfriend party all the time, party all the time.
Eddie Murphy. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Eddie Murphy's got one. Yeah. You'd be and it was like #1 jams too. She's like the Wind was like a top billboard for like a long time, for months on
Hey,
end.
you remember this one? Heartbeat. I'm listening for a heart.
By the way, Crypto, I missed Crypto.
Don
In
Johnson.
my lack of Maryland's geography knowledge, I misspoke. That button is actually in Germantown, Maryland. That's what I meant.
Germantown. I thought you said. I thought that's what you meant. I thought that's what you had meant. The Georgetown is in D.C.
Right.
I almost thought you were going to say Germantown, Pennsylvania, because there is a Germantown.
Now, one of the bigger players that has the ear of that building in Germantown, that company's main facility is in Gaithersburg, Maryland.
Gaithersburg.
What is it again?
I go to Gaithersburg every weekend.
It's
one of my stops.
a central network operations center that's like quasi government. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they do have a central point of control for all of the interconnected routers that make up the internet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why decentralization on the internet is always a better option.
And this is public knowledge. I mean, it's not. Most people would assume there's not, or be told there's not. But what I'm saying would not get me in trouble. It's like if you could find it out. It's just not. Most people. It's not common knowledge because you usually have to be in a field and have to have worked with these people to know they exist. You know what I mean?
Right.
Trust me.
Maybe asking you to sign some documents.
The only reason I'm not getting in trouble saying it is because they know I don't have any proof to show you guys, but there is a single point of control.
Right. Yep.
And I'm not naming any names.
Well, you don't have to, no.
I can tell you the name of the company that's stuck up the government's butt. That's basically the Boeing of the communications industry for the government. I could tell you who that no-bid contractor is, but I'm not going to say it.
Oh, yeah. That's public knowledge.
It is public knowledge, but I don't have to curate it.
Yeah. Yeah. They have that.
And they do have a residential side that we have faced.
Right.
And I will say this, it's not AT&T, believe it or not.
Right.
It's not a company it's not a company most people would think it is.
So I just wanted to give a shout out to, I don't know what kind of hockey. I know you guys do follow hockey. The USA men's hockey team just won the world title, that world championship they have over in Europe. They won their first title in 92 years.
Right.
I mean, it's USA. That's how I always look at it.
If I told you that the company I'm talking about is known by the general public, the residential side, as being the worst internet service provider and way to get on the internet known to man, then you would know who I'm talking about. That's why
you said the worst internet service provider.
That's why I say it's not a company that most people think it is, because their public facing company is terrible service. You know what I mean? Because of the nature of its technology.
Right.
It's a satellite company.
So they basically know what we send out.
Well, because remember, everything is connected to them satellites. Everything.
Okay.
And it's not so much that they go through the satellites themselves. Everything goes through them. It's that the satellite network provides a layer of security that cannot be broken thus far by humans. And that's what everybody's VPNs and IPsec tunnels run on.
All right.
And the encryption scheme for it cannot be broken. But that encryption scheme, it's kind of like how it's kind of like how we invented Tang for the astronauts, but it also became commercially marketed. So we say that NASA invented Tang. This company's the way that satellites have to encrypt, send their messages, uses an encryption scheme that is very strong and thus far unbreakable by humans. So if you apply it also to a land connection, like a land coding scheme, it can also be used separately as an encryption scheme. And that's what most companies are using. Like they're one of the biggest providers for that for one of those networks, basically a secure network, a VPN.
All right.
It doesn't necessarily have to go through their satellites, but the satellite technology is what helped invent the encryption scheme. The nature of how satellites have to communicate, it's like a side effect of it. Otherwise, everybody would be able to use satellites to do all kinds of nefarious things. Not allowed to just connect to a satellite. And nobody can hack into them. If they did, people would have already done it.
All right.
I'm sure there are people that have tried.
So if you had, oh yeah, they try on a daily basis, on an hourly basis. But this is the cyber war that's going on. But the thing of it is that if you're not able to connect to a satellite, right, because of its encryption scheme, wouldn't that also make that encryption scheme pretty useful for other things? This is the idea also behind the Bitcoin blockchain. Like, they invented Bitcoin, but the blockchain technology itself has all kinds of other useful things because of its encryption scheme.
Yeah, it was ironclad.
And its decentralization value. You know what I mean?
Right. It was ironclad.
What we found out also was you could re-centralize it. It also has that capability, but
yeah, like the Ethereum platform.
Yeah, or what they're trying to do with Solana and the government, the coins that the government chose.
Yeah. Right.
Or USD coin would be another example.
Right.
Hey, speaking of coins, what did you think they were going to get rid of the penny?
When we run out of
No,
copper?
they've been talking about doing that for a while, yeah.
But now they're going to officially do it.
All they'll do is increase the value. They'll make a three penny or something.
Yeah.
And make it out of copper.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe they can make a 4 penny and put Mount Rushmore on it.
Yeah, there you go.
But then that would obsolete the nickel.
Yep. Exactly. You can't quite do that, you know.
Yeah,
but besides, everything's going to denominate back to one. So eventually, you got to go back into you got to go back to the pit if you're going to do digital. If you're not going to go completely digital, yeah, you're going to have to use it somehow.
Yeah, most people can't even afford one Satoshi. So basically, what's considered to be the penny of Bitcoin, most people can't even afford one of those.
Right. Yep. Yes, sir. That one Satoshi. One sat. Now 1 million sats is one Bitcoin. All right. There you go.
So we put our 1B, number 1B president on the penny, and Bitcoin puts their inventor on their penny.
Right.
Isn't that kind of the same thing? Like Lincoln reinvented this country, basically. You know what I mean? Or I should say he reimagined
the Lincoln
it.
penny. Huh?
Are these the same two people all the time?
Yeah.
That'd be funny if they made a real one. Crypto, would they put his face on it? Would be some Japanese guy on their penny on a Satoshi,
Yeah.
or is he even
Right.
Japanese?
Then once they decide if he's Japanese or not, yeah, that's what I say.
I mean, he could be a he
Have they
could be
settled
a
in on it? It's
well, he
Hal
could be
Penny,
of
you know?
Russian. He could be of Russian Viking descent. Satoshi could be and have taken a Asian wife back in the medieval times. Satoshi could be a Russian or a Scandinavian name. Look, Nokia. I always thought Nokia was Japanese. Nokia's Norse, like Danish.
Yeah.
Like like I have now.
Well,
Obviously,
remember
it
some
makes
of
more
those
sense
blockchain
when you think of names like Loki or Floki. It makes more sense
inventors,
now.
they'll
Nokia, you know what I
use
mean?
a name. Remember the inventors of most of those blockchains use like old medieval or some kind of name, like Ada was from old freaking, I think, Italian or something that he used, not Cardano, you know. They just decided to use that name, Ada. It's like, damn, how do you get Ada from Cardano? Yeah, but the guy, ironically, he's a mathematician. Well, I guess Charles is a mathematician. I think that's what he said he is. Yeah.
Oh, his name is Charles.
Okay. Yeah.
Charles
Yeah, his name's
Satoshi?
Charles. No. The Charles Hoskin, the guy, the
okay,
founder
okay.
of Cardano. Yeah. Yep. Charles.
Nobody knows what Satoshi's first name is.
No, it is his first name. Makamoto is the last name.
Oh, so
His
he's
Japanese
definitely
last name. Yeah.
Japanese. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Satoshi is the name. And then Nakamoto.
That sounds
So
like some
definitely they
kind of
think
like
it's
World War II general or
the guys
something.
they said the guy's hanging out in San Francisco. He's just somewhere in the Bay Area.
I doubt that. You probably don't want to be nowhere near his own people. He's probably like, well, I'm out of San Francisco. No, he's in Montana.
Yeah. Yep.
Wyoming, eating the good pizza. Bro, crypto,
Yeah.
man. I stopped at this Pizza Hut in Cody, Wyoming, bro.
All right.
My God, I've never had Pizza Hut that good in my life, dude.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know what they were doing there, bro. But
Yeah.
if you're a fan of Pizza Hut, I highly
I'm a big
suggest you
Pizza Hut.
go on a Pizza Hut tour and make sure you hit the one in Cody, Wyoming. God, the place was amazing, man.
Okay.
Nobody in the place, complete dead. Like the town is, small town.
A ghost town?
Like, it's a
So,
tourist
a
town.
ghost
Right,
town
it's a tourist
pizza?
town. Right.
Yeah.
And it's like
The
we
old
just
Wild
got through
West.
there. We were just driving through and we stopped there to eat at their Pizza Hut. And it's like, oh my God, it was good, man.
Mm.
Like that
Right.
is like if you can imagine how Pizza Hut wanted to present it to the public, like the commercial, and we all say, oh, you never get one just like the commercial. Bullshit. Cody, Wyoming. You get one just like off the TV, man.
Right. Oh yeah.
I don't know why. Not for me to ask why. It is what it is, though.
Right.
I was on my way to the Little Bighorn.
Oh, that's the name. Oh, okay. Little Bighorn.
Yeah, I was on my way to Custer's Last Stand and all that.
I was saying, what was the last Indian reservation out on the? Is that allowed on Route 66 or no? I must be mixing up something.
Oh
That's
yeah,
not
yeah.
on
No,
Route
that's
66.
no. Little Bighorn's like up in Montana.
Okay. So it's south of. I mean, it's north of Route 66.
It's at the junction. It's at the junction of three rivers. The Yellowstone, the Bighorn, and I forget the other one. The Rosebud.
Hmm. Okay.
And it's interesting
Little
because when
bit
you're
more.
up on the part where they all died, like when you're up on the main battlefield where all the battle took place, you can look down and you can see like those three rivers converging in this huge valley where they would have had all their tents and all that, like where the Indian settlement would have been. Like you can see it all, and there was like, there would have been like thousands of teepees and all that, like across the river, across the valley. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's what they would have had full view of all of that, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty interesting actually being there, man.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to make that up on my bucket list for
And
my
they have
Northwest tour.
Yeah, they have a cross planted in the ground for a place where every person was known to have fallen.
Hmm.
So you can literally see the dead bodies scattered all over the place.
Man.
Because of the crosses, you know what I mean? Like these little crosses they have planted everywhere there was a body.
Mm. Right. Mm. Man.
And then of course the natives did their own they have their own way to memorialize it. They have like placards here and there of like groups of their own that died or whatever. So it's not quite as scattered as all the crosses of the Union soldiers.
Yeah. Yeah.
They also have basically they also have that complex crypto serves as a secondary function. It happens to be like Arlington B.
Okay.
So there's a national cemetery there.
Right.
And it's like not just for that battle, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like it's a little bit smaller, but as important as Arlington.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think it might have to do with maybe, if people, because they don't use it. I don't think they put anybody new there anymore, but like they had, I think up to like Vietnam even were still putting people there. And I think it might have to do with maybe if you were, west of the Arch or something, or maybe if your family roots were more in the West. I don't know, but I don't know what determined whether somebody went there instead of Arlington.
All right.
It's huge though. Like you could spend all day there just walking the cemetery grounds.
Yeah.
Highly recommended.
All right.
But looks like
I'll take it up.
I'm gonna shut it down anyway, Crypto. There's only the two of us
All right.
left.
Yep. I'm about to head out myself. So appreciate you extending the insomnia time.
Yeah,
But,
man. And I know it's like insomnia midday.
We'll do another one. Midday insomnia. Yep, first annual midday
Yeah, we kind
insomnia.
of preempted the time last night with the El Capitan show, so yeah.
No, it's no big deal.
Right on.
Yep.
But happy Memorial Day to you, Crypto.
You too. Happy Memorial Day.
I hope everybody that you're keeping in your hearts rests in peace, and as well as everybody else. because
Yeah,
I think
I
we
have some
also should,
fallen ones myself, family wise and friends wise,
and I
and for
think we should be
veterans,
also
fallen veterans.
reminded. We should also be reminded, I believe, while it even may have started with military, Memorial Day is different from Veterans Day in the respect that, first of all, it's somebody that get pay the ultimate sacrifice, but it's in service to this country, which can be done in many, many, many ways besides dying on a battlefield. So I want to
Yeah,
also
definitely. You
keep
don't
in
have
mind,
to die on the battlefield
right? So
to
I
serve,
want to
right?
also keep a shout out to everybody that has ever laid their life down, or most of their life, in service in any way to their nation. That's what Memorial Day is all about. So happy Memorial Day, everybody. We got Fred wants to say goodbye, I think.
Yeah, man, I came back just in time, man. Say goodbye to everybody, man. Had a great time for the time I was up there earlier, man. Sorry I left so abruptly and if it seemed impolite, but I had to tend to a couple of
No,
things,
you good,
man.
bro.
But
We'll
okay,
have to
but
have Pete we have to have Pete pay.
hey, man, that's what I do. If it makes the team better, crypto, I'll do it, man. But thanks for having me on, Color, man. For staying, keeping Shake's panel open, man. Thanks for having it open. I had a good time, man. And you guys be cool and God bless.
You too,
Yep.
and happy
You too,
Memorial Day, everybody. I hope I'm doing this right. It's been so long since I ran a show. I don't even know if I'm shutting it down right. But we'll give this a go. So fins up, everybody. Thank you,
Yeah.
Shake, for having a show today. And
Yep.
thanks, Crypto,
Appreciate
for
it.
holding it down with me. And yeah, as always, everybody, fins up.
Okay.